Chapter 182. Guesses were guesses. Before making a conclusion, Chu Wanning did not want to think too much about it, so as not to make things difficult for himself. It was just that he had some reservations about this sudden feeling. Therefore, when the tribulation fire was finally extinguished and the group was preparing to leave on their swords, Chu Wanning did not intend to sit on Mo Rant's sword again. Of course, Elder Yu Hung, who could barely fly at a low altitude of 20 feet, did not intend to step on the sand to cross the vast sea. Therefore, when everyone stood at the edge of the rugged beach and was pulled up by Mo Ran one by one on his enlarged sword, Chu Wanning took out his dragon rising talisman. He dripped a drop of blood on his fingertip and touched the dragon's scale. The noisy little paper dragon suddenly came to life in the picture. It soared into the air, somersaulted a few times, and then circled around its master and shouted loudly, "Aya, Chu Wanning, I haven't seen you for many years. I miss you so much. What do you want me to do for you this time? Take me to the other side. Hey! I am the first true monarch at the beginning of the world, the Oregon Dragon. How can I do that kind of work? I won't take you, I won't take you." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the palm-sized paper dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. Although its body was weak, its voice was loud and clear. Some children couldn't help but laugh when they heard its words. Chu Wanning's face darkened a lot. He raised his palm and suddenly ignited a golden flame. He said in a low voice, "Burn if you don't take me." The little dragon was so angry that it fell straight onto the beach. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. "How can there be someone like you? Fierce and unreasonable, heartless and shameless. No wonder every time I see you for so many years, you are always alone." Mo Ran turned around when he heard this. He seemed to want to say something, but after thinking about it, there were so many people around, and Chu Wanning wanted to save face, so he didn't say anything. He just smiled and shook his head. Chu Wanning said angrily, "You talk too much." As he said that, he waved his hand and the ball of fire in his palm was thrown directly at the little dragon on the ground. However, Chu Wanning did not really want to burn it. The fireball was powerful, but it brushed past the dragon's whiskers and fell on the reef of the beach. The little dragon was so scared that it screamed and turned around, patting its fat claws on its whiskers. "Where's my tail? Where's my whiskers? This seat's head. Is it still? Is it still? If you keep blabbering, I won't be here anymore," Chu Wanning said through gritted teeth. A hissing golden radiance gathered in her palm again. "Enlarge." The little dragon wailed for a long time, half true and half false. It was using its claws to wipe away the tears that did not exist. Suddenly, its mung-bean eyes caught a glimpse of Chu Wanning's piercing eyes. It couldn't help but shiver. Its whimpering sound suddenly ended with a funny burp. It crawled up from the ground softly. This time it really looked like a paper dragon. Its body was boneless, and its curly whiskers drooped. It burped again and said with grievance, "Just this once. Don't do it again." "As you wish." Anyway, it said the same thing when he wrote it last time. The paper dragon stretched its 4 legs, as if it was stretching its muscles and bones. Then it let out a sharp cry from its throat. A golden light suddenly overflowed from its young and thin body and scattered to the surroundings. The golden light became stronger and stronger, and finally completely swallowed the paper dragon. Roar! Suddenly, the sharp and small cry from the paper dragon's throat turned into a powerful and terrifying roar. In an instant, the golden light flashed with purple lightning and thunder. The surrounding wind rose up, and the waves on the shore surged. Everyone was blinded by the blinding light. They either bowed their heads or covered their faces with their sleeves. Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes. His long ponytail and wide robe were fluttering in the strong wind. When the golden light was extinguished, everyone looked around, but they saw that the little dragon was gone. The beach was quiet, and there was nothing. "Huh, it's gone?" a bold child said in surprise. But before his voice fell, he heard a sound coming from above his head. It was a roar that shook the 9 heavens. The angry sea was surging, and the wind and clouds were surging. A strong wind blew everywhere. "Ah, Father!" The child who lost his parents was frightened, but he still habitually cried and called for his father. Mo Ran hurriedly picked him up and softly comforted him. Chu Wanning probably didn't expect that he scared the child again. He was stunned for a moment. Seeing the dragon rushing down, he immediately said, "Slow down." Roar? When the huge dragon heard this, it actually let out a stupefied groan. Then with a bang, it fell on the stone beach and slowly lowered its body. This dragon was very big. Sitting on it was not much different from sitting on land. No wonder Chu Wanning didn't like to ride the sword, but was willing to fly high on the dragon. Mo Ran deliberately wanted Chu Wanning to be more comfortable, so he teased the child in his arms. "Do you want to sit on this Oregon with that brother?" But the child didn't want to. He buried his face in Mo Ran's shoulder and whispered, "I'll tell you a secret, I don't like him." Mo Ran also said to him, "I'll tell you a secret, I like him." Ah? The child was stunned for a moment, but after all, he was pure and innocent. He quietly asked, "Really? Sure, don't tell others." The child immediately laughed, covered his mouth and nodded repeatedly. "What are you talking about? Are we still going?" Chu Wanning didn't intend to ride with the crowd, so he glanced at them indifferently. Then he rode the dragon and rose hundreds of feet in an instant, disappearing into the clouds. Because they were carrying people on the sword, they couldn't fly too fast. They only arrived at Wuchang town in the middle of Shu in the evening. Chu Wanning landed before them and greeted a few of the big families in the town. Wuchang town was the town that was most cared for by the peak of life and death. As long as the immortal monarch asked, they would do their best to do it. The disaster victims brought from Lini were all taken care of by the big family heads. The child in Mo Ran's arms turned back and waved at him reluctantly before leaving. "Big brother benefactor, see you later." See you later." Mo Ran smiled and stood in the afterglow of the setting sun, watching them leave. Chu Wanning was tired of this kind of farewell scene. He stood in place for a while, then turned and left. Mo Ran hurriedly followed him and walked back to the sect with him. The two silently walked to the stone steps of the mountain gate. Step by step they walked up the steps. The shadows of the trees swayed, and the twilight was glorious. Mo Ran remembered that when Chu Wanning's spiritual power was exhausted, he carried him, who was seriously injured and unconscious, back to the mountain peak. Seeing that he could still stand by his side and return with him, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. Between bittersweet feelings, he stretched out his hand and gently held Chu Wanning's fingertips. Even though they had already held hands before, Chu Wanning still looked so stiff, so clumsy, so uncomfortable. He tried his best to calm his face, making himself look very indifferent and at ease. Unfortunately, the person he was facing was Mo Ran. He was Mo Weiyu, who knew his roots, knew his internal organs, knew that the mole by his ear was sensitive, and knew that the tips of his feet were cold. Neither of them spoke first. But when Mo Ran saw that he didn't pull his finger away, he wrapped Chu Wanning's entire hand in his palm. The long stairs, he longed for this road to be longer so that he could hold his hand a little longer, a little longer. The long stairs, he also longed for this road to be shorter. If it could be shorter, the pain that Chu Wanning, who carried him home, would have been a little less, a little less. Just like that, they walked to the mountain peak. The towering mountain gate was clearly visible. Suddenly, a tall figure draped in a white fox cloak appeared from the shadows of the swaying trees. Before the two could see clearly, they heard that person call out, "Shizun." Chu Wanning was slightly shocked. He almost immediately pulled his hand out of Mo Ran's palm and let it hang in his sleeve. He then stood still and raised his head. Shirmei walked down the stairs a few steps higher. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, his face was as clear as a lotus flower, bright and beautiful. That burning light made the red clouds in the sky pale in comparison. He was really very handsome. Shirmei probably didn't see the two holding hands just now. He seemed very surprised and smiled. "That's great. You're finally back." Mo Ran didn't expect to suddenly meet him. He was a little embarrassed and asked, "Shirmei, are you going out?" "Yes, I was going down the mountain to buy some things for the Great Lord." I didn't expect to see Shizun and Mo Ran first. A few days ago, the Great Lord received Shizun's message for Haitang, but he didn't see her. He was worried. Chu Wanning said, "Mo Ran and I are both fine. What about the others in the sect?" "They're all fine," Shirmei said, although the young master was manipulated by Zi. Fortunately, it didn't last long. His heart wasn't damaged. These past few days, Elder Tanlang has been treating him carefully. This morning he can get out of bed and walk around. Chu Wanning sighed. That's good. Shimei smiled and glanced at Mo Ran. Then, he gently lowered his eyes and bowed. Although I'd like to talk for a while more, if I don't go get the herbs sent by Lone Moon, I'll make the delivery person wait for a long time. I have to go first. Shizun and Mo Ran, see you tonight. Yes, you can go. Chu Wanning said, we'll talk later. When Shimei's robe fluttered and his figure gradually disappeared, Chu Wanning turned his head. Although he could feel that Mo Ran didn't let go of his hand just now and that he was the one who pulled away first, he didn't know why he felt resentful. His sharp eyes stared fiercely at Mo Ran. Then he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Mo Ran. The two arrived at the Core Heart Palace one after another. When they pushed the door open, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They were speechless. The main palace of the Peak of Life and Death was densely packed with gold and silver satin, precious trees, corals, magic tools, and spirit stones. They spread all the way from the high seat at the end to the door. Chu Wanning could only open half of the door. The other half was blocked by a pile of shiny refining crystals. He couldn't move at all. Aside from these things, for some strange reason, there were actually more than 30 peerless beauties standing in the hall, looking anxious and fearful. As for Shizun, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he tried to reason with a Fire Phoenix Pavilion disciple wearing a light red robe. No, this is really not okay. You can accept the rest, but please take these singers back and return them to the pavilion master. We really don't listen to songs here and we don't like to watch dancing either. Thank you. Mo Ran followed Chu Wanning in. The 30 beauties were standing by the door. Immediately, a strong fragrance of cosmetics assailed his nostrils. He was sensitive to the fragrance of concocted products, so he couldn't help but sneeze 4 or 5 times. Shizun hurriedly turned around. When he saw the two of them, he was overjoyed. Mo Ran, you hung. You're finally back. Quick, help me persuade this envoy. Chu Wanning raised his eyebrows slightly. What envoy? Without waiting for Shizun to answer, the disciple turned around with a face full of smiles and said enthusiastically, I'm the eldest disciple of the Fire Phoenix Pavilion. I'm here on the orders of the Pavilion Master to form an alliance with the Life and Death Summit. Chu Wanning. Of course, forming an alliance couldn't be done lightly. The three of them worked together to persuade that person for a long time before they finally sent him away. Shizun looked at the envoy's departing figure and sighed heavily. He wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. Do you know? These days, many big and small sects in the cultivation world have sent people here, saying that they want to form an alliance with the Life and Death Summit. I haven't interacted much with them these years. In the past, only the Kunlun Treading Snow Palace was willing to pay attention to us. This time 3 or 5 of them all came to give us gifts. They suddenly became so enthusiastic that I don't know how to respond. Chu Wanning frowned and asked, what's the situation in the cultivation world these days? Shizun sighed. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. What do you mean? It's a mess. Shizun said, Su Shuanglin, that lunatic, exposed so many grievances in the memory scroll. Even if we know that it's because of his vengeful heart, what can that change? Needless to say, the Confucian Wind sect has fallen apart. Jiang Dongtang has been torn apart. Lone Moon Yi and the Treading Snow Palace have become enemies. Now when enemies meet, their eyes are exceptionally red. There's also Wu Bei Temple. When he said this, he suddenly remembered that Master Huizue was Chu Wanning's master. He couldn't help but shut up immediately. Chu Wanning, however, just said lightly, Wu Bei Temple is empty, but its former abbot is involved in the dispute over the successor of the Confucian Wind sect. His intentions are sinister, so naturally, his reputation has fallen. Hearing him talk about his own sect so ruthlessly, Shizun and Mo Ran subconsciously looked at Chu Wanning with some confusion. Chu Wanning pursed his lips and didn't say anything. After a while he asked again, what about Nangong Si? I don't know. After the Calamity Fire was extinguished, I haven't heard any news about him and Lord Yi. Miss Yi. Hearing this, Mo Ran couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. He looked worried. Could it be that after 2 lifetimes, these 2 pure and kind men still couldn't get a good ending? Seeing that his expression was strange and his eyes were obscure, Shuizhengyong turned to look at him. Ran, what's wrong? Mo Ran couldn't tell the truth, so he could only say, I'm thinking that Su Shuanglin's whereabouts are unknown now. The two of them have a deep relationship with him, so I'm worried that they will be implicated. Don't worry too much. All the sects have sent people to thoroughly investigate the source of all the strange spells in the cultivation world, Shuizhengyong said. Unless Nan Gongshu doesn't make any big moves in the future, he will definitely be caught. Perhaps young Master Nangong and Miss Yi are temporarily trapped in the forest, so it's not convenient for them to contact outside. Mo Ran said, yes, I hope so. They continued to ask about the changes that had happened in the past few days. Although Shuizhengyong had received a message from Haitang and knew that Chu Wanning and the others had spent their days on Flying Flower Island, he didn't know the follow-up, so he asked them about their recent situation. Chu Wanning answered one question and two questions. Only when he talked about something related to Mo Ran, he would pause and deliberately not say anything. As for Shuizhengyong, he would never have thought that something could happen between Chu Wanning and Mo Ran. This was because the two of them were too incompatible with each other except for their appearances. Age, identity, personality, even the color of their skin, the taste of their food, and their sleeping posture were not the same. For so many years, Nitai Yu Hung had always represented nobility, Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable had always represented coldness, and Grandmaster Chu was fickle and had few desires. What he cherished the most was his face, so how could he walk together with his disciple? Even the boldest and most absurd stories would not be written like this. If any storyteller could say such a thing, they would probably be splashed with melon seed shells and thrown under a beach table. However, love was born just like that. In the dim light, in a corner that no one cared about, a secret and delicate flower bloomed. Although it had not bloomed, its fragrance was charming and gentle. Since he had returned to the peak of life and death, Chu Wanning went to the Mengpa lobby for dinner that night. When he opened the door of the Red Lotus Pavilion, he suddenly saw a person standing quietly on a mountain path with bamboo leaves rustling in the wind. Hearing the commotion, the man turned his head around. The luxuriant light behind him was like a splash of ink, painting his handsome cheeks with a layer of gold. Mo Ran smiled at Chu Wanning and said, Shizun. Chu Wanning's pure white silk footsteps paused. His memories suddenly overlapped. He seemed to see Mo Ran's first year at the peak of life and death. Every day, he would stand in front of his door, watch him leave and wait for him to return. However, the youth was no longer the same. Elder Yuheng had long since become the Shizun he called thousands of times. In the respect, there was a trace of restrained eagerness, as well as not-so-restrained gentleness. What are you doing here? Waiting to eat with you. Chu Wanning's gaze fell on the food box in his hand. He said, I want to go to the Mengpa lobby today. I haven't been there in a long time. I don't want to stay in the pavilion to eat. Mo Ran was slightly stunned. Then he understood. He smiled. Shizun misunderstood. This food box is empty. I just went to deliver some food to Shui Meng. He doesn't have a good appetite, so I borrowed a small stove and cooked him a bowl of noodles. He didn't think that Mo Ran would actually deliver food to Shui Meng. In Chu Wanning's memories, these two people had always been at odds. Although they were cousins, they could fight to the death in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. He didn't know when it started. Perhaps it was because he missed too much in his 5 years of deep sleep, or perhaps it was because Mo Ran and Shui Meng were both getting older. In short, without his master noticing, these two people's relationship had long been thawed and gradually eased. Now, although they were far from being brothers, at least when Shui Meng made a clay figurine, he would remember to make an ugly Mo Ran. And when Shui Meng was sick, Mo Ran would personally cook a bowl of noodles and deliver it to his bedside. Chu Wanning sighed. How is he? When I went to see him before, he was still sleeping. He's already awake now. After eating noodles, he wants to come out and walk. With great difficulty, I persuaded him to go back and lie down. Mo Ran said, the exquisite chess game is not like other games. Even if the person who has been hit by the black pieces doesn't have deep control, he should rest for a period of time. Although Chu Wanning responded, he still had some doubts in his heart. This understatement was unintentional, but the listener took it seriously. He suddenly vaguely felt uncomfortable somewhere. It was as if Mo Ran was too clear about the pros and cons of the exquisite chess game. He was too indifferent about it. Master? Chu Wanning came back to his senses. Mo Ran smiled and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." He should be overthinking. Mo Ran was now a grandmaster. It was not strange that he had some understanding of the forbidden arts. He changed the topic and said, "Where are we going to eat?" "I don't want to eat outside." "I don't want to eat outside either." Mo Ran rubbed his nose and laughed softly. His voice was gentle. "I just want to eat with you. Anywhere is fine." Chu Wanning would not admit that he was a little moved, but he couldn't help but look at those dark and gentle eyes for a moment. That pair of eyes was sincere and bright, reflecting the multicolored light and his own reflection. It was very simple and very clean. He couldn't think of any reason to refuse such a pair of eyes. In the end, he went with Mo Ran to the lively dining hall. Perhaps that thin layer of window paper had finally been pierced through. In the past, Mo Ran would still give him food without any scruples. He would even raise his hand and wipe away the soup stains on Chu Wanning's mouth with a smile when he saw them. But now the two of them had become serious. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even their eyes were blushing with shyness. The meal was politely finished. Chu Wanning got up and was about to take the tray away when Mo Ran called him, "Master, wait a minute." "What's wrong?" Mo Ran reached out his hand. The moment his fingertips were about to touch Chu Wanning's face, he stopped. He took back his hand and pointed at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "There is a grain of rice here." Chu Wanning froze in place for a while. Then he put down the tray and calmly wiped the grain of rice with a handkerchief. He pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Is there more?" Mo Ran smiled and said, "No, it's very clean." Chu Wanning picked up the tray again and walked away. He was ashamed and embarrassed, but there was also a faint sense of loss that he was not willing to admit. Mo Ran used to just raise his hand. This man suddenly followed the rules, making him feel very uncomfortable. The next few days were like this. He used to be a person who did not have any taboos, but now he was like a young boy who had just fallen in love. He only did his best to treat Chu Wanning well, but he did not do anything too radical. Mo Ran seemed to be afraid of startling him. Every step he took was very careful. Sometimes Chu Wanning could clearly see the burning desire in his eyes, but that man's eyelashes would silently fall. Then his broad palm wrapped around Chu Wanning's 10 fingers. When he looked up again, the desire in his eyes had been completely covered by gentleness. But that gentleness was too much. Sometimes Chu Wanning would have a vague illusion in her heart. It was as if Mo Ran was dealing with a clay person who was being pieced back together bit by bit. He was afraid that if he made a big move, he would crush him into pieces and powder. Chu Wanning felt that this was not bad. He was calm and unhurried. Although it was exciting to cook oil in the fire in the dream, this kind of thing was enough for a dream. If it came true, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear it. But no matter how much he restrained himself, no matter how obediently he followed the steps of love, there would still be an end. One day, after he finished his dinner as usual, he took a honey peach and was about to leave. Before he could take 2 bites of the peach, his hand was caught. Chu Wanning was shocked. He looked up and saw Mo Ran. He whispered, "What are you doing?" Chapter 183. There was no one around. Mo Ran pulled him to the alley behind the Mengpa lobby. The alley was extremely narrow. If he went in and Mo Ran stood there, there wouldn't be much space left. Chu Wanning stared at him with a peach in his hand. Perhaps it was the continuous restraint that finally made this hot-blooded man a little restless. His chest rose and fell slightly as he stared at Chu Wanning with bright black eyes. Suddenly, he reached out and hugged her in his arms. "My peach!" But it was too late. The juicy fruit was knocked away. It rolled to the corner and stopped moving. Shizun. The man's hot breath lingered in his ears. It was so torturous, so fervent, but his tone was still clear. There was a hint of forbearance in the boiling heat. His voice was slightly scorched by the flames of desire, but he still didn't do anything else. He just hugged him and hugged him in his arms. His voice was low and hoarse. "I feel so uncomfortable." Chu Wanning suddenly opened his eyes wide. "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Mo Ran was stunned at first, then laughed. He grabbed Chu Wanning's hand, which was about to touch his forehead, and kissed it. Chu Wanning frowned and said anxiously, "If you're sick, you need to find Elder Tanlang. That winter pickle is useless." Mo Ran said helplessly, "You need to look at the cabbage." Chu Wanning finally reacted. His face immediately tensed up. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Who are you calling a cabbage?" Mo Ran laughed. "I was wrong." He paused, then stared at Chu Wanning with his moist black eyes. "But Shizun, I miss you." Chu Wanning was hugged by him and looked at by such a pair of eyes. He had nowhere to vent his anger from being called a cabbage. Instead, his ears turned red. After a while, he said, "We were eating at the same table just now." "That doesn't count." "Master, I just want to stay with you a little longer. Every time you finish eating, you leave by yourself. You walk in the crowd and I can't even touch you." There was a weak grievance in the man's voice. "Stay with me for a while. Don't go back." Chu Wanning's cheeks became increasingly hot from his recitation, and his heart was flustered. Moreover, the aura on his body was so blazing, so vigorous, so fervent. He was tightly hugged by him, and in the end he couldn't say a single word. Mo Ran murmured, "Shizun, let me hug you a little longer." For the two of them, it was actually not that easy to be alone at the peak of life and death. This was especially so during this period of time. The number of times the sex came to visit had obviously increased. Chu Wanning was often dragged by Xue Jingyong to come up with plans, so they had even less time to gather. It wasn't easy for them to sit closer to each other during meals, but they always had to worry about the bustling crowd around them. They were afraid that the slightest carelessness would let the sharp-eyed disciples see something strange. Therefore, ever since they confessed, even the opportunity to hold hands was extremely rare. After restraining himself for so long, it was no wonder that Mo Ran couldn't bear it. As dusk deepened, more and more people came out of the Mengpa lobby. A group of laughing female cultivators walked by the side of the alley and accidentally bumped into Elder Xuanji's firelight mouse. The little mouse with a burning spiritual fire at the tip of its tail squeaked and scurried around, causing everyone to laugh. Chu Wanning felt uneasy in such a lively atmosphere. He pushed Mo Ran. "Go out. Just a little longer. People will come in a little while. Go out." In the end, Chu Wanning was someone who was used to cultivating in seclusion. If he didn't show him his true colors, even if his thoughts were disturbed, he wouldn't be confused. Mo Ran sighed. As he wished, he let go of the arm that was tightly hugging him. Chu Wanning immediately walked out of the dark and narrow alley, then turned back to look at him. "What are you still doing there?" Mo Ran coughed softly, as if he was a little embarrassed. He said, "Shizun, you can go first. I'll stand here for a while." Chu Wanning was puzzled. Just as he was about to say something, he saw that Mo Ran's handsome tan face seemed to be a little red. His bright black eyes were also somewhat flickering, like the nervous stars in the clear night sky. He suddenly understood something. His gaze unconsciously moved downwards. When he saw a certain part, his ears buzzed. It was as if he had been stung by a scorpion. His face and ears flushed red. He said, "Dear," simply. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly flung his sleeves and angrily left. Green smoke seemed to be rising from the top of his head. These days of hiding and dodging continued for more than 10 days. No matter how docile this tamed wolf Mo Ran was, the blood in his bones was accumulating more and more fiercely. It was as if a storm was about to come. Every day, he would cultivate in the morning and meditate in the evening. He stared at Elder Yuheng on the high platform. The desire in his eyes couldn't be suppressed, and it was becoming more and more obvious by the day. When you're infatuated with someone, even if you use all of your skills to hide your love, you can't hide it. Sometimes, Xue Meng would inadvertently glance at Mo Ran's eyes and be startled. He looked at Mo Ran, then looked at Chu Wanning. He was a simple-minded person, so he didn't think about the wrong path. The more he looked, the more confused he became. He didn't know what kind of emotions were flashing in Mo Ran's eyes. Xue Meng only subconsciously felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. One day, during morning cultivation, Xue Meng took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to call out to Mo Ran in a low voice, "Hey, let me ask you something." "What is it? Is Shizun sick?" Mo Ran was shocked. Why do you say that? How is Shizun sick? How come I don't know? You don't know? Shui Meng touched his chin. That's strange. Then why do you keep looking at him recently? You always look like you care about him. After hearing Shui Meng's words, Mo Ran finally understood. He coughed lightly and lowered his eyes. What are you thinking about? Don't curse Shizun. I'm not cursing him. After a pause, he muttered. Then why do you keep looking at him? You're wrong. I'm not blind. You're blind. I'm blind? Then you're a dog. The two men in their 20s were arguing childishly. On the high platform, Chu Wanning heard the commotion and looked down coldly. The two men suddenly shut up and lowered their heads to copy and recite the medicinal herbs in their hands. However, their elbows were still touching as they secretly competed with each other. After a while, Mo Ran suddenly loosened his grip and pulled his hand away without warning. Shui Meng used too much force and suddenly lost the resistance from Mo Ran's side. With a clang, he fell directly onto Mo Ran. Mo Ran slapped his thigh and laughed. Ha! Shui Meng was furious. He didn't care about the quiet atmosphere and shouted loudly, "You're shameless! You tricked me!" Mo Weiyu Shui Ziming. Seeing that his disciple was about to make a fool of himself again, Chu Wanning was slightly angry. He raised his phoenix eyes and frowned, saying in a low voice, "If you want to quarrel, go outside. Don't disturb everyone's cultivation here." Yifeng. Mo Ran immediately calmed down. Shui Meng also reluctantly stopped talking. However, he was still a little angry. He felt that his fall just now was a little embarrassing. After thinking about it, he cut a small piece of paper and wrote a few big words on it. He rolled it up and threw it at Mo Ran's table. Patter. Unexpectedly, the paper ball was thrown over his head. A slender white hand picked it up from the open pages of the book. Shirmei unfolded the crumpled paper in confusion and glanced at the words written on it. You're staring at me. Do you have any ulterior motives? Do you want Shizun to teach you a unique mental cultivation method? There was also a dog drawn at the bottom of the paper with a heavy black cross. Shirmei. After the morning cultivation was over, Shuizhong found Chu Wanning. He said that after several investigations in Lini, it was confirmed that because of the fire of calamity, no one could live there for 5 years. Therefore, the refugees from the upper cultivation world now needed to be settled in the villages and towns under the jurisdiction of the Peak of Life and Death. I've already asked people to help settle the ones I brought back in Wuchang Town, Fenghe Town and Baishui Village. There are also the ones that you and Mo Ran brought back. Shuizhong said. Wuchang Town can't accommodate so many permanent residents. It's better to take half of them to Yuliang Village. There's a shortage of young people there. Chu Wanning said. It's indeed more appropriate to put them in Yuliang Village. Shuizhong nodded. Yuliang Village isn't far. You should go there early. There are a lot of people to settle down. Menger can't figure out these daily necessities. I'll let Shirmei go with you. He can help. Chu Wanning said. Okay. For the villagers of Yuliang Village, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran could be considered old acquaintances. The village chief received news from Shuizhong 2 days ago, so he had been waiting at the entrance of the village early in the morning, waiting for the arrival of the immortal monarchs at the Peak of Life and Death. Miss Ling was also there. After not seeing her for a long time, she became more and more beautiful. When she saw Mo Ran, she hurriedly greeted him. Mo Ran was a little surprised, but he still smiled. Miss, you didn't go to the upper cultivation world? No. Fortunately, I didn't go. If I went to Lini, I'm afraid I'd lose my life. Linger patted her full chest with lingering fear. I'd better stay in the lower cultivation world first. The village is getting better and better these days. In the past, we were looking forward to going to the upper cultivation world, but this is the first time I've seen people from the upper cultivation world come here. I won't go, I won't go. That's right. Someone heard her and echoed, everything is a small world. With Lord Shui around, maybe in 10 or 20 years, people from the upper cultivation world will come running to our side. Shirmei said gently, the lower cultivation world has been poor for 100 years, but there's always the other side of the river and the other side of the ocean. We can't be the only ones suffering here. It's time to live a good life. As he spoke, he distributed the herbal ointment that Madame Wang asked him to bring to the crowd. Mo Ran also took a jar and looked carefully. He found that there was actually a snake emblem of Lone Moonyi on it. He couldn't help but be surprised. This is medicine made by the cold scale divine hand? Yes, a few days ago, Sect Master Jiang sent someone to deliver it. Chu Wanning heard and said, Jiangxi is better at delivering things than the brilliant fire pavilion. There are many ghosts and evil spirits in Shu, and what we lack most are elixirs and miraculous medicines. Lord Shui kindly accepted these that were sent. Isn't that so? Mo Ran murmured. And they're all elixirs refined by the cold scale divine hand. To exaggerate a little, they can even revive the dead and grow flesh on bones. Alas, alas. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. Alas, Jiangxi is really rich. Back in the Xianyuan pavilion, Chu Wanning only bought a few jars of Lianxiangdu, and the asking price was 2.5 million. In the end, Sect Master Jiang waved his hand and gave him a carriage full of Lianxiangdu. Mo Ran silently put the jar of medicine back into the pouch and sighed inwardly. He thought to himself, Confucian Wind Sect is really finished, but the next one to emerge is obviously Lone Moonyi. It won't be the peak of life and death's turn to do anything. It'll probably take another 100 years for the lower cultivation world to rise again. After busying themselves for most of the day, in the evening, the food and clothing of the old Lini residents were all arranged and the houses were cleaned up. The three of them, master and disciple, were ready to leave, but the village head insisted that they stay for dinner. Under such kindness, it would be impolite to refuse, so they followed the village head to the ancestral hall of Yuliang village. The ancestral hall of the village would always hold some important wedding and funeral ceremonies. On New Year's Eve, they would eat New Year's Eve dinner and watch a play on the Lantern Festival. These were all held in the ancestral hall or in the courtyard outside the ancestral hall. On this day, because many old Lini residents of the upper cultivation world were going to live in Yuliang village from now on, the villagers prepared more than 30 tables of dishes to entertain them. They cooked sheep, slaughtered cows, steamed rice, and cooked noodles. The village head actually remembered that Chu Wanning didn't eat spicy food, so he specially arranged a table of light dishes and invited Elder Yu Hong, and some people in Lini who weren't used to eating spicy food to sit down. Those people were saved by Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, so they already knew this cold immortal when they were on Feihua Island. However, knowing him was one thing. Sitting at the same table as him made them very nervous. Out of etiquette, they couldn't get up and change seats, so the meal was very awkward. The other tables were chatting and drinking, but this table was eating in silence. No one said a word. Mo Ran was a good cook, so he helped in the kitchen. When the last dish was served, he came out of the kitchen. His honey-colored face was sweaty, his eyes were bright, his nose was high, and his handsome appearance stood out among the crowd. The soup dumplings are here. The auntie held a large tray full of small steamers and shouted loudly, There are soup dumplings on every table. There are soup dumplings on every table. There are 12 soup dumplings on every table. 6 of them are fresh with shepherd's purse and 6 are fresh with mushroom. Eat them while they're hot. Mo Ran smiled and helped the auntie pass the soup dumplings to each table. Thank you, Immortal Mo. Thank you, Immortal Mo. A child who was familiar with Mo Ran shouted, Thank you, Brother Wei. Ling Er's eyes were fixed on him. Although she knew that this person didn't like her and wouldn't like her, she still couldn't help but want to look at him. It doesn't matter if I look. Thank you, Immortal Mo. When the soup dumplings were delivered to her table, she thanked him softly with red lips. Mo Ran smiled at her. It was a bright smile that didn't hide or have any ambiguity. Ling Er, who wanted to take the opportunity to peek, felt a little embarrassed. She lowered her head shyly. There were 2 tables left. Chu Wanning was at one table and Shi Mei was at the other. The 2 of them had different tastes, so they didn't sit together. Mo Ran delivered the soup dumplings to Chu Wanning's table first. Chu Wanning frowned and said, Don't be busy, the food is cold. When he delivered the soup dumplings to Shi Mei's table, Shi Mei smiled and said, Mo Ran is really skillful. Thank you. Haha, it's okay. I just helped Auntie a little. Mo Ran said and turned around. Shi Mei thought that he was going to get the bowls, so he made some space on the bench and said, Sit here. I asked for an extra bowl at this table. You don't have to get it. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. Then he scratched his head and said with a smile, I'll sit at Shizun's table. When did you stop eating spicy food? Only those who don't eat spicy food go there. I quit, Mo Ran said. Shermay was silent for a while. His eyes were dark, but he suddenly smiled and said, I've heard of people quitting drinking and smoking, but I've never heard of anyone quitting chili. Actually, it's not really quitting. If you don't eat for too long, you won't want to eat anymore. Mo Ran waved at Shermay and ran to the kitchen with a smile. I'm going to get the bowls. Sit down and eat. If you don't eat, the soup dumplings will get cold. Chapter 184. He quickly returned with a bowl full of rice and a lunchbox. He sat beside Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning was slightly surprised and hesitated. Aren't you going to Shermay's table? Mo Ran was startled. Why would I go to that table? Hearing this, Chu Wanning's mood suddenly became happy. He lowered his eyes and coughed lightly. I thought the food over there would suit your taste. Mo Ran saw that the tips of his ears were slightly red and suddenly realized that Chu Wanning wasn't jealous, right? His heart throbbed and he smiled. He whispered in his ear, wherever you are, that's where I like. Chu Wanning's ears were completely red this time. His knee was originally leaning against Mo Ran's, but now he felt even more sensitive and wanted to move away. Mo Ran didn't want to. Under the cover of the table, he touched Chu Wanning's leg. You. His voice attracted the attention of others. What's wrong with the immortal? Chu Wanning knew that he had misspoken and forced himself to be calm. Nothing. Mo Ran held back his laughter. He felt that Chu Wanning was really interesting. He didn't want to do anything ridiculous or lustful. After all, this was a matter of killing 500 enemies and sacrificing 1,000 of his own. He just didn't want Chu Wanning to be so far away from him. So he grabbed Chu Wanning's leg and childishly pulled him back, wanting him to lean on him. Chu Wanning moved away again, and he pulled him back again. In the end, Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He kicked him under the table, but he didn't run away. Mo Ran laughed. Chu Wanning said, You're really sick. The two ate. Mo Ran first looked at Chu Wanning's bowl. Sure enough, there were only a few simple vegetables and a piece of tofu. The soup dumplings had already been eaten by the other ignorant children at the table. Mo Ran handed him the small bamboo food box. What's this? Mo Ran whispered, Xiaolong, 6 crab roe and 6 shrimp. I made it especially for you. Don't make a sound. Eat quickly. I knew that when you're on the table, you can never win against others. It was too obvious that he was the only one at the table. Chu Wanning felt a little embarrassed and didn't want to move. But when she saw Mo Ran's black eyes looking at her with sincerity and some flour on his cheeks, she couldn't bring herself to reject him. What's more, the word specially made for you sounded very tempting. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. After a while, he silently opened the food box and then put the lid of the bamboo box up. He started to eat the delicious and hot crab roe. The rich and hot soup flowed out from the delicate dough, soaking into his heart and making him feel warm. Is it good? The man looked at him, hoping to get a look of approval. Chu Wanning bit his chopsticks and said, It's not bad. You try one too. I'm not eating. It's all for you. Mo Ran smiled. His black eyes were full of light and warmth. It's good that you like it. Why don't you try another shrimp one? The man was focused. The flour on his cheeks set off his pair of black eyes, making him look even more pitiful and cute. Chu Wanning was still a little confused by Mo Ran's choice. He didn't understand why he gave up on Shermay and turned to him. But at this moment, Mo Ran's eyes were too pure and too determined. There was no room for anything else. It was enough to make anyone who was stared at by him feel at ease. After dinner, the village chief invited everyone to watch a play outside the ancestral hall. The stage was set up by the river. The sound of copper cymbals rang out, and the Hu Qin played. On the stage, when Shang Danjiao, Shang Jiao, Painted Face and Clown Jiao appeared on the stage one after another. The play was lively. Their sleeves danced and their faces changed. Jiao grabbed Kai Feijin's fire lock. With a rosin nozzle in his mouth, he raised his head and glared angrily. In an instant a raging fire surged, shining brightly on the pearls and jade, winning the cheers of the audience. Chu Wanning didn't want to watch this kind of trick. First, it was because the tricks in the mortal world were too clumsy. He could see through the trick at a glance, so he lost a lot of fun and excitement. Second, it was because the audience was jostling shoulder to shoulder. The scene was so lively that he couldn't enjoy it. He wasn't interested. Shermay wasn't interested either. Both of them planned to leave. Emoran didn't say anything. He walked beside them and finally looked back at the stage. Shermay said gently, "Let's go. If we go back too late, the Lord will be worried." Okay. Emoran didn't say anything. He lowered his head and followed. But after a few steps, he heard Chu Wanning ask faintly, "Do you want to watch it? It's about Wang Kai and Shichong competing in wealth. It's quite interesting." He didn't say that he wanted to watch it, nor did he say that he didn't want to watch it. But Chu Wanning quietly listened to him and said, "Then let's go back and watch it before we leave." Shermay was slightly startled. "Shizun, we've already delayed handing in the appointment by staying for dinner. If we stay to watch the play," Chu Wanning said, "just watch this play. We'll leave after we're done." Shermay was very gentle. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to Shizun." The three of them returned to the stage and squeezed into the lively crowd. Many of the refugees in Lini had never been to Sichuan before, so they had never watched Sichuan opera. They were shocked by the fluttering sleeves and the dazzling changes of faces. The short children couldn't see the stage. Some were carried by the adults on their necks, while others climbed on the stage and looked around. "The king gave me the coral jade tree, the light of treasure." On the stage, Wang Kai and Shichong tried their best to cling to the riches and splendor. Their faces and necks were red as they tried to push each other down. 50 miles of purple silk road home. Who can stop it? Good. Ha ha ha, one more scene. The eyes of the people watching the play were shining. The children had pastries stuffed in their mouths. They freed their hands and clapped with the adults. This was not the upper cultivation realm, where there were all kinds of manners and manners. No one sat there foolishly and watched the show. They took a sip of jasmine tea, while the attendants massaged their backs and the maidservants fanned their hands. The cold air below the stage forced the performers on the stage to lose interest in singing. It was dull, and the song "Farewell My Concubine" sounded like a tortoise parting with a cricket. These people were simple and unsophisticated, but they were in full swing. They were all standing and clapping, standing on their tiptoes and shouting. It was very boorish and lively. Chu Wanning stood in the middle of the wave, not knowing how to deal with it. A boring person like him would probably rather sit in the upper realm of cultivation and listen to the tortoise parting with a cricket than watch Wang Kai fight Shichong in the crowd. There was another person who didn't like this kind of intense emotion. Shermay stood for a while. He seemed to have a headache from the sound of the swanas, but he still stood there with a good temper. Until a big man next to him saw the scene of breaking the coral jade tree. He jumped up and clapped fiercely. He accidentally knocked over the tea that another man was drinking. The hot tea splashed all over Shermay. "Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Immortal, I'm really sorry. Look at my clumsy hands and feet." Shermay hurriedly said, "It's okay, it's not a problem." But his clothes were dirty and wet. He sighed and said to Chu Wanning helplessly, "Shizun, how about I go back first? I'll go back and change my clothes, and then I'll report the result of the assignment to the Lord." Chu Wanning said, "Okay. Be careful on your way back." Shermay smiled, said goodbye to Emoran and left first. Chu Wanning thought that his escape technique was good. Should he find someone to crash into? That way, he wouldn't be surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd and couldn't get away. While he was deep in thought, suddenly he heard a burst of cheers from the crowd. He lifted his eyes and looked toward the stage. The actor playing Wang Kai was so enraged that his long beard was fluttering in anger. Holding the fire packet in his mouth, he suddenly spat out a huge flame into the river. Boom! The river rippled, and the sparkling water was soaked into orange red. "Wow! Good! Spit it out again. Do it again." Chu Wanning didn't understand. What was there to see? If Shuemeng came over, he could burn 100 or 1,000 times without using a torch. While he was uninterested, he suddenly saw Emoran smile. That tall man didn't need to stand on tiptoe at all. He just stood there calmly, and no one could block his line of sight. His handsome face was illuminated by the firelight. His dimples were deep, and his gaze was gentle but deep. It seemed that there was something in his mind that no one could see clearly. Sensing Chu Wanning's gaze, he turned around and smiled even more brightly. His black eyes seemed to be a little wet, but it also seemed like there was nothing. It was just Chu Wanning's illusion. When I was young, I often went to the theater to listen to this play. Every time, I would be chased away by the manager before the play was over. Mo Ran's tone was casual and calm. This is the first time I've listened to the whole play. Shizun, did you like it? Chu Wanning looked into his eyes and finally said, yes, it was not bad. Mo Ran's smile bloomed. The night seemed to have brightened up. On the stage there was a faint chanting. It started and ended and started again. Black eyebrows like smoke, indigo feathers rustling, the king is exhausted. The lowly concubine is still alive. Oh, farewell, my concubine. Mo Ran turned around and smiled. Let's go. You're satisfied now that you've finished watching the Battle of Wealth. Let's go back. Let's watch a while more. It's not that boring. There's no harm in watching a few more plays. Mo Ran raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was pleasantly surprised. Then he smiled brightly. All right. Farewell, my concubine, Jinshan Temple. Judgment of the Double Nail, sitting in the tower killing pity. One play after another, no one left. As the time went by, people became more and more cheerful and energetic. An old man was reciting along with the Yen woman on the stage. Good words keep people warm in winter, but bad words hurt people in June. At the most intense part of the play, Song Jiang suddenly killed people, winning the applause of the whole audience. The applause even covered the singing of the performers on the stage. Chu Wanning was pushed and patted on the shoulder by the villagers who were drunk, but he had no way to retreat. It was not good for him to lose his temper. Just as he was in a dilemma, a pair of warm hands rested on his shoulders. He turned around and met Mo Ran's eyes. He did not know when this man had stood behind him. He smiled and brought him over, letting him lean on him and not be disturbed by the people around him. For a moment, the laughter and the sound of gongs and drums became so distant. Chu Wanning's ears were slightly hot. He looked at Mo Ran for a moment, and finally turned his face away, unwilling to look at him again. But the temperature behind him was so hot and the breath was so hot. A strong chest was pressed against him, and a big hand with distinct knuckles was wrapped around his shoulder. When the drum became denser, the fire-breathing play was played again. The people's eyes were attracted, and they shouted and clapped. Chu Wanning also wanted to reluctantly clap twice to pretend to be calm. But before he could raise his hand, his whole body was wrapped around by Mo Ran from behind. Perhaps it was because he felt that no one would notice, or perhaps it was because he was pushed even closer by the people around him, or perhaps it was because in such a grand scene, he especially wanted to be closer to the person he was close to, and even closer. He hated that he could not be mixed into one, and his bones and blood merged. In any case, Mo Ran lowered his eyes and hugged him from behind, encircling him in his arms. His strong arms held the person in his arms, and then he turned his face. At the moment when the fire on the stage lit up the night sky, he kissed Chu Wanning's ear. Suddenly the flames rose, illuminating the performer's face and burning into the hearts of the spectators. Thank you for accompanying me, Mo Ran whispered in his ear. His voice was low and hoarse but very gentle. I know that you don't like it. You think too much. I like it. Mo Ran smiled lightly and did not say anything. He hugged him even tighter, and rested his chin on his neck. The flames flickered, and Chu Wanning suddenly wanted to ask, so he opened his mouth. Mo Ran, why did you, good? His voice was weak, and was immediately swallowed up by the clamor of the crowd. Mo Ran asked what? Nothing. Chu Wanning's face was slightly red, and then it was lightly covered by a thin layer of anger. He did not want to ask this question a second time. Once used up all his strength. At this moment, he only felt very embarrassed and angry, and did not want to open his mouth again. Mo Ran was quiet for a while. He actually did not hear Chu Wanning's question clearly, but suddenly said, the person I like has always been you. His heart suddenly beat fiercely. It's always been you. I was too stupid. In the past, I couldn't tell my own feelings. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat like a drum, and the sound on the stage seemed to be covered by the sound in his chest. I'm sorry. I made you wait for a long time. His eyes were dazzled by the fireworks, and his ears were buzzing. He could not hear anything clearly, and the world was spinning. He did not know whether his feet were on the ground or in the clouds. Only the person behind him was real. The wind used to have no color and no trace, but now it had become the lingering smell of Mo Ran that lingered at the tip of his nose. Chu Wanning actually did not want to hear too much explanation. All he wanted was a word of affirmation from the person he loved. Now that he suddenly received this affirmation, he could no longer see his surroundings clearly. In his dizziness, he felt that everything was multicolored. He couldn't think, couldn't move, and was immersed in this intense surge of oil paint. In the end, he lost his 5 senses. Chapter 185. When his consciousness returned and he could barely figure out what he was doing, Chu Wanning vaguely felt that they had left the bustling crowd at some point and were in the nearest forest. They were kissing intensely, each other's breaths hot and rapid. So thirsty. They were both people who had desired each other for a long time. The way they kissed was aggressive and anxious, even a little crazy. Their Adam's apple rolled, they swallowed, and their lips and teeth knocked against each other. They even bled a little, but neither of them noticed. Neither of them could stop. Mo Ran pressed him against a tree. The rough wood pressed against his slightly trembling back. There seemed to be the sound of strings in the distance, but that was not important. All the sounds, no matter how far away they were fragmented. The only sound that was complete was each other's breathing. Their lips and tongues were wet, rubbing against each other coarsely. They rolled and intertwined, shameless. Shameless. Chu Wanning did not want to admit defeat, but he had always been abstinent, and the other's desire was so fresh and terrifying. It was almost like a vicious beast that wanted to tear his throat and eat his flesh. He did not know why he had become like this. He did not know whether he was right or wrong, or what he should do next. This person who kept to etiquette, abstinence, restraint, and loneliness, who would plan for the next 100 steps with every step, seemed to have been torn apart and destroyed at this moment. Only his stubbornness was left. The sea of desire was still the driftwood that supported him. He refused to show weakness. Even if his back was numb and his soul was empty, he was still willing to take the initiative. He did not want to be a soft object in the palm of the hand that could be destroyed. Unfortunately, although he was ambitious, his skills were extremely poor. So poor that Mo Ran was knocked by his lips and teeth more than once. He did not control his strength and bit the tip of his tongue. It was full of sweet blood. He was so poor that his breathing became more rapid, his face redder, and his breathing more chaotic and difficult. In the end, Mo Ran laughed. He only felt that Chu Wanning, who worked hard but had no standards to speak of, was really very lovable. That cold and hard heart of his had melted, becoming a sparkling and crystalline spring water. A 10,000-mile-long lake, suffused with fragmented golden waves that coiled around his fingers. When they parted, their lips and tongues were still wet and sticky. Their eyes were filled with tenderness and desire. Mo Ran's voice was hoarse. He lowered his head and looked into Chu Wanning's eyes. His rough fingertips brushed past Chu Wanning's cheeks. Chu Wanning also knew that his level was terrible, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a threatening tone, "What are you laughing at?" Seeing that Mo Ran didn't answer, and instead the smile in his eyes deepened, he became even more annoyed. "Wasn't what I did wrong?" Mo Ran's smile finally appeared on his lips. He hugged him again. This time they were hugging face to face. They were both tall and straight men hugging each other. It was not as close as it was between a man and a woman, but it was more intense, more intense. "How is it wrong? It's extremely right." Mo Ran intimately rubbed against the top of his head and then rubbed their ears together. "Shizun is the best." "Then why are you laughing?" Mo Ran laughed deeply again. His chest was hot and hard, but his heart was getting softer and softer. "My reaction is not just laughing." Chu Wanning had not yet understood the deeper meaning behind this. As Mo Ran hugged him deeper and deeper, from just the top of his body to the top of his body, he suddenly felt this person's extremely fierce and vigorous passion sticking close to him. Along with the slight movement of his breathing, that feeling was so exciting, so intense, so fresh, it made his scalp numb. His heart beat faster, and he shuddered, but his throat was tight and dry. This made Chu Wanning suddenly realize that this seemingly gentle man in front of him was actually very aggressive, very fierce, and very fierce. It was to the point that his blood and flesh could take a person's life and tear apart their internal organs. His hair stood on end and he immediately wanted to push him away. But before he could raise his hand, Mo Ran's full and astonishingly hot lips kissed him again. Moist and hot, he sucked and licked his lips. This man's breathing was deep and hot. His fierce body also continuously stuck to Chu Wanning through the material of his clothes. Chu Wanning was absent-minded because of this terrifying passion. Mo Ran's rough and hot tongue had already invaded his mouth. As hungry and thirsty, he sucked and kissed him intoxicatedly, rubbing against him. In the end, Chu Wanning's mind was blank and his legs were soft and numb. He trembled slightly because of that stimulation, because of that unfamiliar feeling of powerlessness, because of that hard heat, because of that burning passion. That day, Chu Wanning didn't know how he returned to the peak of life and death. No matter what he did, he seemed to be numb and had no consciousness. The only thing he remembered was that when they parted in front of the Red Lotus Pavilion, they hugged each other in the dark night and kissed each other hungrily for a long time. He hated that he couldn't swallow his lover and love into his stomach. No matter what, it was not enough, not enough. Vaguely, he remembered that Mo Ran begged him in a low voice and asked him to allow him to sleep in the Red Lotus Pavilion tonight. Chu Wanning probably used the last of his consciousness to gasp for breath and barely regain some of his rationality. He didn't agree. He didn't know why he didn't agree. Maybe it was because of his inexplicable self-esteem, or maybe it was because he couldn't adapt to being alone for too long, or maybe it was because he was rigid and pedantic. He felt that all of this was ridiculous and unrealistic. Although it was infinitely tempting, he was caught off guard and it happened too quickly. With great difficulty, he struggled to break free from his lust and Mo Ran. Chu Wanning pushed open the door and entered. When he entered the pavilion for the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to not even dare to turn his head. He knew that his string was stretched to the limit. If he turned back now, he was afraid that he would fall short of success. His lust would burst and he wouldn't be able to push the person in front of him away. They would be burned to ashes. Not even a speck would be left. When he went back to take a shower and change his clothes, Chu Wanning realized that his underwear was wet. The fishy, sweet, and slightly smelly smell made his face and ears turn red. He was at a loss. Even the corners of his cold eyes turned red. And his two thin tails were the color of begonias. He stayed in the same place for a long time. He couldn't help but think, how could it be like this? How could it be like this? In his life he had never lost his self-control like this. He had never been so passive. Damn it, what should he do? In the past, whenever Chu Wanning encountered a difficult problem, his subconscious reaction was to look for a solution in books. Therefore, he had read a lot of books since he was young. His mind was vast. This was the first time that the voluminous books couldn't give him an answer. Therefore, he was at a loss. He didn't know what to do and what to do. Fortunately, Mo Ran seemed to understand him very well. After being rejected once, he understood Chu Wanning's confusion and anxiety. He didn't continue to act rashly. However, the intimacy between them didn't stop at holding hands. They would fiercely kiss in the alley behind the Mengpo lobby. After night fell, they would go to a deserted forest and rub their heads together. Mo Ran was a person who didn't talk much. Sometimes he would even answer whatever Chu Wanning asked. However, his eyes could speak. They were filled with sweet words and tenderness. It was just that he was very stupid. He didn't know how to express himself, and he couldn't express himself well. Many times, Mo Ran was more willing to do it directly rather than talk about it. And strangely, Chu Wanning felt that Mo Ran could always sense what he wanted. They had only just gotten together, but occasionally, Chu Wanning felt that Mo Ran seemed to have used this identity to accompany him for many years. As the days passed, the time they spent together kissing and hugging became longer and longer. However, it also became more and more unquenchable. Almost every time they separated, both of them wanted to continue. They were both anxious and swollen. Chu Wanning was fine. After all, he had been cultivating for many years. His willpower was extraordinary. However, Mo Ran was different. He and Chu Wanning cultivated a different kind of heart technique. Moreover, he was young and full of vigor. Every time after their tryst, he couldn't immediately get up and go back. It was too obvious. Clothes couldn't hide it. People would find clues. It was really too painful for him to endure. That day, after dinner, They entangled for half an hour in a remote place near the back of the mountain. However, there was still the elders' assembly at night. Chu Wanning calculated the time and felt that it was about time. He told Mo Ran that he had to leave. However, Mo Ran calculated the time and felt that there was still time. He didn't want to let him go. His way of rejecting him was more violent. He didn't use words but directly kissed him again. There were some abandoned garden rocks in the forest. Mo Ran sat on one of the rocks. He hugged Chu Wanning and made him sit on his lap. In this position, the person sitting on the bottom would be slightly shorter than the person sitting on the lap. However, Mo Ran was born with a tall stature. In this position, he was at the same height as Chu Wanning. He kissed Chu Wanning for a long time. From his lips to his neck, Mo Ran nibbled on Chu Wanning's Adam's apple. Hearing the other party's low and suppressed breathing, Mo Ran felt even more uncomfortable. It was as if his heart was on fire. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to get away. He wanted to leave. However, his waist was soft and his legs wouldn't listen to him. Recently, Mo Ran liked this position very much. He could hug him so intimately. The tension made his whole body numb. Chu Wanning could even imagine what kind of heart-palpitating scene it would be if he didn't have clothes as a screen. Perhaps it was because he was really close to his limit. No matter how intense the kiss was, it couldn't relieve his desire. Instead, it added fuel to the fire. When Mo Ran released his wet red lips, his eyes were moist. He breathed heavily, his Adam's apple moving seductively. He focused on Chu Wanning, as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end he didn't say anything. He just fiercely bit down on Chu Wanning. He really bit down. Chu Wanning felt pain. However, it was very exciting. It was as if needles were pricking his acupuncture points. He trembled. The man was trapped by love. His throat was filled with fragmented and indistinct whimpers. He hugged the person in his arms and stroked that ink-black hair. He only felt that his Shizun was so good. It made people want to love him wholeheartedly. He also felt that his Shizun was so seductive. It made people want to fiercely and use all their strength to bully him. In the quiet air, the primitive atmosphere became thicker and thicker. Chu Wanning raised his head and slightly closed his trembling eyes. He felt very uncomfortable. This kind of hug and kiss was already like scratching an itch through one's boots. He felt so uncomfortable, let alone this young man who was hugging him. The corners of Mo Ran's eyes were burning red and slightly moist. He opened his mouth in a low voice. His voice was hoarse. There was some forbearance and also some grievance. Shizun, I beg you, I can't take it anymore. What did he want to do when he couldn't take it anymore? Chu Wanning thought of those fragmented and blurry dreams. His tailbone trembled slightly. He didn't make a sound. His ears were extremely red. Couldn't take it anymore. What did he want to do? Before Mo Ran once again held his red and swollen lips, Chu Wanning said in a low voice, almost inaudible, "Then don't do it here. Don't do it here." It meant that there could be more somewhere else. Mo Ran suddenly raised his head. He was pleasantly surprised. Then he fiercely kissed him again. He actually wanted to hold him like this and stand up. Chu Wanning only felt extreme shame. He couldn't restrain his anger. "Put me down." Mo Ran put him down, but he didn't forget to kiss him. "Shizun, where do you want to go?" Before Chu Wanning had time to speak, he heard a rustling sound from the nearby haystack. He was suddenly startled. His mind suddenly became clear. He immediately pushed Mo Ran away. The two people had just separated when they saw a person walking out from the dark of the bamboo forest. In his hand was a faintly swaying lantern. The hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind. That person was silent for a long time. His voice sounded, even though it was suppressed, it was full of shock and confusion. Why are you here?" Chapter 186. The person who came had a handsome appearance. His eyes were wide open, and the lantern shone on his face. Shuemeng. Chu Wanning was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how much Shuemeng had seen or heard. After a moment of silence, Mo Ran broke the silence first. "I have some matters to discuss with Master." Shuemeng narrowed his eyes slightly. When he walked over, he vaguely heard low breathing sounds in the woods. He thought it was a pair of disciples who didn't know what was good for them. and were having a private meeting at the back of the mountain. Logically speaking, Xuemeng didn't have the right to care about this kind of thing. Except for Wubei Temple and Shangqing Pavilion, none of the 10 major sects prohibited talking about dual cultivation. Although the peak of life and death had a so-called lecherous rule, it also referred to not going to brothels and not going against human relations. But who was Xuemeng? He was Chu Waning's disciple, the chief disciple. For so many years, Xuemeng had always treated Chu Waning's words and actions as his own standards. Since Chu Waning didn't like to see other people having private conversations, Xuemeng didn't care about anything else. He also disdained this pair of Dao companions holding hands and detested the dual cultivation. The back of the mountain was an important place where the boundary of the ghost world was easily damaged. How could they be so lovey-dovey in this place? Xuemeng wasn't happy at all. He carried the lantern and came to find trouble. He didn't expect that under the flickering lantern, the two people would be illuminated. Xuemeng was stunned, so he didn't even greet Chu Waning according to the rules. Instead, he blurted out, "Why are you here?" The boundary of this place was not broken, so it didn't need to be repaired. There were no fragrant herbs or rare flowers, so there was no scenery to speak of. It was located in a remote area, so it was impossible to wander around here. If he asked Xuemeng normally, he would say, "There are two people in the dark and silent. They don't want to walk on the open road. Nor do they want to sit in the beautiful back garden. They insist on going to a secluded place to talk. Young master, what do you think?" Xuemeng would definitely laugh coldly and say, "What else can we say in that kind of place? Words of love?" If he was asked again, "These two are both men, they have known each other for a long time. They are both unmarried, their appearance and status are similar. What kind of relationship does young master think they have?" Xuemeng would definitely roll his eyes and say, "What else could it be? Homosexual fetishes, it's disgusting." At this moment he said to him, "Haha, young master's words are incorrect. In fact, these two people are a pair of master and disciple. Young master, please don't be presumptuous." Most likely, Xuemeng would not even wait for her to finish before slapping the table in anger and shouting, "Ridiculous! What kind of scandal is this? Which pair of immoral beasts are they? I will immediately expel them from the mountain gate, from the peak of life and death." But at this time, if he were to be told that this pair of master and disciple, one was called Mo Weiyu, the other was called Chu Waning, then Xuemeng would definitely be stunned. All kinds of strange colors flashed across his face like a revolving lantern. In the end, he held his forehead and sat down, saying, "Then what I said earlier doesn't count. You ask that question again and start from the beginning. I feel that there must be a second possibility." That was the case. Xuemeng would definitely not, and really could not relate Chu Waning to any kind of chaotic, unruly, or unethical matter. So he immediately felt that he had heard wrongly. But he still felt that his mind was in a mess. He muttered to himself, "What do you want to say here?" Chu Waning was just about to open his mouth to explain, but Mo Ran lightly pinched his hand under the cover of his wide sleeves, indicating that he should not speak. If this person were to lie, even a 3-year-old child would not be able to deceive him. It was better to do it himself. And so, Mo Ran said, "Before evening, I found a sweet osmanthus candy rice cake here." Chu Waning. Xuemeng was dumbfounded. "What is it?" "A sweet osmanthus candy rice cake that has cultivated into a spirit." Mo Ran said in all seriousness, "It's only about 10 inches tall. It has a lotus leaf on its head and a tail. At the tip of its tail is a burning blue lamp." "What kind of monster is this? I've never seen it in the illustrated handbook." Mo Ran laughed. "I've never seen it before either. So I was wondering if the Confucian Wind Sect's demon subduing pagoda was destroyed a few days ago, releasing some extinct monster. So I brought Shizun here to take a look." Hearing him say this, Xuemeng immediately let out a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but he felt even more comforted in his heart. His tense face finally regained its liveliness. He walked over with the wind lantern in hand, looked around and asked, "Then did you guys find the sweet rice cake monster?" "No." Xuemeng glared at him. "I'm not asking you, I'm asking Shizun." Chu Waning said. "We didn't find it." Mo Ran laughed. That sweet rice cake probably saw Shizun and was afraid that Shizun would eat it as a dessert, so it immediately hid. Chu Wanning was stunned, then angrily rebuked, "Mo Weiyu, do you want to go to the library to copy books again?" After this commotion, Xue Meng's initial uneasiness gradually disappeared. He sighed in his heart. Really, just now, there was actually a moment when he vaguely felt that his Shizun and that guy Mo Ran had some kind of unclear relationship. It was really absurd. How could that be possible? His Shizun was the coldest holy water in the world. No one could touch him and no one could taint him. At this time, Mo Ran asked him, "Since we've talked so much, let's talk about you. What are you doing here?" Xue Meng mumbled, "I'm looking for vegetable buns for my mother." Mo Ran raised his eyebrows. "You mean that fat cat you just picked up?" "Yes. The orange one with the Wong character on its head. The one that only eats fish and not meat." "Yes, have you seen it?" Xue Meng sighed, looking very helpless. "It's so fat, but it can run very fast. I went to the front mountain, to the back mountain. I went to all the places that people can go, but I didn't see its shadow." He suddenly thought of something, and suddenly widened his eyes. "Ah, do you think it was eaten by the sweet rice cake monster?" Mo Ran actually wanted to laugh, but he held it in and coughed lightly. "Well, I see that sweet rice cake is so small. Even though it's a monster, it's not very useful. If vegetable buns meet it, the one who should be worried is not the orange cat, but the sweet rice cake." Xue Meng touched his chin, thought about vegetable bun's body size, and agreed, "Yes. You're right." Chu Wanning said, "The back mountain is dangerous. Don't go any further. I'll help you find it." Xue Meng hurriedly waved his hand. "I wouldn't dare to trouble you, master." Chu Wanning said, "I have nothing to do, so I'll help you look for it for a while. After that, I have to go to Dan Xian Palace to attend the elders' meeting. Mo Ran, come with me, it'll be faster." Mo Ran. He really admired Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning probably thought that his body was like a fire, burning and extinguishing at will, but he actually asked him to stand up and look for the cat at this time? Oh! He had not even extinguished it yet. Xue Meng saw that he was not moving, and his expression was strange, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Mo Ran said, "Nothing, I've been feeling a little uncomfortable since just now. You guys go ahead, I'll be there soon." Chu Wanning glanced at him, and suddenly realized that Mo Ran's clothes were different from his. Mo Ran was used to wearing black and gold clothes, which were very tight, and were very suitable for fighting. However, the flaw was also very obvious. If he did not wear a cloak, once the lower part of his body reacted violently, it would be very obvious. Chu Wanning didn't say anything else. In the darkness, her originally cold face suddenly reddened, as if the sunset had shone on a translucent ice. Extreme cold and extreme warmth merged and dyed her face with sparkling and translucent splendor. From that day on, Chu Wanning was unwilling to meet Mo Ran privately at the peak of life and death. Coincidentally, that period of time was also busy. The various sects felt that as long as Su Shuanglin lived, he could not sleep peacefully. They asked for help from the Heavenly Music Pavilion, which was a public trial organization independent of the 10 great sects. It was good at investigating difficult and complicated matters, but Su Shuanglin was too ruthless and did not leave behind any clues. The Heavenly Music Pavilion expressed that it was unable to help. At the end of the month, Li Wuxin could not wait any longer, so he sent out invitations to invite the leaders of the large and small sects, as well as the chief elders, to Spirited Mountain for a meeting. Chu Wanning and Xue Zhengyong naturally went as well. The last time all the heroes gathered at Spirited Mountain was when Xue Meng, Nangongxi and the others were discussing the sword. In the blink of an eye, the situation in the cultivation world changed dramatically. The seat that originally belonged to the Confucian Wind School was now empty. The Fire Phoenix Pavilion was also unable to recover from the setback. The new leader was a young man who even stuttered when he spoke, shrinking into the crowd and not uttering a single word. The masters of the Wubei Temple were very cautious in their words and actions, and did not say a single word to preside over the scandal. Xue Zhengyong recalled that day when all the heroes gathered and the scene was harmonious. He felt as if it was a lifetime ago, so he could not help but sigh in a low voice. After sitting down, Jiangxi was elected as the First Lord of the Reverend. He was to be the commander of the investigation of Nangongxiu. He was completely different from the previous First Lord of the Reverend, Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu was always smiling. No matter his position, he was always polite and did not like to offend people. What about Jiang Shi? When all the leaders showed the results of the voting and asked him to preside, he was already cold and indifferent. Without any trace of politeness, he sat down on the seat of honor that Nangong Lu had previously sat on. Before Nangong Lu sat on this seat, he tried his best to decline but gave in several times. He was more or less modest and respectful. After sitting on the seat, he earnestly spoke for half an hour, saying that he was indebted to everyone for thinking highly of him. Everyone, please support him. If he made a mistake, please forgive him. His saliva flew everywhere. Jiang Shi only had 3 words. It's my duty. He actually said that this seat should be his. Sect leader Jiang was really rich, really arrogant, really bad-tempered, and really thick-skinned. Shui Zhengyong suddenly remembered something. In a low voice, he muttered to Chu Wanning. He didn't come to the Spirited Mountain Conference more than once. Chu Wanning didn't understand these power struggles. He frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "I mean, ever since Nangong Lu became the first sect leader and the Confucian Wen sect was recognized as the first sect, Jiang Shi didn't come to any of the sect leaders' conferences." Chu Wanning looked at Jiang Shi for a while and said, "This person is proud and arrogant. It seems that he doesn't want to be inferior to a piece of trash." Shui Zhengyong felt wronged. "I don't want to be inferior to a piece of trash either." Chu Wanning smiled faintly. The sect leader is forbearing. It doesn't count as being inferior. As they were talking, one of Lone Mun's attendants suddenly came over. He stopped by their table, bowed, and then presented a brocade box. Shui Zhengyong turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The attendant shook his head and pointed to his ears and then to his mouth. He was actually a deaf and mute servant who couldn't speak or hear. Chu Wanning carefully observed him and found that this person was different from the other disciples of Lone Moon Knight. Around his neck was a silver snake-shaped collar. Han Lin Divine Hand? The mute servant noticed that Chu Wanning was looking at his collar. Nodding repeatedly, he bowed and raised the box over his head to present it to Chu Wanning. There was also an exquisite snake-shaped emblem on the top of the box. Shui Zhengyong looked at it and said to Chu Wanning, "He should be a direct disciple of Han Lin Divine Hand." Saying so, he then looked towards Lone Moon Ye's seat. Sure enough, he saw the number 1 medicine sect's grandmaster, Hua Bainan. Wearing a veil over her face, only her eyes could be seen, quietly staring at them. Chapter 187. Seeing that Chu Wanning had turned his head, Hua Bainan seemed to have a smile in his eyes. He stretched out a white and delicate hand from under the wide sleeve of his green silk robe and gently spread it forward, indicating that Chu Wanning should accept the brocade box in front of him. Chu Wanning nodded and said to the mute servant, "Many thanks." Seeing that he had accepted the box, the mute servant bowed low and returned to his master's side. Shui Zhengyong said in surprise, "Yu Heng, you know the Cold Scale Divine Hand?" "I don't know him." Chu Wanning looked at the box in front of him. "If I knew him, I wouldn't have to spend 2,500,000 gold at the Xian Yuan Club to buy his Xianxiang Du. Then why did he give you this?" "I don't know either." Chu Wanning said, "Open it and see." The brocade box was opened. Inside, there were 5 bottles of lustrous fragrant nectar and a letter. Chu Wanning opened the letter and read it. The contents of the letter were simple. It said that it knew that Grandmaster Chu had spent a high price to buy the dew at the Xianyuan Pavilion, and felt that the Xianxiang Du was not worth the price. It had always wanted to offer 5 more bottles, but had never had the opportunity to meet Grandmaster Chu. Now that it had met with such a good opportunity in Ling Mountain, it hoped that Chu Wanning would accept it. Shui Zhengyong immediately said, "I think he wants to make friends with you." If he did not accept this kind of gift, it would be a slap to the other party's face. Chu Wanning thanked Hua Bainan from afar, but handed the bottom of the brocade box to Shui Zhengyong. Shui Zhengyong said happily, "For me?" "Oh, for Elder Tanlang." Chu Wanning said, "I always felt that this Hua Bainan was a bit strange. Every year the Xianyuan Pavilion auctioned off so many expensive medicines for him, but they were all inflated. Could it be that he would compensate for them one by one?" Shui Zhengyong muttered, "I don't think it's strange. After all, there are high prices, but it's the first time I've heard of one as high as yours." Chu Wanning's face showed a bit of anger. It's just a need, what's so outrageous about it? Anyway, give these 5 bottles to Tanlang. I think that there shouldn't be any poison here. But it wouldn't be a waste to let Tanlang learn how to concoct the Xianxiang do. You don't need? Speaking of which, it was strange that those absurd yet incomparably realistic dreams were becoming fewer and fewer recently. Apart from the few days when he had just left the scholarly Wind sect, when he occasionally dreamed of some fragmented scenes, the rest of his nights were all good dreams. Xianxiang didn't Xianxiang. After staying in Spirit Mountain for 2 or 3 days, when he returned to the Peak of Life and Death, Mo Ran was no longer there. They all escaped from the Golden Drum Pagoda of the Confucian Wind sect. Xue Ming sighed. We caught a lot of them and locked them in our Sky Pagoda. But the Sky Pagoda isn't like the Golden Drum Pagoda. It's smaller, and the spirit stones and talismans embedded in it aren't as powerful as the Confucian Wind sects. If this continues, I'm afraid the Sky Pagoda won't be able to hold on. Xue Zhengyong said. Next time we come back to Li Wuxin, let him take some to the Jade Pool Mountain Manor and suppress it in his Holy Spirit Pagoda. Xue Ming smiled. That's a good idea. Xue Zhengyong said. Lone Moon can get some too. I heard that his Star-Seizing Pagoda is bigger than the Golden Drum Pagoda of the Confucian Wind sect. This time Xue Ming wasn't willing. He raised his dark eyebrows and said angrily, No. What's wrong? I don't like that dog Jiang. He's very annoying. Even if the Sky Pagoda explodes, I won't be willing to give him the demons caught by my sect. Chu Wanning shook his head. He didn't want to listen to the father and son bickering anymore, so he left first. He returned to the waterside pavilion to sleep. Sure enough, he had a good night's sleep without any old dreams to disturb him. When he woke up, the setting sun was already as red as blood. The color of night filled most of the sky, and only a trace of blood remained on the horizon. At this time there was no more food in the Mengpo lobby, but he was a little hungry. He tidied up his clothes and pushed open the door, preparing to walk around Wuchang town and eat some snacks. In the end, he happened to see Mo Ran returning from killing demons. He was walking on the long limestone steps that led to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. When he saw him, Mo Ran smiled. Master, I heard from Uncle that you were sleeping, so I wanted to wake you up. What's the matter? Nothing, he said. I just wanted to find you and take a walk together. It was really a coincidence. Chu Wanning felt a little happy because of the coincidence between them. In love, a little bit of congenial affinity was worth a person's mood being carefree. Where are we going? But they asked at the same time. Chu Wanning stared blankly for a moment. Mo Ran also stared blankly for a moment. Then he said, We'll listen to you. Again they said at the same time. Chu Wanning's 10 fingers clenched in his sleeves. There was sweat between his fingers. His eyes were black and hot, but he looked at Mo Ran calmly and steadily. Mo Ran couldn't help but grin. Anywhere is good. Chu Wanning was actually very happy, but he was still used to being indifferent. Even if his happiness wasn't indifferent, it was very rich, like the light red begonia flowers of the West Prefecture. He said, Then let's go. We'll go take a look around town and eat something. He didn't even ask Mo Ran how the demon slaying went, or if it went smoothly. Now that they were fated and had feelings for each other, they had a tacit understanding. When he stood outside the bamboo door and saw Mo Ran's black clothes fluttering in the wind, and the dark golden curly grass pattern on the edges of his clothes, he understood that everything was fine. There was no need to say more. They arrived at Wuchang town together. These past few years Wuchang town had been getting better and better. From the original 3 horizontal streets and 3 vertical streets, it had expanded to 6 horizontal streets and 5 vertical streets today. It was almost a full circle. When we first came to the Peak of Life and Death, before night fell, every household's wooden door was already closed. Outside the courtyard there were incense burners, on the door hung the Bagua mirror, and under the eaves hung the soul-calming bell. Chu Wanning looked at the people coming and going in front of him and the scene of the early evening lights. He said, Now, except for the name of this town that hasn't changed, I almost can't recognize the rest. Mo Ran laughed and said, With the Peak of Life and Death, the future will only be better. The two walked along the newly paved bluestone main street of the town. Along the way there were people blowing candy, people playing shadow puppets, stalls selling snacks and barbecue, and people eating gudong pots. There was a dazzling array of things, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Rows of lanterns hung on the heavenly street, illuminating the lively night market. When Mo Ran saw the gudong pot stall, he remembered that he, Xuemeng, and Xiaxini had eaten here together before. He smiled and pulled Chu Wanning, Shizun, eat this. This place has your favorite soy milk. They sat down on the small bamboo chairs that made creaking sounds. The weather was very cold, but the chef in charge of the dishes was extremely hot. He was shirtless, and while wiping his sweat, he moved over and asked, "Immortal monarchs, what do you want?" Chu Wanning said, "Mandarin duck pot." Mo Ran said, "Mushroom clear soup." "Don't you want to eat spicy food?" Mo Ran lowered his eyes and smiled. His voice was gentle and low. "I want to quit." Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. He vaguely understood why Mo Ran suddenly didn't want to eat spicy food anymore. It was like a fish swimming in the lake and bubbling in the pool of his heart, causing the water to ripple slightly. "You don't need to quit," Mo Ran said. "No, I just like it. I like to quit. I want to quit." He looked at Chu Wanning. His thick eyelashes fluttered and fell on the tips of his reddish ears. He smiled. He didn't continue the second half of his sentence. "I want to be like you. When eating hot pot, 2 pairs of chopsticks can reach into a lively pot. I don't want to be like you." Mo Ran ordered some stir-fried dishes. Unfortunately, the small stall didn't make exquisite desserts. He asked for 3 cans of soy milk in a fat porcelain pot, and then sat down to wait for the dishes to be served. There were people eating all around, men and women, old and young, with black hair and white frost. The steam from the soup pot rose up, and the fire from the pot rose up. Shouting and playing finger-guessing games, talking and laughing, and selfish desires all gathered into a lake and a sea of gentleness amidst the boiling smoke, the fragrance of the dishes, and the warmth of the wine. The world was so ordinary and the world was so lively. Before Mo Ran was 15 years old, he was starving and couldn't eat good wine and good food. After becoming the immortal trampling monarch, he was above everyone. But he still couldn't find such true peace. Now he had it. Suddenly a tongue of fire rose. It turned out that the man in charge of cooking put the food in the pot. The fire rolled up from the big pot and reflected a layer of fine copper oil on the shirtless man's body. The oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were added one after another. The strong muscles on his arms trembled. A plate of stir-fried food was ready in an instant. It was hot and immediately served to the table. Fried double crispy oil. The waiter who was helping shouted. In the previous life, the Emperor Ta was unsatisfied with all kinds of delicacies, but for some reason, he laughed out loud when he saw this fried double crispy oil. His slender fingers overlapped and touched his smooth chin. A pair of long and thick eyelashes moved slightly. At this moment, the brilliance of the 5 lakes and the 4 seas gathered on those 2 black curtains, dyeing the darkness very bright. Chu Wanning asked, "What are you laughing about?" "I don't know, I'm just very happy." Chu Wanning didn't say anything, but the handsome man opposite him smiled so charmingly. Inexplicably, it made his heart feel bright and cheerful. After eating, they looked up at the sky. It seemed like it was going to rain, but the people below didn't seem to care. They were still methodically enjoying this brilliant night. They walked past a lantern shop. Mo Ran suddenly stopped and stood there looking. Chu Wanning followed his gaze. It turned out that the old craftsman was attentively making a pagoda lantern. There was another very similar one that had already been made. There was a support at the bottom. It was a river lantern. "Uncle, can I trouble you to bring me this pagoda lantern?" He didn't ask for the price, nor did he ask if Mo Ran liked it. Chu Wanning walked over and handed the golden leaf to the old man who was seriously making the lantern. Then he casually handed the river lantern to his disciple who was standing behind him. "Take it." Mo Ran was surprised and happy at the same time. He was even a little confused. "For me?" Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He carried the half bottle of wine that he hadn't finished during dinner and looked left and right. His gaze fell on the small river in the distance. He walked in that direction. The light of the lantern flickered and then brightened again. The lantern was resplendent, winning the solemnity of the pagoda. Mo Ran held the river lantern and muttered, I wanted to light it up once since I was young, but I didn't have the money every year. Yes. Chu Wanning looked at him lightly. You're the poorest. Emoran smiled. The river flowed quietly and slowly. Chu Wanning didn't want to go down the stone steps. He was lazy, so he just leisurely crossed his arms and leaned under the covered bridge. The white-clothed Taoist leaned against the black pillar of the bridge, holding a wine bottle with a bright red tassel. He raised his head and drank a mouthful. Then he slightly turned his face. The dim light of the red lantern shone on his delicate face. His expression was indifferent, but there was an unconcealable warmth in his eyes. He looked at the happy man holding the river lantern by the riverbank, his hands and feet slightly clumsy. Idiot, what's so fun about this? But he still didn't blink as he watched Emoran walk to the riverbank and talk a lot with the pagoda lantern. Finally, he bent down and gently placed it on the river. A ray of golden red light reflected in the sparkling river. Emoran paddled twice on the water, sending the pagoda away. That day, Emoran stood by the dark riverbank for a long time. It was not a festival. Other than him, no one else put a lantern on the river. Only that tiny pagoda lantern emitted a weak but stubborn radiance. It traveled far and wide in the boundless night and cold water before turning into a trembling and bleak spark. In the end, it was swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Emoran stood there silently. No one knew what he was thinking. He saw until the end. Until there was no more light on the surface of the river. It rained a thunderstorm. The raindrops hit the duckweed and knocked on the white walls. Everyone laughed and exclaimed as they scattered. It was rare to see such a sudden downpour in winter. The stalls and peddlers scrambled to cover their pots and pans, tools and utensils. They pushed their small carts and hurriedly fled in all directions to hide from the heavy rain. Chu Wanning was also a little stupefied. Although the Hibernation Awakening Festival was not far away, it was still not winter yet. This rain was too heavy. He stood under the covered bridge. The rain and wind only wet the corner of his clothes a little. Emoran hurriedly ran up from the riverbank. His clothes were wet, his face was wet, and his eyes were wet. It was very dark. Looking at him, he smiled gently and embarrassedly. Cast a spell and dry yourself. Okay. Such heavy rain did not hinder the immortals from going out, especially great masters like Emoran and Chu Wanning. A small enchantment could make them return to the peak of life and death. But none of them opened this enchantment. Instead, they stood side by side under the pillars, waiting for the rain to stop. After waiting for a long time, the rain showed no signs of slowing down. The world was foggy and turbulent. The lively night market disappeared in an instant. It was like a watercolor diluted by the cold rain. A wet ink painting. Emoran said, "This rain doesn't seem to be stopping." Chu Wanning said lightly, "This rain seems to be sick." Emoran laughed out loud. After laughing for a while, he turned to Chu Wanning and said, "What do we do? We can't go back." Chu Wanning knew that he should answer him, "Don't you cultivate? Don't you know how to cast an enchantment? Why can't we go back?" But he was silent for a while. For some reason he did not say anything. But he also did not respond. He only raised his head and looked at the boundless night rain. His palms were slightly warm. There was a little sweat between his 10 curled fingers. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, his hands were held by Emoran. Whether it was his slight trembling, his slight heat, or his slight sweat, they all fell into Emoran's hands. Emoran looked at him. After a while his Adam's apple moved. Shizun, I want to. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say them. But his heart was numb and he could not swallow them. In the end, his black eyes were wet and hot. His words were warm and reserved, obscure and intimate. He said in a low voice, the rain is too heavy. Don't go back to the sect tonight. Such a long journey. You'll catch a cold. Chu Wanning did not react. He was stunned for a moment and said, "I'm not cold." "Then are you hot?" "I'm not hot either." Emoran's breath was hot. His chest rose and fell. Without waiting for Chu Wanning to answer, he held his hand and pressed it against his throbbing heart. He said in a low voice, "I'm hot." The rain hit the duckweed. But Chu Wanning saw fire in his eyes. He saw lava in summer. This young man was so anxious that he was almost pitiful, but also very cute. His voice was a little hoarse. Let's go to the nearest inn, okay? Let's go now. Chapter 188. Chu Wanning's heart suddenly tightened. The rain was too heavy, the weather was too cold and too hot. They could have gone back. But he used such lame excuses to take him to an inn. No matter how stupid Chu Wanning was, she would understand what he meant. Mo Ran was checking his pulse to find out his thoughts. If he shook his head, Mo Ran would not force him. But if he agreed, it meant that he was willing to do it with him. Do what with him? Chu Wanning did not know. Even if he knew, he was not willing to think about it. He only felt that his face was burning hot, a heat that even the heavy rain could not extinguish. He was very nervous and did not know what to say. He could only hold the wine jug by its narrow neck and wanted to take another sip. But the jug was almost empty. When the last trace of the slightly cold and thick pear blossom wine entered his throat, he lowered his head. The bright red tassels made his fingers look even more slender and white. He did not say anything. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Mo Ran was not a person who liked to drink. At this time, seeing him raise his head to drink, he suddenly asked, "Is there more?" "No." "You are so impatient. You drink so fast." Mo Ran said, lowering his head and gently kissing him on the lips. "Then I can only taste it." The pear blossom wine was mellow and sweet, with a faint osmanthus fragrance. But when he was 30 years old, Chu Wanning passed away. Mo Ran drank alone on the roof for a whole night. In the end, he only felt that there was no taste. It was bitter. Later, and after his rebirth, Mo Ran was not willing to touch wine anymore. It was too bitter. He kissed Chu Wanning's slightly cold lips. At first it was a light peck, then a careful touch. Then he separated, and then carefully kissed again. The sound of the rain rumbled, and the world was distant. There was no one under the veranda, and the curtain of rain became a natural curtain. They didn't know when it started, but they were hugging each other, kissing and entangling each other. Their lips and tongues were moist as they rubbed against each other. When they kissed fiercely, the sound of their faces blushing and their hearts beating was drowned out by the sound of the rain hitting the beam. Chu Wanning couldn't hear anything else. The sound of the rainstorm was deafening, and it struck his heartstrings like the roar of a drum. Unlike the cold raindrops, Mo Ran's breath was hot. His kisses moved from his lips to the bridge of his nose, to his eyes, between his eyebrows, and then to his temples. Chu Wanning couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. His body tensed up and his fingers clenched into fists, but he didn't want to make a sound. He rubbed his neck against his neck. Mo Ran nibbled on his earlobe and rubbed the tiny mole behind his ear. Chu Wanning trembled slightly in his arms. Mo Ran hugged him even tighter. He wanted to crush him all over, crush him into his own body, and knead him into his flesh and blood. His voice was low and hoarse. He whispered in Chu Wanning's ear, "Shizun," he called respectfully, but his hands were treacherously caressing the person in his arms. This young man had been in the pot for a long time, and the suppressed eagerness finally overflowed. The boiling water was bubbling, and the water was about to burn out. It was about to be boiled dry, but the firewood was getting stronger and stronger, tormenting him, tormenting them. "Come with me." Perhaps he was possessed, but he actually let Mo Ran hold his hand tightly and ran in the rain. It was so absurd. The rain was extremely cold, but when it fell on their bodies it felt like it was burning hot. Neither of them opened a barrier, nor did they buy an umbrella. It was as if they were about to lose their mana, as if they were the most ordinary people. They let the wind blow and the rain hit them. They hurriedly followed the swaying red lanterns in the heavy rain, and ran into an inn. The inn's waiter was yawning. He probably thought that with such a heavy rain, and this late, no traveler would come to stay. Thus, when he saw the two of them rush in wet, he jumped in fright. Mo Ran held Chu Wanning's wrist tightly. His palm was so hot that it seemed like it was going to evaporate the water. He wiped away the water droplets that were dripping down his handsome face. He said somewhat anxiously, "Stay." Okay. These are the keys to 2 rooms. There's a total of what?" Hearing that there were 2 rooms, Mo Ran became even more anxious. His throat moved, and his slender fingers curled up and knocked on the counter. No, we only want one room. The waiter stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Mo Ran and then looked at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning suddenly turned his face away. His face was burning fiercely. He calmly broke free from Mo Ran's grasp, and then said, "We want 2 rooms." The waiter was slightly hesitant, and then said considerately, "If you don't have enough money, 1 room is also fine." "We want 2 rooms. Chu Wanning was resolute and decisive. His gaze was like a knife, causing the waiter to take a step back. He didn't know what he did to provoke the white-clothed immortal monarch behind him, but he quickly handed over 2 keys in fear and trepidation, and received the money according to the price. Chu Wanning slowed his breathing, doing his best to make himself look as calm as usual. Unfortunately, his body was dripping wet, and there were even raindrops that seeped down his pitch-black eyebrows and into his eyes. He blinked, and his eyelashes became wet. "I'm going to sleep first. You go buy some ginger tea and dry towels and then come up later," Chu Wanning said in a serious and dignified manner. He even deliberately took a brass key from Mo Ran in front of the waiter, and then went upstairs alone. He looked very innocent. Mo Ran didn't say anything behind him, but he secretly felt that it was funny. He knew that Chu Wanning's face was thin. No matter what, he still had to put on an act for others to see. Chu Wanning came to the room. It was a single room and the bed was also narrow. He glanced at the bed, and only felt that his throat was very dry, and his face was burning fiercely. He didn't dare to take a second look, and only stood in the middle of the room. He didn't even light a candle and didn't know what he should do. His head was still dizzy, and he felt that all of this was so absurd, so sudden and so unexpected. How could it be like this? How could he stand here? How could he come here in the rain to mess around? How could he? Before he finished thinking, the door behind him opened and Mo Ran walked in. Chu Wanning's body suddenly tensed up, and his 10 fingers clenched into fists under his wide sleeves. He tried his best to feel the slight tremors in his bones, but he couldn't do it. This was the first time in his life that he was so confused and helpless, and handed the fuse of a kite to another person. His palms were very wet, and he didn't know if it was the rain or sweat. With a click, the door bolt was dropped, and it was so clear that it made people's hair stand on end, as if an executioner's knife was placed on the neck, and the smell of iron. It was like the sharp teeth of a cheetah, tiger, or wolf biting its prey, and the smell of blood. Chu Wanning suddenly felt a kind of fear that made him want to escape. Fortunately, he didn't show it on his face. Mo Ran opened his mouth to speak, and his voice was still gentle, not too hostile, but somewhat hoarse. "Why didn't you light a candle?" "I forgot." Mo Ran put the wooden tray on the table, and handed a small bowl with a hot bamboo hat to Chu Wanning. "Ginger tea, you wanted it? Drink it while it's hot." As he spoke, he walked to the window and lit the candlestick by the west window. The wind was blowing and the rain was slanting outside, and the room was very dark, but the grapevine-patterned window was open, and outside, the lights of other houses were dimly lit, and there was a faint glow. Mo Ran stood in front of the open window, by the beautiful and slender bronze candlestick with cranes and birds. The white curtain of rain set off his tall figure, and that silhouette was tall and straight, handsome and well-defined. When he fiddled with the flint, his thin and curly eyelashes were particularly clear, like 2 black butterflies. He was a cultivator, and it shouldn't be that troublesome to light a fire, but he was willing to act like the most ordinary person, and use the most ordinary method to quietly and steadily light that ray of light, so that the heart stamen would light up, and the candlelight would soften into red tears. The flint was polished, and just as he was about to touch the wick of the lamp, Chu Wanning suddenly said, "Don't light the lamp." Mo Ran's hand was suspended in midair, and he turned to look at him. "What?" Chu Wanning didn't know what to say, and could only stiffly repeat, "Don't light the lamp." Mo Ran was a bit sleepy for a moment, and then he looked at the person standing stiffly in the darkness, and slowly understood. Even if it was Wanya Yuheng, there would be times when he was afraid, there would be things that he feared, and there would be areas that he didn't know. Those people who had slept with him in his previous life, whether it was a man or a woman, all wished that the Emperor Ta could see their faces more. No one had ever asked for the lights to be extinguished, and they would rather have the red candles burning high in the night. They used all kinds of tricks, all kinds of flattery, and all kinds of charm to win the emperor's half an inch of affection. Mo Ran didn't feel sentimental. Whether it was Rongjiu at the beginning or Song Chotong later on, it was strange to say that he doted on them back then because he stubbornly felt that they were like Shirmei, so he kept them by his side. It was almost like an act of infatuation. But in bed, he never liked to look at their faces. He always just let them turn their backs to him. He didn't kiss them and he didn't like to touch them. Even in the boring and repetitive actions, his mind was clear. He even suddenly felt that it was very boring. It was really boring. He couldn't remember those smiling, flattering, orgasmic, and blushing faces under the candlelight. Now that he thought about it, those feelings had nothing to do with pleasure, and also had nothing to do with love. Instead, it was more like he was sinking into a quagmire of chaos, falling into it, making himself seem dirtier, deeper, and despairing. He hated that he couldn't dye his bones black. When it was dark to the extreme, he would no longer crave for light, extravagantly hope for redemption, and no longer dare to embrace the last ball of fire in the world. Very good. But why didn't he give up? No matter how much he told himself that life was hopeless, and that the world was dark, he would still reach out his trembling claws and abruptly strangle Chu Wanning's neck in the midst of the turmoil and torment in the unstable Shaman Mountain Palace, pressing him against the cold golden stone bricks, pressing him against the blue stone platform in the bleak courtyard, between the messy bedding on the pillows in the snow, in the hot springs, even in the high seats of the imperial court, in the ancestral hall, in the most solemn and respectable places, tarnishing him, looking at his face, kissing his neck, cheeks and lips, calling his name, tearing him apart. In fact, at that time Chu Wanning also wanted darkness, wanted to be turned off. He didn't want any light at all. But at that time Chu Wanning didn't say anything, didn't want to say anything, and didn't want to make any requests. Thinking about it, when he was under house arrest for 8 years, Chu Wanning only asked him for 2 things at the beginning and the end. The first was when he stepped into the Shaman Mountain Palace, he asked him to let Xue Meng go. The second was before he died forever, he asked him to let himself go. If he wasn't cold and disheartened, how could he be like this? Mo Ran put down the fire knife and flint, and didn't say anything for a long time. It was so long that Chu Wanning slightly relaxed his tense body. It was so long that Chu Wanning asked him softly, "What's wrong?" Mo Ran said, "Nothing." His voice was gentle, wet, and salty. He walked over and hugged the person who was still standing in the darkness. Both of them were still wet from the rain. Mo Ran hugged him and said, "Wanning." For a moment he suddenly wanted to tell him all those things in the past, but his throat was choked up like a fish bone, and he couldn't say it. He really couldn't say it. Now this hard-won warmth was too hard to come by. Whether it was for him or for Chu Wanning, it was too hard to come by. Even if he was guilty of 1,000 things, guilty of 10,000 things, he couldn't say it, and he didn't want to say it. He didn't want to wake up. He just wanted to have a good dream. Until dawn pierced his throat. There was no light, no fire. In the darkness, Mo Ran hugged him and kissed him. The kiss was very focused, and gradually became lingering. The room was very quiet, and the sound of the rain couldn't disturb the silence. They could hear each other's breathing, heartbeat, the touch of their lips, and the slight moist sound when they changed their angle. Chu Wanning tried his best to make his breathing normal, but it was useless. Under Mo Ran's kiss and caress, his chest gradually became faster and faster. He was originally a tall and well-proportioned man, but Mo Ran could easily hold him, cover him, and be as strong as a mountain. This man held him in a hot embrace. At first he pecked and kissed him lightly, but then he went deeper. He pried open Chu Wanning's lips and teeth. His warm and coarse tongue probed in, rubbing and entangling with her. He was like a person who was extremely thirsty drinking sweet dew, but also like a person who was burning with fire and wanted to use water to extinguish the fire. However, Chu Wanning's breath was not cool water to him, but pine oil. When poured into a fire, it burned endlessly like a beacon fire. It was unknown who first took off the other's clothes, but in the dark night, there was a mixture of throat moving and low swallowing sounds. Perhaps because of the hurried removal of the clothes at the waist, the intense movements hurt, or perhaps because of the throbbing of a long drought, there were occasional uncontrollable soft moans in the room, but more often than not, it was the excited panting of a male's desire. Chu Wanning's clothes were pulled open, and before he could get used to the slight coolness, He felt Mo Ran moving down, kissing his neck, then his collarbone, and then his lips sucked on his chest, moist and hot. Chu Wanning gasped softly. His neck tilted back, embarrassed and excited. His face was red, but fortunately it was dark. He thought that Mo Ran couldn't see the heat on his face, but he said softly, "Window, what?" Mo Ran looked up vaguely, and met Chu Wanning's drooping, moist eyes. He originally wanted to hear Chu Wanning finish his words, but with just one look, his scalp went numb, and the blood in his brain surged. He couldn't control the fierce desire, kissing him, rubbing him, hugging and kissing him for a long time. Then he slightly let go of Chu Wanning's lips, but was reluctant to let go, so he kissed him again and said in a low voice, "What?" "Window." Chu Wanning's heart was beating very fast. He didn't know how to breathe evenly during the long kiss, so his head was dizzy. "You haven't closed the window." Mo Ran went to close the window. The last bit of light was also blocked outside, and the bedroom was dark. The fire of desire was unrestrained. Mo Ran only felt that the blood in his body was burning hot. They stumbled, bumped into each other, and rolled onto the bed. The bed had been in disrepair for a long time, and it made a heavy creaking sound. Mo Ran didn't give Chu Wanning a chance to react, and was already on top of Chu Wanning's body, undoing the already messy white underwear. He felt Chu Wanning tremble slightly under his body, just like when they made love for the first time in their previous life. No matter how much he tried to control himself, Chu Wanning still trembled slightly. He couldn't control himself. Mo Ran felt tender and distressed. He cupped Chu Wanning's face, kissing his eyelids, lips, and chin. He whispered hoarsely in his ear, "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid." Mo Ran held Chu Wanning's trembling hand, intertwining their fingers. His hot and vigorous breath brushed past Chu Wanning's earlobes. He comforted him. "Leave it to me, be good." "It's okay." Chu Wanning wanted to say something. He wanted to fiercely say a few words or even 2 or 3 words, but he couldn't say anything. His mind was almost numb. He could only feel Mo Ran's tall and robust body pressing on top of him, his calloused hands rubbing his waist and back. He couldn't bear the stimulation. He slightly arched his body, but unintentionally pressed close to Mo Ran's chest. Mo Ran's underwear had long been removed, revealing his strong and muscular upper body. The astonishing heat and strength roasted him, melting and softening his whole body. The sweaty and wet bodies intertwined together, every inch of skin rubbing against each other, bringing out fire and sticky water. The panting in the room became heavier and heavier. It was all desire, all thirst. No matter how much they kissed, no matter how intensely they kissed, they were still thirsty, unsatisfied and unquenchable. Not knowing why, Chu Wanning's mind was in a daze, and some fragmented and blurry scenes flashed through his mind. The moving body, the weak legs, the bright red curtains and the bed. It was a dream he had, and suddenly it became clear in his mind. In the dream, Mo Ran was fiercely thrusting into him, holding his waist, his crotch fiercely hitting, penetrating deeply and fiercely. He didn't know if it was because of pleasure or some other reason, but in the dream, although Mo Ran's facial features were handsome, it seemed somewhat sinister, with a pair of beast-like eyes. Chu Wanning didn't have any doubts. He didn't know about this, but he thought that it was human nature to dream of such a realistic scene when desire came. But Mo Ran didn't know. He only felt that Chu Wanning didn't know anything, didn't know about men and women, and didn't even know how to make love between men. He was afraid of frightening Chu Wanning, afraid that the first time would hurt him, so he caressed Chu Wanning. The foreplay was sufficient. In this life he didn't want to make Chu Wanning so uncomfortable, so painful. Kissing, caressing, rubbing together, the desire grew stronger and stronger. Chu Wanning had never experienced this kind of stimulation before, and gradually he couldn't take it anymore. One of his hands was still tightly clasping Mo Ran's hand, while the other hand was silently gripping the bed. He wanted to go down and caress himself, but his face was flushed red. He didn't want to do such an embarrassing thing in front of the person he loved. But his lower body swelled so fiercely, it was burning hot, supporting a considerable hard object through his underwear. Chu Wanning only felt that he had lost all his face, and he was in great pain. He wanted very much to vent, to comfort, but he didn't want to. He was stubborn and ruthless. Gradually, his narrowed eyes became misty, and he was at a loss. He didn't know. Gradually, he didn't know anything. But deep in his bones, he seemed to know what to do, how men should make love with each other. There was desire and love in his chest. He loved the man on top of him, and he wanted to go to the sea of desire with him, and he wanted to sink into the abyss with him. Another scene flashed in front of his eyes. It was shaking, and Luli found it strange. So strange, how could it be at the peak of life and death, at the core heart palace? There was a flash of insight in his mind, but it was drowned in an instant. He saw that Mo Ran was sitting on a magnificent seat in the core heart palace, which was supposed to be a solemn place to welcome distinguished guests. Mo Ran was sitting there, but Luli was on top of Mo Ran, being hugged by Mo Ran face to face. He was naked and ashamed, but Mo Ran was wearing all his clothes, except for his underwear, which was covered by his dangling legs. Mo Ran was kissing him, pushing up and teasing him. He stared at Luli's face without blinking. He asked, "Do you feel good?" Luli seemed to see himself shaking his head in pain. Mo Ran put his finger into Luli's mouth and pried it open, as if he was trying to pry out Luli's moans. "Moan properly. Moan out." Luli refused. There were only small whimpers in his throat. Mo Ran stopped. He buried himself in Luli's body, holding Luli's waist and guiding him. His big hand slowly slid down and held Luli's butt. He pinched Luli's red finger and said in a hoarse voice, "Moan." "No." Luli was holding Luli's waist and butt, making Luli rub against his crotch slowly and deeply. Luli looked at Chu Wanning with teary eyes. Seeing that Luli was enduring and trembling, but still didn't make a sound, Luli began to hold Luli's narrow waist and poked him slightly from bottom to top. Because the range was small, Luli's thrusts were quick and dense. Chu Wanning felt like he was going crazy from the creepy friction. He felt like he was going to be poked through and through. "No, don't. It's not up to you to decide." The person on the seat sneered. Luli didn't move anymore. But his erect erection was ready to burst out, throbbing inside Luli's body with his heartbeat. "What's more, you feel good too, don't you? Look, you're hard." These words and effects were blurry, broken and turbid. It was like he was hallucinating because of the strong stimulation. Chu Wanning was lying on the bed in the inn in a daze. She was at a loss and trembling. Her lower body was so hard that it hurt. "What's wrong? What should I do?" The scene became more and more blurry, but he could vaguely make out that Mo Ran on the seat was suddenly thrusting fiercely from bottom to top, almost pulling his entire body out and then thrusting in again. It was too exciting. Luli finally couldn't take it anymore. He collapsed on the man's body and gasped for breath. The man was also gasping for breath, fiercely invading him and manipulating him. "You're moaning so coquettishly. Aren't you afraid of being heard by others? Damn it. Do you want me to *CK you to death?" It became more and more blurry, until it couldn't be seen anymore. It was an illusion, an illusion. If it was fake, then it was fake. It was an overlapping dream, a nightmare that wouldn't go away. But the feeling of being invaded and taken over by force was so clear. Was this the right thing to do? Chu Wanning half closed his eyes in a daze and said in a low voice, "Come in." Mo Ran was shocked. Chu Wanning knew what to do. How did he know? This was a person who had never even seen an erotic picture, a clean piece of white paper. How did he know? Is this the right thing to do? His face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. He muttered and asked the man on top of him, Where did you find out?" Of course, Chu Wanning was too embarrassed to say that he dreamt of it. That would make him seem licentious and shameless. He said vaguely, "I accidentally flipped through the library and saw it." Then he hurriedly added, "Someone put the wrong book?" Mo Ran naturally didn't doubt him. His heart was slightly moved, but he was also slightly moved. He kissed Chu Wanning's lips and the tip of his nose, then said, "You're too anxious." "Oh, anxious? Who was anxious?" Immediately, the blood in his mouth surged up. He was angry and humiliated, but Mo Ran leaned over and hugged him, chest to chest. He stroked Chu Wanning's hair and said gently, "It'll hurt." "Then don't." In order to save face, Chu Wanning said resolutely and decisively. Mo Ran laughed softly. His low and slightly hoarse voice was mellow and pleasant to listen to. He said, "You don't have to care about me tonight." His voice gradually became softer. Chu Wanning blinked. "How about tonight?" He saw Mo Ran's strong and muscular arms propping himself up and staring at him from above. Then he slowly sat up and moved down. This was something that had never happened in his dreams. What was he doing? Tonight, I just want you to feel comfortable. As he spoke, he leaned over and unbuttoned his pants before Chu Wanning could react. He looked at Chu Wanning's erect desire with a passionate gaze. Then he took it in his mouth. Ah! Her spine trembled as Chu Wanning cried out in alarm. She gasped for breath. What was this feeling? How could it be like this? How dirty! But it felt so good to be enveloped by his lover's warm mouth sucking on it. Her teeth carefully retracted, not touching his erect shaft. Emo Ran sucked on it. Hearing his rapid breathing and low panting, he raised his eyes and gazed at him tenderly, even indulgently. Emperor Ta. He had never done such a thing before. In the past he had never thought that he would do such a thing. But now he was willing, infatuated and even happy. Don't. How could you? Quick, spit it out. Chu Wanning's face was extremely red. He bit his lips and shook his head. His phoenix eyes that were usually as sharp as knives were now filled with lust and fear. So cute. Emo Ran sucked deeply. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He leaned on the bed and gasped for breath. His eyes were unfocused and gradually lost focus. He sucked back and forth a few times before retreating. A trace of lust hung on his lips and his eyes were moist. He asked, Darling, did it feel good? Chu Wanning felt as if there were colorful fireworks flowing in his brain. His whole body was dizzy, but he still remembered how Emo Ran called him. He only felt shame and sweetness. His bones were sore and soft. How could he? He was his master. He was so many years older than him. He was the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable. A deep and hoarse voice sounded in this quiet and dark bedroom. Emo Ran licked his plump and round shaft. The tip of his tongue was nimble and rough, rubbing against the place where Chu Wanning rarely touched. Chu Wanning was so stimulated that tears flowed out. Just like in his previous life, he was still willing to be intimate with Emo Ran. He didn't resist, so his Adam's apple moved and hoarse gasps escaped. He unconsciously closed his hazy eyes. When Emo Ran sucked him again and imitated the rhythm of thrusting and thrusting to please him, Chu Wanning impatiently reached out his hand. His slender fingers sank into the top of Emo Ran's black hair as he powerlessly resisted. Don't be like this. Dirty. But Emo Ran only raised his moist eyes and looked at him with his dark eyes full of lust. He said, I like you. I'm willing to treat you like this. I want you to be comfortable. How can it be dirty? He gently kissed the shaft that was so swollen that his veins were clearly visible. He said gently, everywhere is the best. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to lick and suck. Chu Wanning was so pure and was extremely inexperienced. How could he withstand such an attack? It was his first time doing it, so it didn't take long for him to release. When he was excited, he seemed to be unable to control himself and thrust, pressing against Emo Ran's throat. Emo Ran should be very uncomfortable, right? Heaven and earth were vast and boundless. Everything was lax, and only the pleasure of ejaculation was left. He had never thought of and had never experienced such intense pleasure. Even in such extreme pleasure, he was still vaguely aware of what he had done in the end. He wanted to get up and wipe Emo Ran's lips. He wanted to caress him, kiss him, and thank him. But his waist was soft, and his legs and feet were limp and numb. He couldn't get up. And when he looked over with trembling eyelashes, Emo Ran had already swallowed the turbid liquid he had spurted out. This knowledge made Chu Wanning's mind even more blank. The back of his neck was faintly numb and twitching. In the end, Emo Ran turned over. His burning hot body covered Chu Wanning's panting body. Emo Ran stroked his face. His lower body was still hard and stiff, pressing against Chu Wanning's lower abdomen. The man's eyes were perhaps a little red because of this, and there was a hint of a beast's aura. But he still gazed at Chu Wanning with a burning gaze and a gentle gaze. I love you. I really, really, really love you. It was the ambition of a wolf, but it was also the return of a prodigal son, carrying guilt, but still unwilling to give up. It was selfish, desperate, passionate, and longing. Love you. Chapter 189. The room was very quiet. The sound of heartbeat and breathing were very clear. The air was filled with a slightly fishy smell, but it was sweet. Lying on the bed, Mo Ran changed his position and hugged him from behind. He gently pecked at his eyelids and neck. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and the temperature of their bodies was shockingly high. They stuck together, rubbing against each other, entangling each other. Chu Wanning's head was still dizzy, and she didn't even dare to think about what they had just done. Everything was so absurd. But his heart was warm and fiery. Warm water surged under his chest, wanting to break through the ground. Suddenly, he heard the person in his arms whisper, "Then what about you?" Mo Ran froze for a moment. "What?" Chu Wanning coughed lightly. "You?" He didn't say anything else and turned over in the dark. A pair of bright eyes slowly looked into Mo Ran's eyes. Even though the surroundings were dark, Mo Ran felt like he saw Chu Wanning's face turn red. "You still?" Chu Wanning hesitated for a long time, but he still couldn't say it. In the end, he only lowered his eyelashes and said, "I'll help you." Mo Ran suddenly understood. He only felt sad and sweet. He hugged him and said, "Why are you so stupid? It's okay, we'll talk about it later." "Oh, I'm not stupid," Chu Wanning stiffly said. He didn't want to say that he was stupid. "Aren't you the stupid one? You like this? Don't you feel uncomfortable?" "Cough, I'll wait for you to fall asleep and then take a shower." Chu Wanning insisted. "I'll help you." "No need." Mo Ran hurriedly stopped him. Chu Wanning didn't say anything else. He seemed to feel that his clumsy appearance on the bed was inferior and embarrassing. He probably really wouldn't make Mo Ran feel good. Saying that he would take a shower afterwards was just to leave himself some face. The meaning was probably that he was better at using his hands than he was. He pondered like this and his face slowly cooled. Finally he said, "If you don't want it, then forget it." Mo Ran was slightly startled. Because of the lingering feelings of love, Chu Wanning's voice wasn't as impeccable as usual. It wasn't as indiscernible as usual. The unwillingness and indignation in his voice was too heavy. Heavy to the point that it was clear. Why was this person so stupid? How did he not want it? He wished that the night would never end and the storm would never stop. He wished that he could spend the rest of his life with Chu Wanning in this inn. He wished that he could eat the person in his arms inside and out, fuse with her body and intertwine with her soul. He even wanted to see Chu Wanning being bullied until she choked with sobs. He wanted Chu Wanning to have his aura in her body, to have his mark. But it would be uncomfortable. He had done it with Chu Wanning in his previous life. He knew that after that time Chu Wanning had a high fever for a long time. He couldn't forget that pale face with chapped lips. He only wanted to take it slowly, step by step. It didn't matter if he had to endure hard. He wanted Chu Wanning's first time to be comfortable. After that, he wanted to be able to feel excitement and enjoyment every time. He wanted to be able to taste the taste and sink into it with him. But Chu Wanning clearly misunderstood something. Mo Ran kissed his forehead and said in a low voice, "Why don't I want it? What are you thinking about? Why don't you see how I am now?" The man's hot breath was right next to his ear. His voice was wet. "How hard are you? You actually still think that I don't want you? Fool." Chu Wanning was furious. "If you call me a fool again, do you believe that I won't cut off your head? You." But his hand was caught by Mo Ran and brought to a certain place. Chu Wanning was shocked and couldn't say any more words. He only felt that the top of his head was steaming. "It's already like this. It's all because of you." In the dark night, he kissed his eyelids again. Then he went down and kissed his lips. He sucked, licked and rubbed his lips with infatuation. After kissing for a while, both of them couldn't control themselves. The love in the room became more and more intense. Their lips and tongues were sucking each other, and their legs and feet were entwined together. They rubbed against each other tightly. The fire of desire was almost visible to the naked eye. In the confusion, Mo Ran heard Chu Wanning say something in a low voice. He was a little unwilling and a little embarrassed, but his voice was still stubborn. "I also want to make you feel good." His voice was trembling at the end. Shame drowned him. Mo Ran's heart was about to melt. His desire was so strong that it was almost ferocious. Chu Wanning's hand was still held by him. This kind of hostility spread from his palm all the way to his spine. Chu Wanning could clearly feel the vigorous and hot state of the fierce blade that was described in the ranking list of the cultivation world. It was so thick, so hard and scalding hot. It was pressed against his body through his clothes. It was so strong. He felt that there was no way he could hold it in his mouth. Making love with this man could take his life. Chu Wanning finally understood. When Mo Ran said that it would hurt, he didn't worry for no reason. How could it hurt? It was obvious that he would be torn apart, cut open, and his body would be torn apart. But when he thought about how Mo Ran treated him, Chu Wanning didn't know where his courage came from. Or maybe he was originally a ruthless person. He was actually willing to lower his head and try. Mo Ran panicked. It was not easy to maintain his rationality now. If Chu Wanning really went to hold him, he was afraid that all the remaining warmth in his heart would be burned to ashes by the fire of desire. A man who was completely controlled by lust was a fierce beast. He had no rationality, no sense of propriety. He only wanted extreme pleasure and crazily wanted to possess. He knew that. He pressed down on Chu Wanning and said hoarsely, "Don't be like this, Wanning. It's okay. I'm just learning what you did." "You can't." Mo Ran's voice was like boiling water. His throat moved and he said bitterly, "You can't help it." Chu Wanning didn't understand what he meant. He was startled. "Can't help what?" Mo Ran cursed inwardly. He couldn't take it anymore. Chu Wanning's breath, voice, and body were making him lose the shackles he had put on himself inch by inch. It was burning him. He gasped for a while and suddenly got up. He flipped Chu Wanning around and pressed him onto the bed. Before Chu Wanning could react, he felt himself being pressed against the mattress by a fierce force. Mo Ran's hot and vigorous body pressed down and wrapped around him from behind. Almost at this moment, he felt that shockingly large thing through Mo Ran's thin clothes and fiercely hit his groin. Caught off guard, Chu Wanning cried out in a low voice. That voice was lustful and soft. It was something he didn't expect. Chu Wanning's face instantly turned red. His fingers tightly gripped the mattress and his lips were tight. He didn't want to gasp or cry out. "Can't help what?" He vaguely understood Mo Ran's words just now. Then he heard Mo Ran behind him while rubbing against him through the clothes. He said in a hoarse voice, "I can't help but want to come in and do you. Why don't you understand?" His hot breath blew on the back of his ear. The man's strong and muscular arm supported himself on the mattress with one hand and held his waist tightly with the other. His lower body kept moving forward, and his throat let out heavy and hurried gasps. After rubbing against him like this for a while, Mo Ran suddenly patted his buttocks and said in a low voice, "Close your legs." In a daze, Chu Wanning did as he was told. But he didn't see any movement. Just as he was about to turn around, an extremely hot and hard, thick and big weapon suddenly squeezed between his buttocks. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. His eyes were unfocused and his scalp was numb. Mo Ran took off his underwear. No longer covered by his large penis, it was dark and full of blood. The round head of his penis secreted a sparkling and translucent liquid and penetrated between Chu Wanning's buttocks. His penis was wrapped by the warm and tender inner thighs. He let out a sigh of pleasure and held Chu Wanning's waist. He imitated the action of real mating and thrusting in and out. Chu Wanning didn't expect that it could be like this. That thick penis rubbed against him. It was hot and lively, rubbing between his buttocks and legs. His waist was soft and his spine was numb. His eyes were covered with a layer of mist. He felt very confused and couldn't feel anything. He only felt the strong stimulation of being rubbed against by the man he loved. He gasped for breath silently. His cheeks were slightly tilted to the side and pressed against the pillow. His hair was scattered. Mo Ran's penis rubbed against his acupoint several times. As long as it was pressed and penetrated, he would completely invade his Shizun, invade this man lying on the ground. Chu Wanning was stimulated by this feeling of being occupied and penetrated at any time. His desire that had been vented rose again in this rapid movement. The man's buttocks hit his buttocks fiercely and passionately, crazily and thirstily. There were rapid patting sounds in the room. The smoky and burning hair on his buttocks rubbed against his legs. His skin was becoming more and more frenzied. Shizun, clamp a little tighter. The man's request was low and full of lust, causing people to involuntarily follow his instructions. Yes. Just like this. A little tighter. Fuck? His desire grew and his mind became hazy. His bestial nature and lust gradually swallowed up the man who was galloping and intertwining. Mo Rant's neck was slightly raised and he swallowed. His Adam's apple moved seductively. Shizun. Baby. You're so hot inside. The inside was roughly between his thighs, but it sounded so erotic. Those low and deep murmurs, filthy and rough words didn't feel dirty. Chu Wanning felt that he was probably going crazy. Listening to his panting, he felt his heart grow hotter and hotter, more and more uncontrollable. He asked softly, "Does it feel good?" "Good." Mo Ran slightly opened his eyes. They were moist, bright and chaotic. He leaned over and hugged him with his broad shoulders. He held him in his arms and pressed him on the bed. His upper body was tightly pressed together, entangling with each other. His lower body was fiercely colliding, becoming more and more wet and hot. He searched for Chu Wanning's lips. With one hand he held Chu Wanning's chin and kissed him passionately. Their mouths and tongues intersected, sticky and moist. His penis was doing its best to move between his legs, thrusting in and between his crotch. The bedpost was shaking as it tried its best to go deeper. His toes were pressed against the mattress and turned pale from the force. Under such manipulation, Chu Wanning even had the illusion that she was being invaded. He raised his head and kissed Mo Ran fiercely. Under the dark night he was shameless. He returned to his bestial nature and was full of love. That posture was erotic and irrationally seductive. Probably because the kiss was so intense, his heart was beating so fast that he couldn't breathe. Chu Wanning vaguely saw a broken scene. He didn't know where it was, but it was also on a bed. That bed was wide and covered with a bright red mattress. Legs and feet were intertwined, panting and hot sweat were all signs of lust. It was the same position, invading him from behind, but holding his face and kissing him. But his body was already stretched open. His swollen and fierce penis was fiercely moving in and out of his body. He didn't know how long it had been in there. It seemed to be using cream, so it didn't hurt that much. It was very hot and very wet. One of the tendons inside was stimulated and moved vigorously there. He heard someone shouting, panting and moaning. His voice was so soft that it was a mess. Who was it? Could it be himself? Mo Ran kept on penetrating him, endlessly, and gradually became more violent. His body was so swollen that he wanted to die. As if he was going to be penetrated. He didn't know why, but he felt so good and addicted. It was as if he had been trained. When Mo Ran penetrated him, even his legs were weak. But vaguely he instinctively moved back, rubbed and wanted to take in deeper. It was so uncomfortable. It was as if there was an insatiable stamen in his body that could only be resolved by sex. It was as if the strongest aphrodisiac in the world was destroying the most resolute person. He was falling, pandering and moaning in pleasure. Who was it? What a strange scene, what a strange dream, illusion, reality. What exactly was it? Chu Wanning, I'm F*** king you. Does it feel good? Look at how good you are feeling. Relax, why are you sucking so hard? I'll shoot inside you, I'll shoot all for you. It was a mess. He couldn't hear clearly, but it seemed to be like that. What was going on? Mo Ran's voice sounded like it, but also didn't. Mo Ran had never used such a distorted voice to speak. Never couldn't hear clearly. Should be fake, so messy. So messy. Behind him, Mo Ran was getting more and more rough and wild. His toes were on the mattress, and the pillow on the bed had been completely shifted. The man panted and shook, fiercely and passionately thrusting for a long time. In the end he hugged him tightly. They were like beasts in sexual intercourse. The top craved intense kisses, and the bottom craved wet and hurried sex. Wanting. Master. He was panting in a low and hoarse voice, calling out, going crazy with love. Baby. Mo Ran held Chu Wanning's waist tightly, pinching and rubbing. His plump buttocks moved fiercely, and his Adam's apple bobbed. He had reached his breaking point. His gaze was almost fierce. After the craziest thrusts, which almost broke Chu Wanning, he pulled the man in his arms, kissing and nibbling on his earlobes and neck. Mo Ran's rapidly rising and falling chest pressed against Chu Xiaoning's wet and warm back. He was on the verge of losing his mind. His other hand was holding the thick and ferocious penis. He could not bear the stimulation and groaned, pressing it against Chu Xiaoning's acupuncture point. After seeing how fierce and wild this thing was, Chu Wanning was really panicking. His spine was numb. He struggled. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come in?" "You wait a minute," Mo Ran panted and kissed his neck. He swallowed his saliva, and then leaned over to kiss Chu Wanning's cheek. "Don't be afraid, I won't go in. But I want to do it here." Mo Ran could barely control himself. His round penis was pressed against the slightly contracting acupuncture point. He cursed inwardly but didn't say anything. He only violently and thirstily rubbed against Chu Wanning's thighs, accumulating the pleasure of another explosion. In the end he rubbed himself, pressing his penis tightly against Chu Wanning's orifice. With a low roar he spurted out. Streams of semen spurted out from the acupuncture point, dripping down his inner thighs, and rubbing against the mattress. It was extremely messy, smelly, and obscene. Chu Wanning's entire body was trembling, spasming slightly. Mo Ran couldn't help but reach his hand forward, holding Chu Wanning's sex organ, and fondling it passionately. Chu Wanning was almost crushed by shame. His cheeks burned as he said in a low voice, "No, don't touch anymore. I already..." Mo Ran's eyes were shining, and he murmured infatuatedly, "And I know you already did it." Chu Wanning was very humiliated, and the corners of his eyes were moist. He said fiercely, "You don't say that word." "What word?" "Oh," Mo Ran reacted belatedly, and then laughed deeply. "Okay." He kissed him, but the movements of his hands were not polite at all. "But Shizun, I still want to see your orgasm." This young man's work was really too good. Chu Wanning was completely helpless. Very soon, he was stimulated to the point that he came for the second time. How could he endure this kind of pressure, this kind of indulgence? Moreover, his head seemed to be in a daze. There were always some vague broken shadows in front of him, and hazy voices in his ears. He felt very sleepy, very tired. "Wanning." He heard Mo Ran call him from behind. It was so gentle, so touching, so affectionate. After the two people vented their desires, they calmed their breathing and panted. Mo Ran stroked him, kissed him and gratefully held him in his arms, guarding him like a treasure. Chu Wanning was dizzy, his back naked. He leaned on Mo Ran's broad and warm chest in a daze for a while. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning Chu Wanning woke up. The sky shone into the room through a crack in the window. He heard the sound of raindrops hitting the tiles. The rain was very heavy, and it did not stop. He felt a slight headache. The fragments that flashed by last night were like fish scales rolling in the water trough, shining with a mottled and sticky light, floating and sinking. He wanted to recall, but those scales sank deeper and deeper, and finally completely swallowed by the darkness. Then he remembered what he did with Mo Ran last night. His whole body suddenly froze, and his face quickly burned red. He wanted to get up, but Mo Ran's strong arms were still hugging him from behind. His chest was still pressed against his back, rising and falling evenly. Mo Ran was still not awake. He waited like this for an unknown amount of time. The time was not so clear in this dark bedroom, but it should have been a long time. So long that his arms were a little numb. So long that his rapid heartbeat slowly slowed down. So long that it was not so awkward. Chu Wanning finally turned over, face to face, and looked at Mo Ran's sleeping face. He was very handsome, a rare handsome face in the world. Whether it was his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose, or his lips, they were all the best. But his brows were slightly furrowed, as if there was a heavy thought that could not be dissolved. Chu Wanning looked at this face again, and silently looked at it for a long time. So long that he finally could not help it. Gently, for the first time, he took the initiative to kiss Mo Ran's face. Then he gently moved Mo Ran's arm away, sat on the edge of the bed, put on his underwear, and went to get a clean white inner robe. There were many fanciful creases on the robe. Chu Wanning tried to smooth it out, but to no avail. He could only put it on like this, and secretly hoped that the people at the peak of life and death would not see anything strange. As he thought this, he folded the robe. Suddenly, someone hugged him from behind. Chu Wanning jumped in fright, although the only thing he showed was that his hands slightly froze. Emo Ran had already woken up at some point. He got up, hugged him and kissed his earlobe. Shizun. He did not know what to say. It was the first time in his life that he met someone so honestly. Chu Wanning was fine, but Emo Ran also felt a little shy and awkward like a newlywed. After a while he softly said, "Morning, what morning? It's too late." Chu Wanning did not turn his head, minding his own business as he put on his robe. Emo Ran suddenly laughed, with a faint nasal sound. Then he reached out and helped Chu Wanning arrange the pendant around his neck. "This is to ward off the cold. You have to keep it close to you or else it will be useless." Chu Wanning seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at him. Last night when they were making love, he felt that Emo Ran had tied something around his neck, but at that time he was dazed and did not look at it. Now that he looked carefully, it was actually a dragon blood crystal pendant that matched his own. Chu Wanning was stunned. "When you were at Confucian Wind Sect, didn't you say that this was the last pendant?" How? He suddenly shut up. Because he saw Emo Ran looking at him with a smile, his dimples showing, his gaze soft. He suddenly understood Emo Ran's selfishness at that time, and suddenly felt a little hot. He turned his face away, sullenly no longer speaking, and only buried his head in tidying his own clothes. "Let's go back early." In the end, he did not dare to look at Emo Ran, only saying, "I'm afraid that someone will see something if we're late." Emo Ran obediently said, "I'll listen to Shizun." But after a moment of silence, he suddenly felt that his ambition was not dead, and his blood was not cold. He pulled Chu Wanning, who had finished putting on his boots and was about to stand up, and leaned over, gently kissing him on the lips. "Don't be angry. Once we go back we'll have to endure it. I want to keep it to remember." Emo Ran smiled, the tip of his finger touching Chu Wanning's lips. "Shizun, you're so good." Because of this "you're so good," Chu Wanning was still a little absent-minded until they walked back to the mountain gate. He felt that the one who was good was not himself but Emo Ran. This young man was handsome, gentle and focused on loving him. Sometimes it even made Chu Wanning feel that it was very unreal. He felt that this person was too perfect. How could he belong to him, who was so dull? He belonged to him, who did not even know how to say a decent word of love. But when Emo Ran stared at him, his expression was so serious, without a trace of falsehood. When Emo Ran kissed him he was so emotional, as if his breathing was controlled by Chu Wanning, and everything was handed over to him. Even if his actions last night were clumsy, his words were dry, and sometimes he was distracted, but Emo Ran did not feel disappointed. When he woke up in the morning, he was still willing to kiss his lips and say, "You're so good." Shizun. He suddenly came back to his senses, and saw that under the red begonia flower barrier, Emo Ran was smiling and waving at him. "Where are you going?" "Come this way, that's the Red Lotus Pavilion. Let's go to the Mengpa lobby to eat first, then you can go back." In the Mengpa lobby, Emo Ran was still sitting in front of him, but there were people coming and going around and it was very noisy. They were not as calm as before, and lowered their heads to eat the food in their bowls. The group of disciples who liked to bet on Chu Wanning could not help but whisper to each other. "Why isn't Elder Yu Hung talking to Senior Brother Emo today? Not only is he not talking, he doesn't even look at him. It's so strange. Senior Brother Emo is not picking food for Elder Yu Hung either. Isn't he usually quite fawning over him? What's wrong with them? Did they quarrel? Oh, would you still sit at the same table after quarreling with your Shizun?" Haha, that's true. Just as they were whispering to each other, they suddenly saw Chu Wanning stand up and pick up his bowl to add some porridge for himself. Midway, his white robe fluttered past them, and the group of busybodies stopped talking, and obediently buried their heads in eating steamed buns. After Chu Wanning returned to her seat, they began to murmur among themselves like rats again. "Don't you guys feel that Elder Yu Hung is a bit strange today?" Someone immediately nodded. "Yes. I can't tell what's strange, it seems like it's his clothes." 5 or 6 pairs of eyes secretly looked for a long time, and suddenly a young disciple clicked his tongue and said, "It seems a bit too wrinkled, not as meticulous as usual." When he said this, everyone found that it was indeed so, but no one thought in that direction. After muttering for a long time, They all felt that Elder Yu Hung must have gone to the forbidden area in the back of the mountain last night to get rid of some evil spirits and repair some small sky leaks or something. These disciples admired him, looked up to him, and at most found him interesting, but no one would truly treat him as a person of flesh and blood with desires. So even if Mo Ran and Chu Wanning's actions were not so discreet, even if many clues were revealed, they did not pay attention. When a person was put on the altar by everyone, then he could only not speak, not move, cut off all emotions and desires, and be cold and indifferent. Otherwise, one wrong move in a chess game would be a mistake. So later, when Mo Weiyu and Chu Wanning's feelings were made public to the world, many people felt that their gods had collapsed, felt angry, felt disgusted, felt unimaginable, and could not accept it. But they had all forgotten that to put a person on a high pedestal and worship him, to force him to take every step according to the expectations of the crowd, to force him to live for the demands of the crowd from head to toe, to not allow him to have the slightest selfish desire, this in itself was a very cruel and forceful thing to do. Chapter 190. After that day, Chu Wanning and Mo Ran didn't have a chance to meet in private for the time being. In the middle of Sichuan, the heavy rain didn't stop. It was like a demonic phenomenon. A large number of dead fish and shrimps appeared in the surging rivers outside White Emperor City. Among the people, there were many water-type demonic beasts. Almost all the elders and disciples of the Life and Death Summit rushed to every village to kill demons. Because Chu Wanning and Mo Ran were both extremely powerful, they weren't arranged to waste their strength in one place. One went to the Three Gorges port, the other went to Yi Province. The Confucian Wind School had 100 years of foundation. Countless demonic beasts were imprisoned in the Golden Drum Pagoda. Once they were destroyed, they regrouped and chaos finally appeared. In addition to the middle of Sichuan in Yangzhou, Lei Province and Su Province, which were originally peaceful areas of the upper cultivation world, there were frequent cases of demonic beasts eating people and massacring civilians. For a time, many sects' manpower and energy were divided, so the search for Su Shuanglin's whereabouts was even slower. Mo Ran's spiritual power was amazing. Now that he was even more steady, it only took him 4 days to quickly stabilize Yi Province. When he returned to the Life and Death Summit, he heard that Chu Wanning had already returned. He couldn't help but feel happy. Without resting, he wanted to go to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion to find him. However, the water pavilion's door was closed. When he asked again, Xue Zhengyong said strangely, "He's in closed-door meditation. Didn't Yu Hung tell you?" Closed-door meditation again? Mo Ran was shocked. Is Shizun injured? What injury? Didn't you say it was because of his mental cultivation method? He has to go into closed-door meditation every 7 years. Last time when he was in closed-door meditation you even went to look after him. How could you forget? When Xue Zhengyong said this, Mo Ran suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a matter. At that time, he had just become Chu Wanning's disciple. Only half a year later, Chu Wanning said that when he was young, he was too impatient to cultivate his mental cultivation method and had an old illness. Although it wasn't a big problem, he had to go into closed-door meditation every 7 years for 10 days. In 10 days, Grandmaster Chu's cultivation had weakened to the point where he was close to a mortal. He needed to meditate in order to recover. During this period of time, he only had 2 hours to recover his divine sense, drink some water, and eat some food. The rest of the time he couldn't be disturbed and he couldn't be injured. Therefore, Chu Wanning would set up the strongest barrier around the Red Lotus Pavilion in advance, only allowing Xue Zhengyong, Xue Meng, Shimei, and Mo Ran to enter, so that they could safely cross the tribulation. Not long before the last time he went into seclusion, he had a conflict with Chu Wanning because of the matter of plucking flowers. After he was punished by Chu Wanning, he was somewhat disheartened, so he didn't accompany his master during the 10 days of seclusion. Instead, he ran to help his uncle organize the library. Thinking of the past, Mo Ran felt uneasy, so he immediately said, "I'll go see him." "You don't need to go." Before he entered the pass, he said that just like last time, Xue Meng will guard the front 3 days, Shimei will guard the middle 3 days, and you'll accompany him for the last 4 days. "I just want to take a look at him." "What's there to see?" Shuizhengyong said with a smile. Last time didn't Meng-er and Shimei accompany him? What are you worried about? Moreover, if you go, Meng-er will have to talk to you when she sees you. It won't be good if you disturb Yu-hung. Mo Ran thought about it and agreed, so he didn't go. That night he didn't sleep. When he thought about how Shuimeng was alone with Chu Wanning in the Red Lotus Pavilion, he felt sour and very uncomfortable. Of course he knew that Shuimeng was pure and didn't have any interest in men, but he still felt uncomfortable and awkward. He tossed and turned for most of the night, and only managed to sleep for 2 to 4 hours when the sun was about to rise. After waking up, Mo Ran felt that he couldn't do it. He still couldn't help but want to see Chu Wanning, even if it was from afar. Although the Red Lotus Pavilion's door was closed and there were barriers everywhere, Mo Ran was Chu Wanning's disciple, so the barriers wouldn't stop him. As for the wooden door made of green bamboo, it was nothing more than a decoration. Mo Ran used his qinggong and smoothly landed in the courtyard. Every time Chu Wanning meditated and cultivated, he was used to sitting in a bamboo pavilion deep in the lotus pond. It should be the same this time. As expected, he saw from afar that on the misty pond, among the lotus leaves, there was an elegant bamboo pavilion. Chu Wanning sat quietly on the ground, his white clothes spread out on the ground. Shuimeng stood beside him. She probably felt that the sun was shining brightly outside, so she tied up one side of the snow gauze so that her Shizun could also bask in the sun's warmth. The first rays of the winter sun entered the pavilion, illuminating Chu Wanning's slightly pale face. Probably because he felt this warmth while meditating, his face gradually regained some color. After a while, Chu Wanning's forehead gradually dripped with sweat due to the circulation. Shuimeng took a snow-white handkerchief and wiped it for him. After he was done, he couldn't help but raise his head and look left and right. He muttered, "So strange, why do I feel like someone is staring at me?" Mo Ran wasn't staring, he was staring. His expression seemed calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He felt that Shuimeng held the handkerchief and wiped Chu Wanning's forehead a little too long. The distance was a little too close, and the look in his eyes was a little too ambiguous. In short, he threw all kinds of groundless accusations at Shuimeng. He just felt unhappy and irritated. Mo Ran couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't want to stay here and suffer, so he planned to leave. But he didn't control himself and stepped a little too loudly. Shuimeng immediately threw out a glittering plum blossom dart full of spiritual power. He shouted sternly, "Who is it?" The plum blossom dart was a small matter, and he caught it with his bare hands. But when he heard his shout, Mo Ran's heart almost jumped to his throat. He hurriedly rushed out of the bamboo forest, across the lotus pond, and lightly jumped into the bamboo pavilion. Shuimeng opened his eyes wide and said in shock, "How did you?" "Softer." Mo Ran immediately covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "Why did you shout so loudly?" "Whoa." Shuimeng struggled for a long time before he suddenly broke free from Mo Ran's hand. His face was flushed red, and he angrily ran his fingers through his messy hair. He said angrily, "You're still talking about me? Why were you hiding in the bushes like a little thief?" "Oh, I was afraid that you would be as noisy as you are now. Master can't hear me even if I shout." Shuimeng said angrily, "The muting curse. Didn't you see that Master has already cast the muting curse on himself? Unless you break the curse, he can't hear you even if you shout into his ear." He continued to ramble. Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. "The muting curse? Then why did Uncle say that he was afraid that I would disturb you?" "My father must have thought that you were too tired after coming back from Izhou, so he wanted you to rest first." Shuimeng was speechless. How can you believe his words? Why don't you think about it first? Every time Master goes into closed-door cultivation, he always casts this or that curse on himself first so that we can feel more comfortable next to him. You don't even use your brain. You're so stupid. Mo Ran? Seeing that Mo Ran was about to sit down in the pavilion, Shuimeng hurriedly pulled him back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mo Ran said. "Since that's the case, I'll stay too." Shuimeng said, "Who wants you to stay? We agreed that I'd be the one to guard for the first 3 days. You're trying to be obedient to Master again. Go, don't steal my job. Can you take care of him by yourself?" "How can I not take care of him? It's not the first time I've taken care of Master's closed-door cultivation. Seeing that Xue Ming was angry, Mo Ran didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, he was about to leave. Suddenly he saw a teacup on the table. The leaves were wide, the color was dark, and there was a faint fragrance coming from it. He asked, "Is this the cold fragrant snow tea from Kunlun?" "Huh. How did you know?" How could he not know? This tea was Xue Ming's favorite. Xue Ming was always willing to give his favorite things to Master, but he didn't think carefully about whether these things were suitable for Chu Wanning or not. The cold fragrant snow tea is cold. Master has a cold constitution. If you give him this tea, will he feel comfortable? Xue Ming was stunned for a moment. His face was a little red. He explained in embarrassment, "I didn't think that much. I only know that the cold fragrant snow tea is good tea. Go exchange it for some rose tea and add 2 spoonfuls of honey. When he wakes up, make water for him to drink. I'll go make some snacks and bring them to you in a while." Xue Ming wanted to save some face for himself. He hurriedly said, "You can't eat snacks. These 10 days you have to fast." "I know, but Uncle said it's okay to eat a little," Mo Ran said. He waved his hand and left the bamboo pavilion. He walked out of the water pavilion. "See you later." Xue Ming stared at his back. He was in a daze for a while. When Mo Ran was far away, he lowered his head and couldn't help but look at the side of Master's neck, the faint purple mark he accidentally saw yesterday. Under the sunlight it was even clearer. It didn't look like a mosquito bite, nor was it a wound. Xue Ming was no longer a 14 or 15-year-old person. Although there were some things that he hadn't experienced, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything. This mark on Chu Wanning's neck made him very uneasy. He thought of all kinds of details, especially the movement he heard that day in the back of the mountain. He kept telling himself that it was the sound of the wind, the sound of the wind, but that vague haze in his heart seemed to envelop him again. Under the countless strands of smoke, it seemed that something strange was gradually revealing its original appearance. Under the warm sun, Xue Ming didn't know why, but he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but shiver and frown. Because of this uneasiness, on the 6th day of Chu Wanning's seclusion, Xue Ming made a decision. He planned to secretly follow Mo Ran and see what was going on. This was the last day that Shirmei served Chu Wanning. The shift change was supposed to be at midnight, but Mo Ran had eaten dinner at the Mengpa lobby early in the morning. He took a box of snacks and went straight to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Xue Ming didn't expect that he would want to take Shirmei's place at this time. He didn't eat the rest of the food and chased after him. He followed him all the way to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Mo Ran walked in from the front door. He paused for a while, then imitated what Mo Ran had done before, and climbed over the wall to enter. At this time, the sun had not yet set, and the crescent moon had already risen. The sky had shed its colorful and flowing makeup, leaving only the remnants of redness at the corners of the eyes that had not been wiped away. The magnificent sunset glow was all faded away, and the makeup was greasy. It was swallowed up by the dark night, and the stars were like water. Mo Ran carried the food box and watched from afar as Shirmei walked into the bamboo pavilion with his back to him. He didn't seem to hear Mo Ran's movement and stopped in front of Chu Wanning. Mo Ran smiled and was about to greet him when he suddenly saw Shirmei's hand flash with a cold light. He pointed at Chu Wanning, who was meditating. Mo Ran stared blankly for a moment. His mind flashed and he suddenly shouted, "Shirmei!" A chill ran down his spine and his hair stood on end. In his 2 lives, he had experienced too many life and death separations. To this day, even the slightest movement could make him nervous. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. This Red Lotus Pavilion once held Chu Wanning's body for 2 years, until the day he died. He actually didn't like this place very much. When he stepped into the pavilion, he could always think of the last days of his previous life. Chu Wanning lay in the lotus, his eyes closed forever, no longer alive. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that the Red Lotus Pavilion was a disaster zone with a bottomless throat that would swallow the last flame in the world. Shirmei turned his head and lowered his hand. The silver light was hidden in his sleeve. Mo Ran? Why are you here? Mo Ran's heart was beating wildly. He couldn't catch his breath. He didn't care about anything else. He frowned and said, "In your hand, in my hand." Shimei was stunned. He raised his hand again and saw that he was holding a comb. It was made of pure silver, and the back of the comb was inlaid with spirit stone slags that could soothe the meridians. Emo Ran was at a loss for words. After a while he said, "You are combing Shizun's hair?" "Yes. What's wrong?" Shimei looked him up and down. Then he frowned slightly. "You don't look well. Did something happen outside?" "No, I was just—" He couldn't finish his sentence. His face turned from pale to slightly red. Fortunately, the night was dark so no one could see clearly. After a while, Emo Ran turned his face slightly and coughed. "It's nothing." Shimei still looked at him silently. Then he seemed to understand something. His expression was slightly dazed. He said hesitantly, "Do you think?" Emo Ran hurriedly said, "I didn't." After all, Shimei was someone who treated him very well. He was someone he saw as family. Emo Ran was also shocked by his misunderstanding at that moment. He felt very sorry for Shimei, so he blurted out, "I didn't." Shimei didn't speak. After a long time he said, "Emo Ran. I haven't even said the second half of the sentence." Shimei sighed softly. "Why are you in such a hurry to deny it?" As soon as he said this, it was clear that Shuremo understood that Emo Ran had mistaken the silver comb in his hand for a fierce blade. Although this was because of the fear of Chu Wanning's death in 2 lives, no matter who was standing with their back to Emo Ran, whether it was Shuemeng or Shuezhengyong, he would probably tremble at that moment. But facing Shimei, Emo Ran calmed down. His heart was still uncomfortable. He lowered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry." In his memory, Shimei was always gentle and kind when dealing with people and problems. She was rarely cold or scolding others. But tonight, beside the lotus pond, Shimei looked at Emo Ran for a long time without saying anything. The wind rose. The lotus leaves in the pond flipped and the red lotuses danced. Shimei said, "It's fine that you're not as good as you used to be. But Emo Ran, we've known each other for almost 10 years. How can I be so unbearable in your heart?" His voice was gentle and calm. There wasn't too much anger in it, nor was there the slightest bit of grief. Emo Ran looked into his eyes. They were 2 clear pools of spring water. It was as if he had seen through everything, but he didn't want to care about anything. He didn't want to say anything. Shimei handed the silver comb to Emo Ran. He said lightly, "Before Shizun closed his eyes to meditate, he told me to braid his hair. Since you're here, I'll leave it to you." Shimei. But the extremely beautiful man had already walked past him. His footsteps were gentle, but he didn't look back. He left the Red Lotus Pavilion alone. Chapter 191. In this world, the most important person to Emo Ran besides Chu Wanning was Shimei. Emo Ran used to think that he treated Shimei out of love. Although he later found out that wasn't the case, he still treated him well and cherished him. Even though he gradually felt that Shimei had become a stranger. He felt that this tall and charming man was like another person. Even though that bowl of wontons was only sent by Shimei on behalf of Chu Wanning, no matter what, Shimingjing was still the same Shimingjing from back then. He was the companion who smiled at him and extended his hand to him in the darkness. He was the senior who accompanied him, and was willing to comfort him when he was lonely and unwilling. Thinking about it, Shimei was also an orphan. He didn't have a single relative in this world. Shuemeng was also proud and arrogant. Although he had a good relationship with Shimei, after so many years, Shimei had never called Shuemeng by his name. Instead, he respectfully called him young master. The only one who could truly call Shimei a friend was probably only him. In the end, he also hurt his heart. Shuemeng hid in the bamboo forest. He crossed his arms and watched for a long time. He saw Emo Ran standing there motionlessly, playing with his silver comb. He seemed to have something on his mind. After waiting for almost an hour, Shuemeng didn't see any movement. He started to feel like an idiot. What was he thinking? Why did he think that there was some kind of relationship between Shifu and Emo Ran? Was his brain damaged? The more he stood there, the more he felt awkward. The more he fought, the more he felt that he was baffling. After standing there for a while, Shuemeng turned around and wanted to leave. But as expected, they were fellow disciples. He and Mo Ran made almost the same mistake. In a moment of relaxation, he didn't control his footsteps. Mo Ran stood up and said in a deep voice through the gauze curtain, "Who is it?" Under the moonlight, Xuemeng walked out unwillingly and awkwardly. He looked away and coughed softly. Mo Ran was stunned. "What are you doing here?" "Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps." Xuemeng didn't dare to look into Mo Ran's eyes. His gaze drifted. He spoke with conviction, but his face turned red. "I just wanted to see Shizun." Mo Ran's heart stirred as he vaguely understood the possibility of Xuemeng following him. His face couldn't help but stiffen, but he quickly adjusted his expression. Before Xuemeng noticed, he regained his composure. "Since you're here, why don't you sit for a while?" Xuemeng didn't refuse and followed him into the bamboo pavilion. Mo Ran asked him, "Do you want tea or wine?" "Tea." Xuemeng said. "You'll get drunk if you drink wine." There was wine and tea on the table. Mo Ran lit a small red clay stove. In the night, the fire lit up, illuminating his facial features. He boiled the 8 treasures tea on the stove. The 2 brothers sat on the bamboo pavilion bench and leaned against the pavilion pillar, waiting for the water to boil. Xuemeng asked him, "Why are you here so early?" "Sure, Mei should be on duty for another half the night. I had nothing to do, so I came over." Mo Ran smiled. "Aren't you the same?" Xuemeng thought for a moment. Seemed to be true. Mo Ran should be the same as him, just concerned about his Shizun. After all, after the Battle of Skysplitting, Mo Ran had gradually changed. Now that many years had passed, he was poles apart from that haggling youth. The disciple Chu Wanning saved with his life had finally grown into an upright man. Lowering his eyelashes, Xuemeng muttered to himself for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Mo Ran asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just remembered the last time you were in closed-door meditation." Xuemeng said, "At that time you still didn't accept Shizun. After 10 whole days you only came to see him once. Then you said you weren't capable enough, that you were afraid you wouldn't be able to serve him, so you ran to your father's place to organize the books. At that time I was still angry at you. I didn't expect that after 7 years you would become like this." Mo Ran was silent for a moment, then said, "People change." Xuemeng asked, "If I gave you another chance and let you go back to 7 years ago, would you still run? What do you think?" Xuemeng seriously thought about it, then said, "I'm afraid I would want to spend 10 days and 10 nights by Shizun's side." Mo Ran lowered his eyes and laughed. "Humph, what are you laughing at?" Xuemeng changed his position, one leg propped up on the bamboo pavilion bench, his elbow resting leisurely, his head tilted back slightly, his gaze moving to the corners of his eyes as he looked at his cousin. "Right now, you and I both have the same feelings for Shizun. What I think you shouldn't be too different." Mo Ran lowered his eyes. Xuemeng's eyes widened. Then he looked at the wind chimes in the corner of the pavilion. He said, "Very good. When Shizun died, I resented him for using his life to exchange for yours. But today it seems that you aren't completely heartless." Mo Ran didn't know what to say, so he made another end sound. The bells jingled, tinkling in the wind. After a moment of silence, Xuemeng couldn't help but turn his head, his eyes burning, his brows slightly furrowed. He suddenly asked, "Actually, there's something I want to ask you." "Speak. Tell me the truth. That day in the back of the mountain, Mo Ran actually knew that Xuemeng had always wanted to ask this question. After so many twists and turns, he still couldn't escape. He waited for him to continue. But Xuemeng stammered for a long time, his face white then red then white. In the end, he still couldn't say those words. He just stared at Mo Ran and said, "Are you really looking for sweet-scented osmanthus candy and rice cakes?" The water boiled and wisps of steam rose and fell in the cold night, converging and dispersing. The 2 people's gazes met. Xuemeng's eyes were full of anxiety, flashing with flames. Mo Ran's black eyes were like an ancient well without ripples, bottomless. "You can drink tea now." Xuemeng suddenly grabbed his arm and stared at him. "Are you really looking for sweet-scented osmanthus candy and rice cakes?" Mo Ran paused for a moment, then broke free from his hand. He went to the table and picked up the pitch-black cast-iron pot, filling a cup for each person. Then he raised his eyes and said, "If we're not looking for sweet-scented osmanthus candy and rice cakes, What else could we be doing? You. Shizun wouldn't easily deceive you. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe him. Meng was like a little snake that had its weak spot pinched. The hand on his knee spasmed slightly, then he suddenly lowered his head and said, "It's not that I don't believe him. Then let's drink tea." Ran sighed. "What are you thinking about all day? It's all nonsense." He lowered his head and blew on the steam. In the dense steam his face looked so handsome, but it was also a little blurry, like the moon in the water, making people unable to see him clearly. The Eight Treasures tea was warm, and the taste was salty and mellow. Meng slowly drank a few mouthfuls, feeling that the gurgling heat gradually calmed his frantic heartbeat. He finished the tea, but the cup was still warm and steaming. Meng lowered his head and suddenly said in a daze, as if he was talking to Ran, but also as if he was talking to himself, "I really care about him too much, that's why I think so much. Even the slightest movement, I know." Ran said, "I feel the same." Meng turned his face and looked at him. Ran leaned against the pavilion pillar. The tea in his cup was not finished. He drank another mouthful, then said, "Just now, because of this, I misunderstood Mei. At least you're better than me, you're not so impulsive." Meng was slightly surprised. "No wonder you saw him leave after saying a few words to you. What did you misunderstand about him?" "Oh, it's fine if you don't say it." Ran smiled bitterly. "I can think more than you can." Meng wrinkled his nose. "He's a pitiful person. During the famine, people exchanged children for food. If father didn't save him, he would have become the meat in the famine. Mei has always been very good to you. You can't bully him." Ran said, "Yes, I know. I was just too impulsive before, I won't do it again." The two of them guarded Chu Wanning in the pavilion, one word at a time, and chatted with each other. This feeling was very strange. Under the moonlight, Ran looked at Meng's handsome, naturally arrogant face. This was the person who opened a hole in his chest in his previous life, and every time they met, it was accompanied by tears and blood. He didn't expect that they could still talk so calmly. Under the moonlight in the lotus pond brewing tea and wine. Yes, brewing wine. After drinking the tea, Meng didn't plan to leave. Ran heated up another pot of wine and drank a few cups. As long as he didn't get drunk, it was fine. But he seemed to have overestimated Meng's alcohol tolerance. Among the four of them, Chu Wanning was the one who didn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. He was also considered passable. Mei's alcohol tolerance was very poor. But the most hopeless one was Meng. After 2 cups of pear blossom white, this person was a bit dizzy and spoke with a lisp. Ran was worried that he would cause trouble, so he quickly put away the wine and didn't let him drink anymore. Although Meng's consciousness was muddled, he hadn't completely lost it. He was still conscious and his face was bright red. He smiled and said, "It's good that you put it away. I can't drink anymore." "Okay." Ran said, "Go back and rest. Can you walk by yourself? If you can't, I'll send a message to Uncle to come over." Oh, he doesn't need to come over, he doesn't need to come over." Meng smiled and waved his hand. "I can walk back by myself. I know the way." Ran was still worried, so he put a finger in front of him. "How many is this?" "1." He then pointed at Chu Wanning. "Who is this?" Meng smiled. "Big brother immortal." "Speak properly." "Aha, Shizun, I recognize you." Meng hugged the pillar and laughed. Ran frowned and silently cursed Meng. Why was this guy's alcohol tolerance getting worse year after year? He still wasn't at ease, so he pointed at himself and asked, "Then what about me? Look carefully, don't joke around. Who am I?" Meng was stunned for a while. At this moment it was as if time had overlapped with old memories. That year at the Mengpa lobby on New Year's Eve, Meng was also drunk. He recognized Mei's face and said that Chu Wanning was his big brother immortal. Then he looked at Ran and laughed, saying that Ran was a dog. Ran looked at him calmly, preparing to secretly beat Meng up if he said the word dog again. Then he would call Shizun over to take this little drunkard back. But Meng just stared at him blankly for a while. He didn't know what kind of strange expression was on his face, but in the end, he opened his mouth and slightly pouted, as if he was going to say the word dog. Mo Ran wanted to reach out and cover his mouth. Big brother. Before he could raise his hand, Xuemeng looked at him with hazy eyes. Slowly, softly he called out, Big brother. Mo Ran was stunned, as if he had been stung by a bee. The stinging pain spread into sharp pain, and the sharp pain became numb because of the poison. His throat was blocked and he couldn't say a word. He could only stare blankly at Xuemeng's face. Young, arrogant, high-spirited facial features. On this face, Mo Ran was used to seeing hatred, anger, and disdain, but he had never seen his expression at this moment. Xuemeng stroked the Longcheng saber at his waist. Mo Ran didn't hesitate to kill the big demon spirit, and seized the supreme grade spirit stone to give it to him to embed in. Without this saber, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to win first place in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. Without this saber, perhaps he could only be reduced to a nameless cultivator, bearing the injury of Zhongyong. When he was awake because of various reasons, because of his self-esteem and face, he had never properly said a word of thanks to Mo Ran. But in reality he was very uncomfortable. Every day when he cleaned Longcheng, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions, all sorts of feelings. Especially after returning from the Confucian Wind sect and finding out that it was Mo Ran who saved him from Su Shuanglin, Xuemeng suffered even more. After waking up and hearing that Mo Ran and Chu Wanning's whereabouts were still unknown, he cried bitterly. Everyone thought he was only crying for his master. Only Xuemeng himself knew. That night, he hugged the Longcheng saber as he lay on his sickbed, gazing into the darkness, and said hoarsely, Big brother, I'm sorry. Where are you? Are you and master? Are you all right? Mo Ran couldn't speak and he couldn't move his feet. His entire body seemed to be fixed, standing stiffly in place. Yesterday's events were like flowing water, rapidly flashing before his eyes. He thought of the peak of life and death in his previous life. Xuemeng went up the mountain alone, standing in the desolate Shaman Mountain Hall, and asked him about Chu Wanning's whereabouts with red eyes. Xuemeng said, Mo Weiyu, turn around and look. He thought of when he became the Emperor Ta. Xuemeng and Mei Hanshua ambushed and assassinated him. In broad daylight, Mei Hanshua blocked his path. Xuemeng angrily shouted, his face twisted sinisterly, and the saber stabbed into his chest, causing blood to spurt out like a hurricane. Xuemeng said, Mo Weiyu, no one can save you. There is no place for you in this world. He thought of all the grudges, the anger, the passion, the dancing of dragons and serpents. He thought of the day Chu Wanning died in this life. Xuemeng suddenly jumped up and roared as he pressed him against the wall. His carotid artery bulged, and he roared like a trapped beast, How can you say he won't save you? How can you say he won't save you? Suddenly his mind flashed and his eyes seemed to light up. Perhaps it was because Mo Ran stood stiffly like this for too long, so long that it reminded him of his earliest, most vague memories. He seemed to have seen two youths. One was extremely thin, cowering in fear, like an abandoned dog used to being whipped. He squatted uneasily in front of the small table in the disciples' room, squatting on the bench. His small hands were tightly clenched, protecting his knees, motionless. That was himself. There was another youth with a face as white as snow, proud and cute, like a proud and dazzling little pheasant with bright wings. He stood with a beautiful curved sword at his waist, one foot on the chair, and used his dark round eyes to look at him disdainfully without blinking. My mother asked me to come and see you. The youth Xuemeng hummed. I heard you're my cousin? You look so shabby. Mo Ran did not say anything and lowered his head. He was not used to being stared at like this. Xuemeng asked, Hey, what's your name? Mo? That Mo. What? Tell me, I don't remember. I'm asking you a question, why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? After not saying anything, the youth Xuemeng was so angry that he laughed. Everyone says you're my cousin, but look at how timid and skinny you are, running away as soon as the wind blows. How can I have such an embarrassing older brother? What a joke. Mo Ran lowered his head, and was even more unwilling to talk to him. Just like that, he was silent. Suddenly, a bright red color appeared in front of him. The person who gave him the red color was too rough, and it almost poked the tip of his nose. Mo Ran was stunned for a while, and then realized that it was a stick of candied haws. For you. Xuemeng said. I can't eat it anyway. He brought a box of snacks and casually threw it on the table, as if he was giving alms. But Mo Ran looked at him in a daze, and only felt that he was very generous, very generous. In the past, no one was willing to give him so many things, not even kneeling to beg. This, what? Shuemeng frowned. What do you mean by this, what do you want to say? This stick, can I eat all of it? Actually, just one is enough. If you can't eat it, Are you crazy? Are you a dog? Eat other people's leftovers? Shuemeng opened his eyes wide, and said in disbelief, of course it's all yours. This whole stick, this whole box is all yours. The lacquered box of snacks was exquisitely made, and there were red-crowned cranes and auspicious clouds painted with gold powder. It was a style of grandeur that Mo Ran had never seen before. He didn't dare to reach out his hand, but his black eyes kept staring at the box. Shuemeng was a little scared, so he simply raised his hand and opened the box for him. A rich milky, fruity, red bean paste, and mud mixed together, 3 horizontal and 3 vertical, a total of 9 snacks. Some were golden and crisp, some were pink and soft, and some had crystal clear skin, and one could faintly see the soft red bean paste inside. The young Shuemeng didn't even look at it, and pushed the whole box of snacks in front of him and said impatiently, hurry up and eat. If it's not enough, I still have more. I can't finish it all, just enough to share with you. This young master's attitude was bad, and his tone was also bad. His round eyes were rolling up, and his nose was up in the air, looking down on others. But the snacks that were handed to him were sweet and soft. After 2 lifetimes of bitterness and blood, that faint sweetness seemed to return to the tip of his tongue. Mo Ran looked at Shuemeng's drunken face under the moonlight, and Shuemeng also narrowed his eyes, looking at him. After a while Shuemeng laughed, but because he was drunk no one knew what he was laughing about. He let go of the pillar he was hugging, as if he wanted to go over and pat Mo Ran's shoulder, but his steps were unsteady, and he stumbled into Mo Ran's arms. Oh brother! Mo Ran stared blankly, and then slowly lowered his eyes, lightly patting Shuemeng's back. The night wind blew, and his scattered hair covered half of his handsome face, so no one knew what kind of expression Mo Ran had. After a long time Shuemeng, who couldn't hold his liquor, fell asleep in his arms. At this time Mo Ran said hoarsely, Shuemeng, I'm sorry, I don't deserve to be your brother. Chapter 192. On the day when Chu Wanning finished his seclusion, an uninvited guest came to the peak of life and death. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, someone knocked on the door of the Red Lotus Pavilion anxiously. Mo Ran was helping Chu Wanning change his clothes. He had just finished his cultivation and was in a daze after 10 days of meditation. When he heard the knocking, he said coldly, come in. Mo Ran laughed. Pfft. What are you laughing at? Master has set up a barrier at the door. Apart from me and Shuemeng, who else can come in? Only then did Chu Wanning remember and lift her hand to undo the barrier. A disciple rushed in to deliver a message. He reeked of alcohol and looked like a headless fly. Elder Yu Hung, bad news. There's a big demon at the door of the Core Heart Palace. The two looked at each other and rushed to the Core Heart Palace. From afar Mo Ran saw a huge gourd running around the square. A group of elders and disciples were watching it, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mo Ran said, a big demon? The fat gourd said, gulu 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 bo. Seeing Chu Wanning and Mo Ran, Shuejinyong's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, Yu Hung. You woke up at the right time. We're saved, we're saved. Come quickly. Chu Wanning was still a little confused. However, he was born with a cold face. Even if he was confused, his face still looked unfathomable. Another monster that escaped from the Golden Drum Pagoda. Shuejinyong's face was bitter. He was angry and amused at the same time. It's the wine-colored gourd. Chu Wanning looked up at the huge gourd that was running around. It was as tall as 2 people and emitted the luster of mother of pearl. The mouth of the gourd was emitting pink smoke and wine. It was indeed the legendary wine-colored gourd demon. Chu Wanning said, this demon won't hurt people, but it can make people drink. The wine-colored gourd was chasing a group of young disciples all over the place. As soon as it caught up with one of them, it would immediately split open its mouth and start to spray wine into that person's mouth. While it was spraying, it also made an unknown gulu-gulu bo sound. Chu Wanning. I heard that it only accepts people who can drink better than it. Shuizhong said. Yuheng looked. Chu Wanning rubbed her temples as she felt a headache coming on. She rushed down the stage and summoned Heaven's Inquisition, placing it in front of the wine gourd. Don't run away, he said. I'll drink with you. The fat gourd was overjoyed. It swayed back and forth and the crack immediately opened. With a puff, a mouthful of wine sprayed towards Chu Wanning's handsome face like an arrow. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning dodged, calmly avoiding the mouthful of wine. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light, and the fat gourd was tightly restrained by Heaven's Inquisition. Another way to drink it. Do you have a cup? Gulubo. The fat gourd spat out a small gourd ladle. It was filled with wine. Bo. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Wanning sat on the ground and began to drink with the wine gourd. Gulubo. Not bad. Give me another. Bo. Do you have pear blossom white? Bo. Shuizhong said in shock. Yu Heng, you seem to understand what it's saying? Yes. Chu Wanning said. I can understand a little of what this kind of demon is saying. The wine-colored gourd said. Bo. Mo Ran smiled and said, Shizun, what is it saying this time? Chu Wanning said, it's talking to me. It said that it hasn't been in the sun for a long time. The wine-colored gourd seemed very happy. It didn't know why, but it seemed to understand Chu Wanning's words. It intimately went over and poured him another ladle of wine. Is it pear blossom white this time? Bo. I don't like red wine. Bo. The wine-colored gourd poured the wine away and replaced it with another. Everyone was stunned and they were all speechless. They watched the man and the demon drink from morning to noon. The man was not drunk, but the demon was happy. Everyone was dumbfounded. More and more people gathered at the entrance of Dan Xian Palace. Shueming and Shimei also came. Mo Ran saw Shimei and remembered the misunderstanding. He felt guilty and wanted to apologize to him. Unexpectedly, Shimei saw him and turned to leave. Shueming saw the trick and nudged Mo Ran with his elbow. He seems to be angry that you misunderstood him last time. Mo Ran was worried. What should we do? Go have a chat with him. If you guys are like this, I'll be stuck in the middle, Shueming said. Go, it's none of your business here anyway. Mo Ran glanced at Chu Wanning, who was drinking with the wine-colored gourd. He felt that there would be no problem for a while, so he said to Shueming, I'll go find him first. You stay here and look after Master. If anything happens, tell me immediately. It didn't take long to catch up with Shimei. Mo Ran stopped him in front of the sword dance field. Shimei. Shimei stopped and turned around. He looked at him quietly. Mo Ran, what's the matter? No. Mo Ran waved his hand and frowned. I'm here to tell you that what happened last time was really my fault. What do you mean? Mo Ran was stunned. His eyes widened slightly. What? Shimei's expression was still light and gentle. He brushed his hair back as the wind blew. Was it when you misunderstood what I was going to do to Master at the Red Lotus Pavilion? Or was it when you didn't sit at the same table as me when we were eating in Jade Cold Village? Or was it even earlier? When Master woke up, I went to bring you wine, but you didn't say more than a few words to me. Which one? Mo Ran didn't expect him to mention something that happened so long ago. He was at a loss for a moment. After a long time he said, You were angry with me that early? Shimei shook his head. Not angry, but I still care. Mo Ran, ever since Master was reborn, you've been deliberately distancing yourself from me. Mo Ran was speechless. He was indeed deliberately distancing himself from Shimei. The two of them used to be so close that Chu Wanning could see it clearly, but he always felt that something was missing. When they were young, the window paper between them hadn't been broken. Later on, Mo Ran understood his feelings, so he didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Shimei. He had thought of telling Shimei clearly, but he didn't think it was appropriate. He had never confessed to Shimei, so he didn't know what kind of feelings Shimei had for him. If he rashly ran over and said that he wanted to cut off their relationship, it would be too sudden and too presumptuous. So in the end, he thought that it would slowly fade away. Shimei quietly gazed at him. After a while he said, "When you first came to the peak of life and death, I told you that I have no parents and not many friends. From now on we are family." "Yes. Then why did you change?" Emoran was very sad. He suddenly felt a little confused. He didn't know why he distanced himself from Shimei like this. Since returning from the world of spirits and souls, had he ever said more than 100 words to Shimei? The two of them used to be inseparable, but now they were gradually drifting apart. Emoran couldn't help but hesitate. Did he go too far? He said, "I'm sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about." Shimei turned his gaze away. "Forget it. That's all. Don't be angry. If you're angry, I don't feel good. You've always been very good to me." Shimei finally smiled faintly. "I'm very good to you, but what about compared to Shizun?" Emoran said, "It's not the same." Shimei looked at the distant Qingdai and said, "I remember you told me before that I was good to you because I gave you a lot of warmth. What about Shizun?" Emoran said, "He gave me my life." Shimei didn't answer for a long time. In the end he sighed. "It's the same." Emoran saw him like this and felt even more uncomfortable. He said, "There's nothing to compare. Everyone is different." Shimei didn't wait for him to finish. He turned his face to the side. Against the wind, he raised his hand and patted Emoran's chest. "Okay, you don't have to say anymore. I know what you mean. In fact, I'm not that calculative. But I'm really sad that you misunderstood me like this before. Yes, let's move on. Don't think about it anymore." Emoran's black eyes were warm. After a while he nodded and said gratefully, "Okay." Shimei's slender figure leaned against the jade railing of the sword dance field. He looked down at the trees below. After a while, "Let's go back." "What did you want to say that year?" They opened their mouths almost at the same time. Emoran was startled. "Which year?" Shimei said, "The year when the heavenly split." Only then did Emoran recall the unspoken confession he had made when Kai Dai had shattered the heavens. He froze for a moment. Shimei said, "You didn't finish telling me that year. I don't know what you wanted to say. Can I ask you now?" Emoran was about to answer when he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the Dan Xian palace behind him. His and Shimei's expressions changed. Emoran said, "It's from Shizun." Shimei didn't have time to chat. He said, "Let's go back and see." The two turned around and rushed back to the main palace. When they arrived at the gate of the Dan Xian palace, they found that there was a second fat gourd in the square. Emoran was shocked. "What is this?" Shuizhengyong covered his face and said, "A wine-colored gourd? How many are there?" "Two. One is wine-colored and the other is wine-colored. They are twins on the same stem." Shuizhengyong's head was about to explode. "The one who competed with you hung in drinking was the younger one. This one is the older one." Emoran's eyebrows twitched. After a while he reacted. "The wine-colored gourd likes to compete with others. That wine-colored gourd." He turned around with a pale face and looked at the spinning pink fat gourd. Shuizhengyong said awkwardly, "The wine-colored gourd can do anything to tempt others. It only listens to the purest person." Emoran turned his head and said, "Shui Meng." Shimei said, "Why isn't Shui Meng here? Where did he go?" Shuizhengyong pointed at the wine-colored gourd. "He's already in the gourd. He said he wanted to share Yu Heng's burden." Emoran let out a sigh of relief. "That's okay. If even Shui Meng isn't purest, then there's no purest person in the world." Just as he finished speaking, there was a pung sound. Shui Meng was spat out of the wine-colored gourd and landed heavily in the middle of the crowd. The movement was so loud that everyone looked over. Even Chu Wanning, who was drinking with the wine-colored gourd, turned his head. Shimei said in shock, "What happened?" Someone else said in shock, "Even young master." Cough, cough, cough. Shui Meng's face was flushed red as she staggered to her feet. Her eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment as she roared at the perverted gourd. You monster, you shameless bastard." Emoran looked back and forth. Shui Meng had unknowingly changed into a golden red robe. He found it funny and curious. "What is this?" Shuizhengyong could only hold his forehead, speechless. Shimei said, "I've heard of this before. The wine-colored gourd isn't actually lustful, but infatuated. It wants to find the purest and most infatuated partner in the world to marry. It is said that the person who is sucked into the wine-colored gourd will be in a new room. And then the wine-colored gourd's primordial spirit will turn into the appearance of the bride or groom. But no matter the bride or groom, their faces will be covered and they will have to wait for the other party to uncover it. Mo Ran said. Is the wine-colored gourd's true self the one who uncovers it? Of course not. What one sees after uncovering it varies from person to person. If one has a sweetheart, he will see the appearance of the sweetheart. If one doesn't have a sweetheart but is lustful, it is said that he will see. Shirmei coughed slightly and said awkwardly, a naked man or woman. Only the purest people can see the wine-colored gourd's true self. Mo Ran turned his head and looked at Xue Meng in disbelief. Then what did Xue Meng see? He couldn't believe that Xue Meng had a sweetheart. But he also didn't believe that Xue Meng could see any naked woman or man. However, Xue Meng was thrown out by the wine-colored gourd. And the wine-colored gourd was jumping and rolling around happily. Obviously, the wine-colored gourd was laughing at Xue Meng. Shirmei couldn't bear it and tried to smooth things over for Xue Meng. Maybe the wine-colored gourd misjudged. Before he could finish, Xue Meng took out the Dragon City, pointed at the wine-colored gourd and shouted, King changed my illusion to confuse me. You even made me wear women's clothes in the illusion. You dog. How dare you humiliate me? Many of the disciples at the Life and Death Summit, including Mo Ran, were silent for a moment. They wanted to hold it in but they couldn't and they all laughed out loud. Xue Ziming is the most narcissistic of all. The peacock spreads its tail and the daffodils are reflected in the reflection. Xue Meng lifts the veil and sees her own face with heavy makeup. It makes sense. Mo Ran tried his best to hold back his laughter and nodded. Xue Meng should be very beautiful as a girl. Before he finished laughing, he heard Xue Zhengyong shout with a headache. Yu Heng, after we deal with the wine-colored gourd, why don't you help cure this wine-colored gourd too? Chapter 193. At the peak of life and death there were three people who were the most aloof and innocent. Xue Meng, Elder Tanlang, Chu Wanning. Xue Meng had already been thrown out by the perverted gourd. Elder Tanlang was not a concubine. He had married a wife in his early years, but that woman had a weak body and passed away not long after the marriage. It was said that Elder Tanlang studied medicine because he was unwilling to see anyone around him pass away due to illness. Therefore, only Chu Wanning was left. Elder Yuheng can definitely handle it. Yes, even the young master can't. We can only rely on the young master's master. Mo Ran was furious at the side, but he could do nothing. He could only stand there. Unable to do anything, Mo Ran tried anything and said to Xue Zhengyong, why don't I try? Xue Zhengyong sized him up and said tactfully, the first requirement to subdue the perverted gourd is that you have never had a romantic history. Mo Ran. On the other side, the wine gourd was already dizzy from Chu Wanning's drinking and finally fell to the ground. After the smoke dispersed, it turned into a small jade gourd lying quietly on the ground. Xue Zhengyong went forward and put the wine gourd into his Qingkuan bag. He said happily, haha, as expected of Yuheng. Come, perverted gourd, perverted gourd. Chu Wanning's expression was normal, but his eyelashes fluttered. He was unwilling to look Xue Zhengyong in the eye. I'm not going. Xue Zhengyong was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but the surrounding disciples and elders were also stunned. Why? I drank too much. I'm tired. Xue Zhengyong was not stupid. Chu Wanning was not lying when he said that he could not get drunk after 1,000 cups. He stared at the cold man in white until Chu Wanning became impatient. He flicked his sleeves and turned away. Xue Zhengyong suddenly understood. He was stunned for a moment and blurted out, Yuheng, you can't be. Chu Wanning's ears suddenly turned red. He angrily turned around, his phoenix eyes like lightning. What nonsense are you spouting? Before Xue Zhengyong could say the words, not a concubine, he couldn't take it anymore. He thought to himself, how is this possible? Who is Chu Wanning? Wanye Yuheng, the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable. Who would believe that he had some sort of one-night stand? Xue Zhengyong slapped his thigh anxiously and said, then you should give it a try. Otherwise, this gourd will keep wandering around here. Although it won't hurt anyone, it will be very troublesome. Moreover, the skin of this wine-colored gourd is very hard. I'm afraid that even after 3 to 5 years, I still won't be able to peel off a layer of its skin. Chu Waning's gaze swept across the crowd. All the disciples were eagerly looking at him. Only Mo Ran felt guilty in his heart. He was somewhat embarrassed but could not hide his burning gaze as he stared at Chu Waning. Chu Waning cursed inwardly. But now he was in a dilemma. If he flicked his sleeves and left, he was afraid that there would be more gossip in the future. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll give it a try." In the blink of an eye, the perverted gourd sucked Chu Waning into the stomach of the gourd. Then it shook its head and spun around. The disciples at the peak of life and death did not have any doubts. They all firmly believed that if Chu Waning went in, the perverted gourd would definitely be subdued by him. Only Mo Ran knew. The purest immortal in the world on that rainy night not long ago, in a dark inn in Wuchang town, on the bed where lips and teeth touched skin. He had dirted it with his own hands. Chu Waning opened his eyes. There was a world of its own inside the gourd. It formed a curtain of its own. Just like in the legends, the red candles in the perverted gourd were lit high and the wedding curtain was lowered. Going forward, he saw a big bed with red plum branches. It was covered with a thick quilt, sprinkled with peanuts and red dates, felt mattress and curtains. Everything was there. There was an old woman who looked like the transformation of the gourd standing at the door of the greenhouse. She was smiling. She had a head of long green hair. When she opened her mouth, even her teeth were green. Chu Waning knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to subdue the perverted gourd. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense. He went forward and said to the old woman, "Granny, you can just send me out. You don't need me to lift the veil." The old woman said with a pleasant expression, "Hum." He did not expect that this old woman did not know the human language. She was not as quick-witted as the wine gourd. She could not understand Chu Waning's meaning. Chu Waning had no choice but to sigh. He braced himself and walked to the front of the bed. There was a person sitting on the bed. Her clothes were black and embroidered with a dark dragon pattern. Her lower clothes were blue and embroidered with phoenix feathers. Her feet were bare and the veil was down. Her face could not be seen clearly. The old woman walked over calmly. With a bang, smoke rose from her hand and a green jade ruby appeared. She handed it to Chu Waning and then made an inviting gesture. Although Chu Waning could not accept Mo Ran's appearance in a wedding dress and felt slightly disgusted just thinking about it, he remembered that he had played the role of a ghost wedding bride in the colorful butterfly town. He also felt that Mo Ran would make a fool of herself. It would be a waste not to look. Yes, that's right. Although it was disgusting, it would be a waste not to look. Chu Waning stood for a moment with a green face. He took a deep breath and then walked forward. The old woman urged, Hum. Got it. Don't worry. The ruby rose and the red silk fell. Chu Waning widened his eyes slightly. You are. In the tent of Feng Zhuluo, a man wearing a crown of 9 pearls looked up. Light and shadow flowed on his pale and handsome face. His black eyes were full of ridicule. He raised his chin slightly and smiled at Chu Waning. Chu Waning could not help but be stunned. This person was Mo Ran, but his face was a bit sickly pale. His eyes were also weak and his expression was quite strange. Oh, it seems that in Waning's heart, you still can't forget this seat. Seeing Chu Waning in a daze, the man reached out and suddenly grabbed Chu Waning's arm. His fingertips were cold. He stared at Chu Waning with eyes that were ruthless and fierce, like a vulture. Mo Ran cracked open his mouth and smiled. But his smile was not warm. Instead, it showed his white teeth. This seat is very gratified. Oh, what kind of mess is this? Chu Waning was both angry and amused. He thought that this perverted gourd had probably become stupid from being locked in the Golden Drum Pagoda. The people he transformed into were all so strange. Let go. Mo Ran did not let go. Chu Waning turned his head and said to the blue-haired old woman, Make him let go. Before his voice fell, the bride Mo Ran suddenly stood up. Chu Waning only had time to see the pearl crown on his head shake. His waist was tightened and the world spun. When he came back to his senses, he was already pushed onto the golden red bed. Mo Ran leaned over and pressed down on him, wanting to pull his face. It seems that you enjoy the taste this seat gives you? The man's hot breath blew on his neck. So much so that you can't forget me. Chu Wanning frowned and dodged. He cursed in his heart that this perverted gourd's words were simply too absurd. Mo Ran had always been gentle and courteous to him. He always followed the rules. How could he speak to him like this? He was embarrassed and amused at the same time, annoyed and bewildered at the same time. After dodging like this for a while, the pillow table was in a mess. Suddenly, in a flash, Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden red embroidered quilt. He suddenly thought of something. A dream. He was stunned for a moment. Then his face suddenly turned red. This was a dream he had. In the dream, Mo Ran was like this. He said harsh and provocative words. His actions were rough and did not show any pity. So this was not an illusion that the perverted gourd randomly created. Was it the shameful imagination in the depths of his heart? This thought was too shameful, and it made Chu Wanning feel extremely embarrassed. She blushed with embarrassment, and even the tips of her ears were burning. Baby! Suddenly there was a hot and wet feeling. While Chu Wanning was distracted, Mo Ran had already kissed his earlobe. Greedily and evilly, he put his tongue into his ear. Chu Wanning was caught off guard. He was so shocked by this sudden strong stimulation that he groaned. This groan was hoarse and moist, full of water vapor. Once the sound was out, it was even more humiliating. But for some reason, the scene in front of him was too real. It was as if he had kissed and entangled with Mo Ran like this a long time ago. Chu Wanning was restrained on the bed. Mo Ran kept kissing his neck, cheeks and ears. His movements were rough and hurried. He was anxious and angry. Even the corners of his eyes were red. He wanted to struggle, but he could not break free. Until this, Mo Ran's lips were about to land on his lips. Bang! Suddenly Mo Ran seemed to feel something. He was stunned for a moment. He stared at Chu Wanning in disbelief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Wanning pushed him away. A golden light flashed in his hand. The Heaven's Inquisition suddenly lit up. He chopped down at the Mo Ran in the illusion. Seeing the light of the Heaven's Inquisition, Mo Ran was shocked to the extreme. He blurted out, You are. The willow vine fell. Sparks flew everywhere. Mo Ran was in pain, but he did not resist. Instead, he opened his eyes wide in shock. After a while, a thin cloud of smoke rose. The blue-haired old lady disappeared. Mo Ran also disappeared. In the candlelight warm room, there was an unfamiliar young man with blue-haired pointy ears. He was extremely handsome. Chu Wanning's anger still hadn't subsided. She got up from the bed and grabbed her open collar. Her phoenix eyes were filled with emotion and anger as she glared at this guy. Her voice was low and dangerous, like an enraged tiger or leopard. He gritted his teeth and said, Evil creature. This young man was the primordial spirit of the perverted gourd. The perverted gourd stared at Chu Wanning. His face was pale. He was shocked and scared. It's you. Chu Wanning was angry. He turned his head and stared at him. What do you mean it's you? The perverted gourd was so scared that he was trembling. He fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. I didn't know. He seemed to be afraid to even say Chu Wanning's name. He trembled and continued kowtowing. Please forgive me, please forgive me. In the early years, Chu Wanning had subdued many demons and monsters by slaying them. Tianwen was famous among those demons and monsters. There was once a small demon that was so scared that they didn't even dare to move when they saw him. But he did not expect this perverted gourd to be the same. Chu Wanning put away the Heaven's Inquisition. He stood up from the bed with a gloomy face. He stared at the young man who kept kowtowing. After a while he said, Send me out. Yes, yes. The perverted gourd did not dare to hesitate. He immediately chanted the incantation. With a bang, smoke rose from the ground. Chu Wanning was so confused by the smoke that he could not open his eyes. When the smoke dissipated and he could see clearly, he was back in the square in front of the Dan Xian Palace. A few people immediately gathered around him. Master, are you okay? Yuheng, you did a good job. Master, are you hurt? The smoke smelled of the perverted gourd. Chu Wanning was a little dizzy from the smoke. After a while, he noticed that the perverted gourd had disappeared. In front of him was a small gourd with a pink leather shell. Chu Wanning thought about the illusion just now. He was still a little ashamed and did not want to talk about it. He only said to Shuizhengyong, "Keep these 2 gourds and keep them in the suppressing evil pagoda." Shuizhengyong said, "Okay." But his eyes stopped on Chu Wanning. He looked back and forth hesitantly. Chu Wanning was scared by his stare. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." However, Shuizhengyong's expression was definitely not saying nothing. Moreover, Chu Wanning suddenly realized that other than him, the people around her were also secretly sizing her up with curious and amused gazes. Chu Wanning turned his head. Even Mo Ran was looking at him awkwardly. His tan face was a little red. "What's—" This time Chu Wanning knew the reason before he said "What's wrong?" He lowered his head and saw his clothes. It turned out that at some point in time, probably the moment he entered the stomach of Xue Meng, his clothes had been changed into a golden-crowned auspicious robe similar to Xue Meng's. It was the robe that one would wear when one was married to another. Chu Wanning. The matter of Elder Yu Heng subduing a demon quickly became a hot topic at the peak of life and death. And the topic that the disciples were discussing the most was, I wonder who Elder Yu Heng married in the gourd stomach. Some people did not mind that their lives were short. They said excitedly, "It must be a beautiful woman like a fairy." Some people thought that their lives were too long. They winked and said, "Maybe it's a godlike man?" Some people cherished their lives and said seriously, "Elder Yu Heng probably saw the perverted gourd when he lifted the veil. If he saw something else, the perverted gourd wouldn't be happy. He wouldn't be able to subdue this demon." Everyone disliked this coward who cherished his life and felt that he was boring. They shook their heads and scattered. However, at the peak of life and death, there was a brave warrior who was not afraid of death. On this day, the weather was gloomy and the morning cultivation was suspended. Mo Ran secretly brought snacks early in the morning. While no one was paying attention, he snuck to the Red Lotus Pavilion to hang out with Chu Wanning. After the 2 of them finished eating, this heavenly immortal beauty and heavenly immortal handsome man in everyone's mouth held Chu Wanning's hand with a smile and asked, "Shizun, did you marry me in that perverted gourd?" Chapter 194. Chu Wanning was a bit full from eating, so he angrily said, "Marry what? You're a man, aren't you ashamed to say such things?" Mo Ran's smile became even brighter. "Then if you're not marrying me, then I'm marrying you?" Chu Wanning became even more angry. Not only was he angry, but he was also ashamed. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never tell Mo Ran that the appearance of the colored gourd was the pale-skinned Mo Ran that he had once dreamt of. He would never tell Mo Ran that in that dream, they were entangled and sweaty as they made love intensely. As the saying goes, people need face and trees need bark. One of the most important things in this world was Elder Yu Heng's face. Thus Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and said, "If you keep talking nonsense, you'll leave now. You're not allowed to stay here any longer." This time Mo Ran really did behave. He pursed his lips as if he was wronged, but he was still obedient. He looked at Chu Wanning with his dark eyes, then rubbed the tip of his nose against Chu Wanning's cheek. He said in a very gentle and coquettish manner, "Oh, then I won't ask anything. Good Shizun, don't chase me away. Shizun is Shizun, don't call me good." Chu Wanning's heart softened at his words. He couldn't resist, but he still pushed Mo Ran's head away. He said with a straight face, "Don't call me that. But if I just call you Shizun, it's not intimate at all. Is it?" Mo Ran patiently said, "Look, I call you Shizun in front of others. If I also call you Shizun when we're alone, how boring would that be, right?" Chu Wanning didn't fall for it. Wrong. Mo Ran's first move didn't work, so he changed to another one. He pulled Chu Wanning and called, "Shizun, Shizun, Shizun." Every call was so sweet that it made Chu Wanning's hair stand on end. In the end, Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore and threw a book at Mo Ran's face. "Shut up." The scroll was very thick, but it was very light and did not hurt when it was hit. Mo Ran smiled as he took down the book, revealing the handsome face behind it. "I'm afraid that I'll get used to calling you that, and accidentally call you Shizun in front of others. So let's think of another name. Chu Wanning furrowed his brows. If you call me something else, won't you get used to it? Why do you run in front of others and call them that? Mo Ran sighed. Why don't you take the bait? Chu Wanning was stung by the description of biting the bait. He became more and more displeased. He lowered his head and sorted out his book, no longer paying attention to his disciple who was lying on the table and blowing at the stray hair in front of him. After a few moments of peace, Mo Ran said dejectedly, I wanted to get some benefits from Shizun. Shi Mei and Xue Meng both call you Shizun. I also call you Shizun. There's no difference. I don't want much. I just want something different. Something that only I can call you. Chu Wanning stopped what he was doing and straightened up to look at him. I won't call you that often. Mo Ran's thick and long eyelashes drooped down, casting a small shadow on the side of his nose. Just occasionally, can't I? If you really can't, then forget it. Mo Ran looked more and more disappointed. If you don't want to call me that, then don't call me that. In the end, Chu Wanning gave in. Probably because he was 10 years older than Mo Ran. He still couldn't resist the coaxing and pestering of young people and acted like a spoiled child. He looked at the handsome man who smiled brilliantly after he nodded and suddenly felt that he had been deceived. He seemed to be fierce all the time, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. But in the end, he was always the one who compromised and obeyed Mo Ran. He was a fish. After going around in circles for so long, he finally got dizzy and bit the hook called Mo Ran. What should I call you? Hook asked. Chu Wanning stammered, anything. How can you be casual? This is a very important matter. Mo Ran racked his brains for a long time, but his mind was blank. He even felt a little vulgar, so he could only say, baby. Chu Wanning immediately thought of that dream and couldn't bear it. Don't. Chu Lang. Chu Wanning was really disgusted. He asked with a gloomy face. Then do you need me to call you Sister Ran? Haha, that's not very good. Mo Ran scratched his head and laughed for a while. He then frowned and pondered. But he always thought too hard, so it was still terrible. Chu Lang darling? After saying that, he couldn't bear it anymore. He held his forehead and felt a little hopeless. Chu Wanning saw him like this and couldn't help but laugh. Don't think about it. What's the point of thinking about it so hard? It's awkward. Mo Ran felt that what he said made sense, but he couldn't accept it. In the end, he smiled and said, then in the future, I'll think about it carefully and think of the most suitable one for you. After a pause, he pulled Chu Wanning, who was standing at the side and reading a book, over. He held onto the back of Chu Wanning's neck and let him sit on his lap. He stared at Chu Wanning for a while. Chu Wanning was a little uneasy. What are you doing? Mo Ran sighed and muttered. No matter how many times I look, I can't help it. What nonsense. Before he could finish speaking, his lips were covered. Mo Ran's warm and moist lips touched his sweet and fragrant. He hugged the person on his lap, and the two kissed intimately in the chair. It was raining outside, and the sound of the rain covered the sticky and shy sounds of their tongues intertwining. When they separated, Chu Wanning slowly opened his moist eyes. He wanted to look at Mo Ran, but he didn't dare to. Mo Ran smiled. He knew that he was thin-skinned, so he couldn't help but hold him in his arms. He stroked him, his heart beating wildly. Actually, I can call you anything. It's nothing. Mo Ran smiled. In the end, he only said, Shizun is the best. Chu Wanning leaned on his shoulder. This feeling was very sweet, but he didn't know what to do. He sat on Mo Ran's lap and could clearly feel that hard and hot thing. He felt like his head was smoking. After a while, he said softly, Why are you cough? It's nothing. I'll help you. After saying this, Chu Wanning's face was burning. Mo Ran hurriedly said, No need. Shizun still has to go to the Council of Elders in a while. Chu Wanning glanced at the hourglass. There's about a cup of tea's time left, it should. Mo Ran said awkwardly, It's not enough. It can't be done. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, his face became even redder. He hurriedly got up from Mo Ran's lap and took a step back. After he took a step back, he was a bit annoyed. He probably felt that he was acting like a coward, so he took another step forward. Mo Ran found it funny. He sat on the chair and didn't hide it. Even though he was covered by clothes, the places he wanted to look at were still horrifying and could take a person's life. I won't tease you anymore. In the end, Mo Ran grabbed his wrist. He originally wanted to pull him over and kiss his lips, but Chu Wanning's taste was so tempting. He was afraid that if he touched Chu Wanning, he wouldn't be able to control himself. So in the end, he just held Chu Wanning's hand. He put the hand to his lips and looked at Chu Wanning. Then he lowered his eyelashes and kissed him. It was very sincere. In the end, he lightly licked the back of Chu Wanning's hand. Shizun, you're so sweet. The rain in Sichuan had been falling intermittently for half a month. Today, it finally cleared up and a good sun could be seen. Mo Ran stepped on the deep and shallow ponds and walked in the bamboo forest. Morning cultivation resumed today, but Chu Wanning didn't come. He heard that he went to the back of the mountain to teach Xuanji's stupid disciples how to throw plum blossom darts. Before he reached the shooting range, he heard Chu Wanning's cold voice. Relax your hands. Hold the plum blossom darts between your index and ring fingers. Release your spiritual power from your fingertips and let it flow to the tip of your fingers. When the edges emit a golden light, throw it at the target. Just by listening to the sound, Mo Ran knew that the disciples missed again. They all lamented. God, it's really difficult. Elder, can you show it to us again? Chu Wanning said, when the golden light is emitted, the plum blossom darts will be slightly hot. Feel it carefully, don't look at it with your eyes. Can you throw it accurately without looking? Before Chu Wanning could answer, he heard a laughing voice behind him. Of course I can throw it accurately. Chu Wanning turned around. Why are you here? The new disciples said. Senior brother Mo, among them was an extremely delicate and cute female disciple. When she saw Mo Ran, she blushed and hurriedly cupped her hands. Mo Ran didn't pay much attention to Xuanji's disciples. Instead, he went straight to Chu Wanning and said, Shizun, why don't you blindfold them and show them? Okay. After getting permission, Mo Ran took off the snow blue hairband on his head. It was 3 fingers wide and wrapped in front of Chu Wanning's eyes. The hairband was tight, but it didn't hurt. The silk felt like flowing water. The hairband fluttered slightly in the wind. Chu Wanning said, Plum blossom darts. One of Xuanji's disciples came forward and handed his plum blossom dart to Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning said, 3. Although the disciple was puzzled, he still took out 2 more from his concealed weapon pouch and gave them to him. Chu Wanning's slender and cold white fingers rubbed the cold metal texture of the plum blossom dart. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He didn't stay for long. With a flick of his finger, the dart flew out from between his fingers. Clang! Clang! A crisp sound rang out. I had hit. The target's heart is red. But there's only one. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Mo Ran said indifferently, There are 2 more in the target behind you. The new disciples didn't believe him. They all turned around to look. As a result, they were all horrified. The remaining 2 iron darts, one on the left and one on the right, were deeply embedded in the target in the opposite direction. They hit the bullseye. In the rustling bamboo forest, the first rays of dawn flowed. Xuanji's disciples were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Chu Wanning raised his hand and took off the snow blue ribbon covering his eyes. His phoenix eyes slightly opened and his eyelashes fluttered. He returned the ribbon to Mo Ran and said, The first sound just now was the sound of the 3 plum blossom darts colliding in the air. If you control your spiritual energy well, you can cause 2 of the darts to be repelled and fly in the opposite direction. During a battle, you can often catch your opponent off guard and gain the upper hand. The disciples looked at each other. Suddenly, a young disciple shouted with a longing expression, Elder, how do we practice this? Do you have a trick? Chu Wanning said, Mo Ran, let them see your hand. Mo Ran smiled and stretched out his hand. The young disciples gathered in a group, fighting to see what secret Mo Ran's hand had. In the end, after looking for a long time, they couldn't see anything. Instead, the female cultivator looked at him, her heart beating wildly and her eyes shining brightly. She and a few of her sisters had just entered the sect. Their hearts were still not calm, so they often went to the foot of the mountain to buy some leisure books. The book that Chu Wanning read a while ago, they had also privately read it. When the girls saw the size ranking, they were both embarrassed and surprised. They laughed and joked around, laughing at each other. However, they also quietly discussed this matter in the disciples' room. I heard that the longer a man's fingers, the more majestic that place is. A big-breasted and bold senior sister said, "Next time if I have the chance, I'll go to the Mengpa lobby to eat. I'll squeeze behind senior brother Mo and see how big his hand is." In the end, that senior sister really did squeeze. In order to get behind Mo ran. She ran in a hurry and accidentally knocked over the soup bowl, splashing half of the hot soup on him. The girl's small mouth slightly opened. She was stunned and embarrassed. Just as she didn't know what to do, she saw a slender and well-proportioned hand take away her bowl, which was still dripping hot soup, and put it back on the table. Then a new bowl was replaced. "Don't knock it over again. It's not good to waste it." Hearing his deep and magnetic voice, that senior sister didn't even dare to raise her head. Her face flushed red, and her head was steaming like the soup in the bowl. From beginning to end, she only dared to secretly look at Mo Ran. She looked at his waist, his strong lines, his wide chest, and of course she looked at his hands, the most top quality. After she came back, she couldn't say a word of praise. In the end, she could only come up with this word to describe it. At that time, all the junior sisters in the room didn't say anything. They pursed their lips, and their hearts were all hot and full of fanciful and charming fantasies. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted her recollection. "What did you see?" A disciple said, "Elder, please forgive this disciple. This disciple is slow-witted and really can't see anything." Senior brother Mo's hand seems to be especially strong. Everyone was talking at once. When it was her turn, she blushed. In a moment of nervousness, she blurted out, "His fingers are very long." Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what they were looking at. He simply withdrew his hand, scratched his head, and looked at Chu Wanning. Although Chu Wanning didn't know what long fingers represented, he wasn't a slow-witted person. He glanced at the female disciple's shy appearance and vaguely understood that it wasn't something good. His face gradually darkened. He flicked his sleeve and coldly said, "What nonsense are you looking at?" Seeing the anger between his eyebrows, the disciples were frightened and couldn't help but lower their heads. Mo Ran felt the atmosphere become stiff. He didn't want Chu Wanning to be said to be unreasonable later, so he smiled and took the initiative to say, "It's a cocoon." After he said this, he glanced at Chu Wanning and said, "She's not going to make a fuss. Rub the fingertips, form a cocoon and rub it again." After repeating this for nearly 100 times, you can accurately control your spiritual power. There are no shortcuts. After practicing with them until noon, most of the disciples had roughly grasped the basics. Chu Wanning didn't stay any longer. It didn't matter if he gave some pointers to other people's disciples, but if he taught them too carefully, it wouldn't necessarily make Elder Xuanji feel comfortable. Chu Wanning wasn't the 15 or 16-year-old youth that had just left the mountain. In the end, he understood some of the ways of the world. He and Mo Ran walked out of the bamboo forest together and arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness. They walked very close together side by side. Under their drooping sleeves, the backs of their hands would occasionally rub against each other. They rubbed against each other until their hearts were numb and warm, like spring buds sprouting. There was no one around. Mo Ran finally quietly reached out and clasped Chu Wanning's fingers. Although they quickly let go, the tips of their ears were slightly red and their throats were hot and thirsty. Speaking of which, after the intimate night in Wuchang town, the two of them had very few opportunities to be alone. Occasionally, they would close the door of the Red Lotus Pavilion and entangle with each other. They also had to worry about whether Shui Jingyong would suddenly visit. In fact, until now, just the brief touch of their fingers had made Mo Ran's chest burn. He said softly, "Master, can we go tonight?" Before he could finish, someone suddenly rushed in front of them. Mo Ran immediately straightened his tall body, pursed his lips, and stood to the side without saying anything. That person didn't notice anything strange. Along the way, he bowed and said, "Elder Yuheng, there's an urgent matter. My lord has asked you to go to Dan Xian Palace immediately." Chu Wanning asked, "What's wrong?" "A guest has arrived with important news. It's related to Su Shuanglin." Sect leader Shui couldn't make up his mind alone, so he called all the elders over early in the morning for a discussion. "You're the only one left." When Chu Wanning heard Su Shuanglin's name, She could no longer care about being affectionate. She immediately rushed to Dan Xian Palace. Mo Ran followed closely behind and said, "Wait for me. I've fought with Su Shuanglin before. Maybe I can help." The two of them quickly swept past with their lightness skill and arrived in front of Dan Xian Palace in a short while. They pushed the door open and entered the palace. The whole place was silent. Other than Shuizhengyong and the elders, there were two people covered in blood standing in the main hall. Mo Ran's gaze fell on the sword case on the back of one of them. He felt that it looked familiar. After a while, his eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed. Yi Wangxi. Chapter 195. Hearing someone call out to him, Yi Wangxi turned his head. Although her expression was haggard, her spirit was not as bad as Mo Ran had imagined. Seeing Mo Ran, Yi Wangxi lowered his eyes and bowed to him. It was still the etiquette of a man. She could not change this habit and said, "Young Master Mo." Mo Ran looked at her and then looked at Nangong Si beside her. He couldn't help but ask, "You, where did you come from? Why are you all covered in blood?" Yi Wangxi said, "We set out from Lini and encountered evil spirits on the way. It's unavoidable that our clothes are disheveled. Sorry." Mo Ran was about to ask again when Shuizhong said, "Ranner came? That's good. Come in and talk." After Chu Wanning entered the room, he no longer looked at Mo Ran. Instead, he sat in his own seat, tidied his clothes and looked at Nangong Si. Although he and Nangong Si were not master and disciple in name, he had the grace of enlightening him. He looked at Nangong Si for a moment and couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. However, he only asked a simple question. "Are you all well?" Since the destruction of the Confucian Wind sect, this was the first time someone had seen them and asked if they were well. Nangong Si's eyes immediately reddened. He suddenly lowered his head and clenched his hands into fists. He closed his eyes and endured for a long time before he resisted the urge to cry in front of Chu Wanning. He said hoarsely, "No, we're all well." Chu Wanning sighed softly and lowered his eyes. He didn't say anything else. He didn't believe Nangong Si's words. The road to Lini was long. How could these two young people not have suffered? Shuizhengyong was very distressed and helped explain, "Yuheng, you didn't come just now. It's like this. Young Master Nangong and Miss Yi found some clues and specially came to tell us." "I heard. It's related to Su Shuanglin?" Chu Wanning said, "Let's sit and talk." Mo Ran went to bring chairs over, but Nangong Si and Yi Wangxi felt that they were dirty and smelly, so they were unwilling to sit. Chu Wanning didn't force them. After a pause, he asked, "After we parted ways in Lini, where did you go afterwards?" Nangong Si said, "Yi Wangxi and I were forced to take shelter to Mount Wei, a river." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Mount Wei is a desolate place, so it's inconvenient to send messages. Yi Wangxi was also injured, so after the fire was extinguished, we rested for a while before returning to Confucian Wind sect." Now that she heard Nangong Si mention this sect that she had thrown herself into when she first entered the secular world, things were still the same, but the people had changed. Chu Wanning didn't know what to feel either. After a while she sighed and said, "That place should be barren." "Grandmaster, you're right. It's true that it's barren, but some things crawled out of the ruins." Chu Wanning looked up and asked, "What?" "These bugs." Nangong Si opened a blood-stained bag in front of him. It was half open and the other half open. It was filled with buzzing bugs. There were black spots on their green shells. There were 3 big spots and 2 small spots in total. The bugs' tails emitted a faint smell of blood. Most of the insects were still in the bag, as if they were afraid of the light. But a few of them had flown out and landed on the walls and pillars of the Dan Xian Palace. They left streaks of blood wherever they crawled. Mo Ran recognized these bugs. They were soul-eating bugs. These bugs only lived in the blood pool near Lini's Confucian Wind sect. They were half-dead bugs that ate human flesh and souls to survive. Almost all the elders found these bugs extremely disgusting. Lutsuan even covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief. He couldn't stand the stench. "We found these soul-eating bugs in the ruins." Nangong Si said, "I thought they were attracted by the bugs in the blood pool nearby, so some flew here. But later I found that wasn't the case. What do you mean? There were too many bugs. Yi Wangxi and I walked through the 72 cities of Confucian Wind sect. There were soul-eating bugs in the cracks of the bricks, in the mud and in the ashes. We felt something was wrong. After careful inspection we found not only adults but also larvae. Grandmaster, you should understand what I mean. Chu Wanning didn't understand goo bugs. At first he was a little startled, but after thinking about it carefully he figured it out. The blood pool was next to Mount Wei, separated from Lini by a big river. Soul-eating bugs had weak wings. It made sense that some of the adult bugs would rush over when they smelled the scent of the dead. But what about the larvae? How could the larvae have legs to swim across the river and mountains? How could they come to the scorched earth of Confucian Wind sect by themselves? Chu Wanning frowned and said, "Someone put them here in advance?" "Yes, that's what I think." Elder Tanlang listened from the side and suddenly understood. These soul-eating bugs can store spiritual power. After the disaster, resentful spirits were everywhere. There were many cultivators in Lini. When the bugs ate the cultivators' souls, they became seeds that stored spiritual power of different attributes. With these tens of thousands of seeds, you can activate most of the formations without using your own spells. Then who was the one who put the bugs here? Who could predict the disaster in Lini in advance? Who needed the spiritual power of the outside world? No one answered, but the answer was self-evident. There was only the initiator, Su Shuanglin. Or should I call him by his original name, Nangongshu? Shuizhengyong said, "So during this time in the upper and lower cultivation world, we've been looking for Su Shuanglin with traces of magic. In the end he didn't use his own power at all, but the bugs?" Nangongxi said, "Yes, that's true." Shuizhengyong muttered, "Well, detection magic can only detect people. It's true that it can't detect traces of beasts or demons. If Su Shuanglin used this method, he could indeed hide his tracks for a long time." He then asked Tanlang, "Can we find Su Shuanglin's whereabouts by tracking the bugs?" Tanlang said, "That's impossible. The soul-eating bugs go down to the netherworld. After eating enough soul fragments they all go underground. We can't find them at all." Hearing this, Shuizhengyong suddenly thought of something and said, "Since they're going to the netherworld, why don't we ask Master Huizue? He should know something about the ghost world." Chu Wanning immediately said, "There's no need to ask him." "Why? It's useless to look for him." Chu Wanning said, "He doesn't want to interfere in the mortal world. He won't say anything." Chu Wanning was once Huizue's direct disciple. At this moment he said this with such certainty. Although everyone was puzzled, they couldn't say anything. The hall instantly fell into silence. After a while, Shuizhengyong muttered, "Then what should we do? Since Su Shuanglin can use the spirit energy of the goo worms to avoid the search, it's useless no matter how we investigate. Are we just going to let him do as he pleases?" Chu Wanning suggested, "Can we change the way we search?" "What do you mean?" "Lord, when Su Shuanglin left, he took 3 things with him. Do you remember what they were?" Shuizhengyong counted them one by one. Luo Fenghua's spirit core, Nangong. He glanced at Nangongxi and sighed inwardly, softening his voice, "Sect leader Nangong, and the divine marshal." Chu Wanning said, "Good, a person always has a reason for doing things." When he was in a hurry to escape, he still insisted on taking these 3 things with him. He definitely wasn't doing this because he was bored. Then, in Lord's opinion, why did Su Shuanglin take his elder brother away? Revenge? Then why did he take the divine marshal? Shuizhengyong thought for a while. Using the 5 types of pure spirit energy to tear open the ghost world's crack? He tore open the ghost world's crack to obtain Luo Fenghua's spirit core. Chu Wanning said, "He didn't need to tear it open a second time. Then why did he do it?" Chu Wanning said, "I think there's a possibility that he did it for the art of rebirth." Shuizhengyong was stunned for a moment, but the art of rebirth can be performed without the 5 types of pure spirit energy. Didn't Master Huizue perform it before? Chu Wanning shook his head. Huizue once said that the art of rebirth in this world isn't completely the same, so Lord doesn't need to use his as a reference. When Tanlang heard this, he sneered. "Elder Yu Heng, you have no evidence, so how dare you make wild guesses that Su Shuanglin did all this to cultivate the forbidden art of rebirth?" Chu Wanning said, Based on the last thing he took away, Luo Fenghua's spirit core. In the main hall, Chu Waning's voice was steady and low, orderly. Many years ago, I once interrogated a girl who died unjustly in colorful Butterfly Town. When the girl was young, she met a madman who was covered in blood. He gave her oranges to eat and said that her eyes looked like an old friend of his. That madman also said one last sentence. If there is a man in Lini, his heart is already dead at 20. At 20 years old, that was the age when Nan Gongxi was framed and criticized by everyone, never to be able to turn over a new leaf. During that year's Soul Mountain Conference, he was high-spirited and proud. He felt that as long as he relied on his talent and lifetime of hard work, he would be able to obtain fairness and justice in everything that he deserved. However, despite all his hard work, he only received a lifetime of infamy. With a sharp blade in his hand and ambition in his heart, he couldn't win against his brother's eloquent words and flattery. He hated so much that he couldn't seek redress. Everyone laughed at him, criticized him, and spurned him. In the end, the living became the dead, and the dead became the evil spirit. The evil spirit crawled out of the blood of hatred on the mountain, and wanted to seek justice from all the righteous people in the world. Needless to say, this madman is Su Shuanglin. Then who is his old friend? Who does Luo Xianxian's eyes look like? They look alike and have the same surname. Xue Zhengyong was stunned. Could it be Luo Fenghua? Chu Waning said, I think it should be Luo Fenghua. At the bottom of Jinqing Lake, Su Shuanglin tried 2 spells, the exquisite chess game and rebirth. The exquisite chess game was to manipulate others, but who was rebirth for? He only took 2 bodies, sect leader Nangong's and Luo Fenghua's. It can't be for sect leader Nangong's. Xue Zhengyong muttered. But why did he resurrect Luo Fenghua? Wasn't Luo Fenghua the one who framed him? It's hard to predict people's minds. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Waning said, but I can't think of any other reason why he took Luo Fenghua's body, other than to resurrect it. Everyone was silent. After thinking carefully, they all felt that Chu Waning's analysis was indeed correct, but there was still no evidence. In the end, these were only their inferences. The answer to this question could only be answered by Su Shuanglin, who was hiding somewhere at this moment. After the meeting, Mo Ran thought for a long time. That night, he went to the warm room to find Xue Zhengyong. Xue Zhengyong was looking through ancient books, looking for something related to the soul-eating insect, hoping to find some clues to track down Su Shuanglin's whereabouts. Uncle. Rand? It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't sleep. I have something to ask Uncle. Xue Zhengyong raised his chin and motioned for him to sit down. Mo Ran didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Uncle, do you know what kind of person Luo Fenghua, Su Shuanglin's master is? Luo Fenghua. Xue Zhengyong frowned and thought hard for a long time, then shook his head. I have little contact with him, so I can't tell you the details. He's probably upright, resolute, fair, a man of few words, but he has a good temper. He's also bold in doing things and won't drag his feet. When he was the head of the Confucian Wind School, he even sent disciples to the lower cultivation world to kill demons. Mo Ran said, so in short, except for seizing the position of the head of the Nangong family, he has no other faults, right? Xue Zhengyong sighed. That's right. He's not only a good person, but he's also a good person. I don't understand why a person like him would put such a heavy curse on his disciple. Mo Ran pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Uncle, don't you think your description of Luo Fenghua is a bit like a person? Xue Zhengyong was stunned. You mean Yu Heng? Come on, Yu Heng doesn't have a good temper. No, it's someone else. Who? Mo Ran said, Yi Wangxi. Xue Zhengyong slowly opened his eyes wide. He silently chewed on the 3 words between his lips and tongue, then slowly said, Yi Wangxi. This person was benevolent and resolute, tenacious and unyielding. He was indeed very similar to Luo Fenghua, who had only been the head of the school for a short year or so. Do you? Yes. Xue Zhengyong was gradually surprised, because Yi Wangxi and Luo Fenghua were of different genders, and their ages were also very different. Their statuses in the Confucian Wind sect were also different, so he had never compared the 2 of them together. Now that Mo Ran pointed this out, he was shocked to realize that the 2 of them were practically carved from the same mold, exactly the same. The more Shizun thought about it, the more shocked he became. The memories that had been buried for a long time surfaced one by one. He could even vaguely remember that when Luo Fenghua was still a guest elder of the Confucian Wind sect, the clothes he wore were extremely similar to what Yi Wangxi was used to wearing. There was also the way the two of them talked and acted, the way they spoke. Even the way they drew the bow. When he was young, he had also seen Luo Fenghua draw the bow. At that time it was to celebrate Nangong Lu's birthday, and the Confucian Wind sect had also invited the two brothers of the Shui family. Shizun remembered that in the midst of the flying snow, Luo Fenghua only held the bowstring tightly with 3 fingers. His little finger pulled taut, and the arrow whizzed through the air, cutting through the vast expanse of white snow. A snow demon rabbit 100 steps away fell to the ground. The surrounding people were praising his amazing archery skills, but Luo Fenghua just smiled gently. He casually held the bow and arrow in his left hand, his fingertips subconsciously rubbing the body of the bowstring. It was a set of natural movements, free and unfettered. The final ending was also different from other people's majestic and grand movements. Shizun watched from the side and felt that it was breathtaking, so he remembered it in his heart. At this moment he suddenly remembered that during the Battle of the Heaven-Splitting Sky, Yi Wangxi and Nangongxi used the bow and arrow together. Nangongxi's arrows were swift and fierce, but Shizun didn't have much of an impression of them. On the other hand, Yi Wangxi, after a round of flying feather arrows, would habitually hold the bow in his left arm and hold it in his right hand, his fingertips subconsciously rubbing the bowstring. At that time, Shizun couldn't help but take a few more glances, as if that gentle and smooth, confident and at ease posture was very similar to a certain person. He suddenly slapped his forehead and said, it's true. It's true, it's true, it's true. It's exactly the same. Mo Ran raised his eyebrows and said, what's exactly the same? The way Luo Fenghua shoots the arrow is simply too similar to Yi Wangxi. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Mo Ran looked at Shizun's amazed expression and couldn't help but laugh, but he said, Uncle's words are wrong. What's wrong? Mo Ran said, cause and effect are wrong. Cause and effect? Yes, it's not that Luo Fenghua looks like Yi Wangxi. Mo Ran sighed and said, it's Yi Wangxi very much like Luo Fenghua. When he said this, the luster in his eyes was very bright. He felt that this time he could finally be sure that he hadn't guessed wrong. Su Shuanglin's rebirth technique was to revive Luo Fenghua. Although he didn't know how many secrets were hidden in the Confucian Wind sect's past, in 2 lifetimes, Su Shuanglin was willing to die for Yi Wangxi. In this life, he had betrayed the Confucian Wind sect, but he didn't betray her. Why? He didn't think that Su Shuanglin simply didn't have the heart to kill Yi Wangxi because she was his adopted daughter. Su Shuanglin appeared to be very free and easy. He said something like, there are men in Lini 20 hearts are already dead. He named the place he lived in, Sanxingbi Courtyard. It was as if he had forgotten all about his past. Even when he gave his adopted daughter a name, it was so blatant. Forget the past. Forget the past, forget the past, forget the past, forget the past hatred and forget the kindness. But Su Shuanglin had unwittingly cultivated Yi Wangxi into that unforgettable reflection. He had raised this abandoned orphan into the appearance of another person. This person, who earnestly wanted to forget all of the past, might have been living in the mire of memories from the beginning to the end. At this point, Mo Ran had a vague guess in his heart. Probably because he had also gone crazy in the darkness, he felt that his prediction of Su Shuanglin's actions should be more accurate than others. However, it wasn't convenient for him to say these thoughts to others. He could only guess and wait and see. The next day, Shizun, who had flipped through the ancient books to no avail, summoned the crowd again. He said, poisonous insects and strange beasts are Lonman's strong points. Why don't we first report to Jiangxi that we found soul-devouring insects in the old site of the Confucian Wind sect? Xuanji agreed. The world's #1 medicine master, cold-scale divine hand, is under Jiangxi. Let him think of a way to investigate. Shouldn't be wrong. But Chu Wanning frowned and asked Yi Wangxi, Miss Yi, since you were young, have you ever seen your adopted father raise any poisonous insects or beasts? No. Then what about medical skills and beast taming skills? Have you dabbled in them? He only raised a parrot. Not to mention strange beasts and strange beasts, he didn't even have the heart to take in an ordinary puppy. His medical skills are even worse. After hearing this, Chu Wanning said to Shui Zhengyong, "Don't tell Lone Moon about the soul-devouring insects first." "Why?" "Since Su Shuanglin isn't good at medical skills or beast-taming skills, then the one who fed and controlled the goo worms might not be him. It's most likely the hand that reached out from the last crack." "You suspect that Lone Moon? Don't jump to conclusions," Chu Wanning said, "but it's always right to be cautious." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.